Seats, please. Delta Stewardship Council is called into order. I notice the absence of a quorum. There are three of us here. We're going to start as a subcommittee of the council, and we will proceed apace. I suspect other people did what I did, which is go right across the street to City Hall, even though I had read and been told that the new meeting location was across the street. I paid no attention. Mr. Fiorini, on the other hand, was immediately here without a problem. Okay. All right. Now, we have until 4 o'clock today to get through a lot of business. I think, Mr. Grindstaff, maybe the best way to start this off is tell us what we're going to be doing today, how this fits into the timetable for next week and the next few months, and go from there.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and I'm going to actually pull out my cheat sheet here that has our schedule on it, so I make sure that I give you accurate information.
Is that the one that says Grindstaff smile while you speak? Is that the one?
No, that was not it. I will smile, though,
if
you request that.
All right.
First of all, the schedule today. The plan today is we'll talk about the overall concept, what the goal and objectives of the Delta Plan are, kind of executive summary type discussion, and then we want to talk about the alternatives before we get right into the plan, and the alternatives that we're going to propose, and that will include some discussion of the ag-urban proposal, but also all of the other alternatives that staff thinks we need to do for the council. As you'll understand under CEQA, the alternatives have to give you a broad array of information so you can make a great decision. So we'll talk about what we're planning to do there, and we'll probably end up spending at least an hour, possibly more on that. And as I said, during that discussion, we'll talk some about the ag-urban proposal. Then we actually want to get into a discussion of the fourth draft plan, and we're going to focus on policies and recommendations, and you all have in your packets a table comparing the third draft and the fourth draft.
And there are extra copies on the table.
And there are extra copies for everybody in the room. So that's the schedule for today. The overall schedule is that we meet today. We also meet 2 days next week talking about the fourth draft and getting direction from the council. Our plan has been that at the end of the day next week, you say, staff, go forth and develop a fifth draft that can become the proposed project, if you will. It can become one of the alternatives for the EIR, and develop an EIR to go through the public review process. So we'll end up then releasing an EIR in mid-July, in mid-July, and bringing that back to the council in at the end of August, and at the September council meeting, it would be our plan then to talk about the comments that we have and actually have a new draft, which would then be the sixth draft Delta Plan. And our hope is that we would get direction from the council there to release yet another public review through the Office of Administrative Law. We have to forward our draft plan to the Office of Administrative Law, and they have a 45-day public comment period. That would then start and complete by mid-November, and the plan was that at the end of November we will have completed both the EIR public comment period, the review of the draft EIR. We will have consolidated all of those comments. We will have completed the 45-day comment period from the Office of Administrative Law, and then the council would be in a position at that point to make a decision on certifying the EIR and filing and adopting the final Delta Plan. So that's the plan, is in November you do that. Then we have a 30-day period, a filing period with the Office of Administrative Law, and it takes effect then in January. So it's a really, really tight schedule, but I think it is doable. But there will continue to be new drafts, and so it's important that today and then over the next 10 days, we actually make more progress and improvements so that we can circulate a draft and get real comments from everybody.
All right. Let me establish a quorum for purpose of the meeting, and then we'll go to questions. Mr. Grindstaff, starting with Ms. Marcus.
Mark is here. Sorry I was late.
Gray here.
Fear in here.
Eisenberg here. Okay, quorum is established. Mr. Grindstaff, am I correct that there are no votes today on the council?
That's correct.
Okay. And that the vote on a Delta plan will occur at our meeting in November, which I think is tentatively set somewhere for the middle of the month, is my recollection.
Set for, I think, November 17th and 18th.
Yeah, 17th and 18th. Okay. And so next week's meeting, apart from all the other things that's involved, is to review the fourth draft in detail, make comments and suggestions as we've been doing that the staff takes under consideration, but approve for circulation whatever the revised version of the fourth draft is. Circulation and public comment.
Yeah,
Okay.
for the fifth draft is what we will.
That will become the fifth
become
draft.
the fifth draft.
Okay.
And also approve for circulation, direct staff to circulate draft EIR that will include, I think, 7 alternatives is what
Okay.
we're going to talk about
Okay.
today.
All right. Questions. Let's get council questions on process to make sure we understand it, if members have. Ms. Gray, you had a question? No. Okay. Okay. All right. No questions from us on process. Yes.
That's good.
We'll ask the questions later during the other parts of the discussion.
I'm sure.
And members, this blue sheet is the draft EIR alternatives. It's called a working draft. And hopefully members of the audience, if you would pick that up, because we'll be referring to this as well as the other document, the white sheet. This is in blue. The white sheet was the side-by-side comparison of the policies and recommendations for both the third and the fourth staff draft. Okay? So if you'd keep those in front of you, please. Okay, Mr. Grindstaff, how do you want to proceed?
I think I'll do some brief introductory remarks, and then I think we'll ask Gwen and Terry and the attorneys to come up, and we'll start talking
Okay.
through this blue sheet here. I'm struggling with the executive summary and how do we summarize the story. And you guys have asked that we talk about the story of what the Delta Plan is as we move ahead. The Delta Plan is not in isolation the be-all and end-all, clearly, of California water policy. It is, I think, a modest step forward in doing what we need to do to resolve the issues and problems surrounding the Delta and California water. We, as a state, use somewhere between, depending on the kind of water year it is, 33 and 44 million acre-feet of water per year. We overdraft groundwater basins. We aren't sure exactly how much, somewhere between 1 or 2 and 5 or 6 million acre-feet a year. We do not have all of the information that we'd like to have in order to move ahead. So the plan has to take that into account and do the modest things that we can do now and set the table so that in the future, as more information becomes available, more plans are done, the council can move ahead in that direction. So I'll talk briefly about the co-equal goals. The first co-equal goal is a more reliable water supply for the state of California. And there are key elements that I think actually are generally agreed. How we get there is not always agreed, but I think generally agreed that we as a state have to do. In order to meet our water supply reliability, we have to conserve more. DWR, for at least the last 10 years, has been saying we have the possibility of conserving 3 million acre-feet per year in urban water supply. And the legislation that passed in 2009 puts us on a path to conserve 2 million acre-feet a year on the urban side by 2020. several years ago, the state board went through a process on recycled water, and the state actually established a goal for recycled water of 2 million acre-feet a year. And the last DWR...
Statewide goals.
Statewide goal of 2 million acre-feet of water per year. The last DWR report said we reached around 500,000 acre-feet a year. I've heard some anecdotal reports that it's now significantly above that, maybe as high as 750,000 acre-feet a year. We still have a long ways to go. That clearly is a significant part of water supply reliability. There was a separate process on stormwater capture, and the state established a goal of, I think it's 1 million acre-feet a year of water supply from that. We have identified the potential for significant new water supply from surface storage, particularly the large-scale projects. We haven't got a good program that identifies what all of the small-scale projects are, but there are significant opportunities for surface storage. No specific objective has been set as a state, so that's an area where we in this draft plan do not set a specific objective, but say we strongly recommend and urge agencies to follow through and get to the point where we actually can implement these projects and have real numbers, real objectives to move forward. Conveyance is a critical part of that piece of our supply in the state that goes through the Delta. Again, that is being dealt with in the BDCP process. So in this draft plan, we say BDCP, go figure it out, make a decision so we can actually resolve that issue moving forward. Now, that isn't totally satisfactory because we don't know how much water we're overdrafting. We haven't got the ability to control all those things. Still, just the specific objectives that we have amount to 5 million acre-feet a year. And that's a real significant improvement for California if we can implement those things, and I think go a long ways towards achieving the co-equal goals. And if you add that to conveyance and storage, I think we actually will make it through the next century in a very, very reasonable way, and I think it will achieve the co-equal goals. So a second part of the plan then is ecosystem restoration in the Delta. And kind of the fundamental rule that we have there is first do no harm. So what we say is in terms of areas that could be restored to ecosystem function, our goal is to prevent them from being permanently taken out of play, if you will. So we want to protect the land. Second key issue is actually telling the state board resolve the issues with flow. We're really just repeating what the legislature said and required in the law in 2009, where they said the state board, you need to set objectives for flow. But that really is a key element moving forward. Then we address a number of other issues. We call them other stressors, but that's really pretty broad. Everything from water quality to invasive species to predation, all of that whole mix of issues are really important as we move ahead. And so we address all of those in the Delta plan. Now, I'm not going to tell you that if we fully implement this plan, everything is going to be perfect moving ahead. I do think that actually the goals that are written in the legislation with regard to salmon are generally achievable. So the legislation, both state and federal law, calls for the doubling of salmon populations. I think in the long run, that is an achievable goal, will require immense effort, but I think implementing this Delta plan and combining that with upstream actions, that is an achievable objective. Kind of a supporting and very important part of the Delta plan is what you do in the Delta itself to preserve the character and the economic vitality of the Delta as an evolving place. And we focused, partly because the legislation told us to focus, on risk reduction. And I think we've made significant recommendations and requirements there. Again, first, do no harm. Don't put more things at risk than have to be at risk, so that's a key part of the plan. And the second thing is moving forward with real planning that hopefully transforms how we think about flood management in the Delta. So in my view, the real important thing will be if we can actually get people thinking about what are the real risks and how do we reduce those risks in ways that are economically viable and that will sustain the Delta over the long term. And I think the Delta plan and concept is attempting to get there. Those are really the key elements there. We have holes. There are big holes. We don't deal with the economic sustainability of the Delta very effectively because we're waiting for the economic sustainability plan from the Delta Protection Commission. That's something that I wish I could say that this plan had more in-depth data on, and we could actually take more actions that would help things along. But we are where we are. So that's kind of an overview, and this isn't. I know that Keith would say, Joe, you need to make this really comprehensive and have really great talking points and sell it. I'm not good at that sales part. But I did want to talk about what we're attempting to accomplish with the plan, and as an executive summary, if you will, verbally kind of walk through where we're trying to go. And we've made a choice. This is probably a key part here. We have made a choice in this version of the plan to say most of what we're going to do is recommendations. So I think we have 14, quote, policies that have regulatory effect, and 54, 56, I have the sheet here someplace, of recommendations moving ahead. So we've made a choice to say, in most cases, we want to go the route of trying to encourage and recommend actions that will facilitate the plan coming together and facilitate us achieving the objectives that we have. There are some areas, many of which are actually already required by law, and so in some ways what we're doing is reiterating existing law, where we think it's important that people that undertake major activities in the Delta be consistent with the plan and with the law. So that's what those 14 policy areas are, where the policies would have regulatory effect. We have language in the plan that talks about the fact that if, in fact, in some cases, these areas are in conflict, the council has the ability to look at the objectives of any given program or project and say, does it meet the co-equal goals? And if it does, and doesn't meet technically each of the objectives, because sometimes they may in fact be in conflict, then the council can say, that's okay, this project is consistent with the Delta plan because it does achieve the co-equal goals. I think that's an important point that we want to make moving forward. That choice about how to go about achieving the objectives is probably the part that makes some people really uncomfortable. Having any kind of regulation is not something that everybody wants to do. I do think under the law, clearly they spent a lot of time talking about covered actions, and they did that because they expected there would be some regulatory effect of the plan.
Okay, let's ask Joe questions or comments on this part of it. Ms. Marcus.
I think I want to wait till we do the walk. I think the walkthrough is going to be very helpful. I have to admit, there was a deluge of paper at the end of last week, both other alternatives and comments, and through today. And I actually had other things in my job I had to do, so I haven't actually read it yet. So I'm very happy to have this day to have you all walk through what you think is in it as a precursor. So I'll be asking a lot of questions as we go through it, and then I think we'll all be better prepared for the meeting next week to give you formal comments back.
Joe, let me just ask a question on your general statement. One of the real dilemmas that every area of public policy faces is that there's no single problem, there are multiple problems. And that multiple problems are of greater importance to some people, some regions, some interest than other problems. But on the balancing approach that you've described, in particular with regard to both ecosystem and water supply, the setting of goals, which the statute calls for in terms of performance measures and outcomes and all of that kind of stuff, is important. But what is your view of the question, how do you prevent people from saying, well, yeah, I understand it's a goal, but, you know, frankly, I don't care to spend much time dealing with runoff water into the ocean. I'd just rather get more water from the Delta. A relatively human reaction that is not addressed as I read it in the Delta plan. What do we do? What should be done? Everybody wants something to happen. Nobody wants to be regulated. Everyone wants somebody to pay for something they want. But I mean, how do you make it work?
How do you make it work? In the end, what we will do is make recommendations to you about where we think the right balance is, and the real task that you have is to sort through what staff recommends and what all of the public says, and say, and you have that task of balancing and trying to say what the co-equal goals require, and what a real balance is. Obviously, I'm opinionated about this subject, probably far more than you know, because I've been involved in it for so many years in my career. But I will try and keep my opinions out and in a professional way make recommendations and provide information, and let the council really kind of, I always call it wallowing, and my staff laughs about that. But to me, it is, you just kind of have to roll around in the mud to kind of get a feel for what all of the alternatives are, and you can have technical ways of describing, but in truth, it's a judgment call that each of the council members will have to make based on your experience over the years. So there isn't a simple answer or a mathematical formula that I can give you.
Ms. Gray.
Yeah. Thank you. Joe, I think the executive summary is probably one of the most important part of the plan itself, because I think it will set the tone for which when they start reading the actual plan. Telling the story in that summary, I think, is very important, because folks will kind of grasp what you're saying and maybe be open-minded to what the details are in the plan. So I think as we move along, that there will be other comments that will help you tell the story. And I think it really should be a story that tells this is the beginning, and this is kind of where the council is going. This is what we hope to accomplish at the end of this document. And I think it should be understandable. You're right, there are areas that have to be regulated, and especially flood control. But I think if you set the picture correctly, people will be open-minded to what will follow. And so I think it's just a matter of kind of, as we move along with certainly the fourth draft and looking at those, the EIR will help the council kind of give you input as to really telling that story, because I think that's really important. Again, it will set the tone for which, follows after executive summary.
Okay. Felicia. Turn the mic on, please.
In looking at any document or effort like this, I'm becoming more of a fan of the 7-draft death march. I just want you to know, Mr. Chairman, I didn't like it at first, but I think as you go through it, you find you have to read it in multiple ways, and one of the places I am now is looking at what's missing, if there's anything missing, or the level of depth, because I think one place where we can make a tremendous contribution, and I agree with everything you said earlier, is to actually set a new foundation for how to talk about all the issues that are interrelated in California water policy, and put them kind of in one place on the boards. We may not get every piece of it perfect, but if we get every piece of it up in an intelligible place and document, that will advance the dialogue in California, because frequently the dialogue ends up just being who happens to be in a given room. And the political impact, and I admit to being guilty of this back when I was a federal official, was you just want to get a deal with the people who are in the room, so that, and that's forward progress. And I think what we're trying to do is fundamentally different from anything that's gone before in this whole transparent, very open way with the public on the web, which is to actually get a much broader set of information out to the public, in addition to policymakers or the expert public, if you will, which I've been a part of, so that you can broaden the conversation. And even just watching the dialogue that we've had with the public in these meetings, let alone what may be going on in people's heads who are watching it on the web, has definitely had this document evolve and has changed my thinking about what's important to put out there. So if we end up, one of the tests that I want to apply to ourselves and our work is, have we put on the boards or up in an intelligible way and in the appropriate context all of the different tools and issues, both things people are afraid of, the things we know, the things we don't know, and then relook at our set of not just policies but also recommendations to see if we filled those gaps. Where we don't know it, are we suggesting that someone do it, or that we would do it in the subsequent years? Because I think that foundational work is valuable in and of itself and will have an influence far beyond our planning process. Because it just seems to me that even with people of goodwill, and many of whom are my good friends on all sides of this issue, people have focused on their interests rather than the overall interests of the state of California and the people who aren't in those rooms. And that's one of the things I've really liked about this process, as messy as it's been. So that's going to be, at this round, that'll be one of my key concerns and read-throughs.
That makes a great deal of sense to me.
Randy?
In regards to the executive summary that's been prepared, I think it does a great job of putting it in understandable terms, who we are, why we exist, and what we intend to do. So as they say, the devil is in the details. And a question similar to what Chairman Eisenberg posed to you about how do you effectively cause an agency who has the ability to capture storm runoff water but chooses to depend on imports because it's less expensive, how do you change that behavior? And I think that's where the devil is, in those details. And it's a philosophical question that we're all going to have to wrestle with. Do we become very regulatory right out of the box, or do we try and create incentives and create cooperation between stakeholders and agencies that have authority to do those kinds of things? And I suspect that in the next 6 months, that's where I refer not to use your wallowing in the mud objective. As a farmer, we try and avoid mud at all costs, because that would suggest that we're wasting water. I would prefer to say this is what we're going to be wrestling with over the next 6 months to determine what is our philosophy, incentive-based, regulatory-based, little of this, little of that. And I like the executive summary because it provides a good basis for, although it's usually designed to summarize something after it's done, in this case, I think it provides kind of a general map as to the big issues and what we need to address.
Okay. Gloria? No. Okay. A couple of things. My instinct is the executive summary will be substantially rewritten right up until the time we vote on the Delta plan. I think that's appropriate because we will learn things during the environmental review process, or have emphasis placed on things we thought we understood that we didn't. Just my only observation is I have long ago lost my expectation that any government report would sing, and I am not placing that level of burden on you, but
Well, that's different than what you told me before, which is
I still want it to
well,
sing,
I'm being polite
so you're
in
not off the
public,
hook.
yeah. But I'd at least like to get a little humming in the executive summary. I mean, the fact of the matter is, because this is such a complicated process, we tend to think in process. But actually, this is about important public policy that affects the lives of people and our ecosystem and the future of the state. And most normal people don't care about process. They care about outcome. So for me, a Delta plan like this ought to be really about outcome, only secondarily about process. So the other thing, number 2, I forgot to mention this earlier. Supervisor Natoli will be here at noon. He had a good friend die fairly abruptly. He's at a funeral this morning. He apologizes and said he'll be here as soon as he can. Hank called. He could not be here today, but he did have comments he wanted me to make on the executive summary. So, Pat, if you would record his comments and show them in the minutes, I'd appreciate it. And so let me just go through these so I can get it out of the way. Page 3, which is the start of the executive summary. Hank thinks this ought to be called a preface to the plan, not an executive summary. I just note that. On page 3, line 9, the sentence reads, "To impose on nature's variability." Hank recommends that the word impose on, or the 2 words, impose on, be deleted, and counter or counters nature's variability be inserted. Page 3, line 19. Efforts in recent years have yielded only incremental progress. He prefers the word marginal progress. Page 3, line 33. Last phrase, bring order and oversight to the debate over Delta resources, he suggests be deleted. So the sentence would then read, recent attempts to fix the situation. A distressing, plain-spoken summary of a sentence, which I think makes sense. Page 4, please. Lines 1 through 5, which is starts at therefore and ends with ensure the state water supply. He thinks that should be stricken, but the last sentence should read, if I have this correctly, as follows. Californians must set aside regional and partisan bickering, period. Threats to the, and then delete, continue to solve problems. Threats to the current water supply and ecosystem in decline cannot be ignored much longer. And solutions must be allocated or directed to solve current and future. The failure to act will imperil the current and future generations of Californians. On page 4, lines 9 through 15, he suggests you delete it. And then lines 16 and 17, he suggests modification. The sentence in his preference would read, the members of the Delta Stewardship Council are proud. Then the last change on the entire section that begins on line 38, the Delta Plan highlights. Hank thinks that actually this is where you have to shorthand summary the chapters as opposed to pick out thematics. And he says, focus on the way we are going and how we are going to do what we want to do. I think that's not an unfair statement. Those are his comments on that. But, I want to just return to one of my thoughts. I know that the hardest stuff is writing this in a way, and as we go through endless drafts from endless people and so on, Ms. Pearson and Ms. Davis have been stuck with some of the final editing, Joe, with you involved. But as we sandpaper this, the tone and texture ought to start to look common in the various chapters. I think that's very important. So it reads not as a product of separate individuals in separate chapters or sections, but as a common report. That's mostly grammatical and stylistic. And as I say, I think ultimately you won't know what's going to be in the executive summary or whatever we call it until November for a whole host of reasons. Yeah, Randy.
With all due respect to Hank, I want to disagree on one point.
Okay.
And that is request to alter the Delta Plan highlights to mimic the chapters of the plan. I think we were asked to create a story, and I think what's done now is appropriate for this point in time.
I don't think he didn't mean to maintain these diamond points, but when you have a caption that says Delta Plan highlights, he was arguing that you have to anticipate what it is to follow in the plan itself. I don't think he'd disagree necessarily with what you're saying.
My take is that this is a great start, and as we develop the details of the plan, the executive summary will morph into more of what he has described. But I think that's the ultimate product. But for now, this is a narrative that describes in general terms the kinds of problems that exist and the possible directions that we ought to go to try and solve those, and the importance in solving those problems.
Felicia? Okay. I'm going to, Joe, I think you want us to reserve our comments on the draft Delta Plan chapters until the next meeting, right?
That's correct, and we're going to focus, even at this meeting, on the actual policies and recommendations.
And then the EIR alternatives.
Because that's important for the EIR that we actually...
And I mean, I've got some arguments to make on textual language and approaches and style, but I'd rather save that until
And
the
that
next
will be
meeting.
changing and evolving over the next 6 months. You know, all of the language throughout this document is going to continue. As you've seen so far, we've had significant changes from draft 1, and we've still, after this, got at least 3 and maybe 4 more drafts to come.
Okay. All right, members, anything else on this this draft of the preface or the executive summary? Okay, Mr. Grindstaff, where do you want to go next?
I'd like to actually have Gwen come on up and walk us through the alternatives.
And let's get up whoever needs to help on that. Terry, you're coming up.
Oh, yes.
Okay.
And
Mr.
Jim,
Chair, while she's coming up, just
Yes, ma'am.
wanted to just make the point that this is an evolving document, and I think that's important to say that the changes or recommendations to whatever is not solid, that it will change as we continue to move on.
Okay. Mr. Chair, I think that that's very important. Gloria, I'm glad that you brought that up. So let's keep that in mind. There are no final decision. In fact, I think your direction earlier was you're not...
Would you move that microphone?
You're not
in
actually
front of-
taking any votes here. We're
That
just
is
going to
correct.
walk through
That
these.
is
But I
correct.
think to keep in the back of everybody's mind, even at the June meeting, what you're going to be doing is tentatively approving language for the purposes solely of starting the environmental review process. So it's really no approval of any policy or language. And as we talked about at the last meeting, there is not going to be a final vote on the Delta Plan until the EIR is completed and we've complied with the APA. So thank you for that reminder.
Okay. Okay. Who wants to start? Ms. Buckles, Mr. Andrews? What do you want to do?
Hi, I'll start. Good morning, Council. I'm Jim Andrew from the Attorney General's office. Been here before. We're helping the staff and the Council with the EIR development and process. And Ellen Garber from Shoot Mahali is helping us in that regard. And obviously, Terry and Gwen. So just wanted to give a little preface to this EIR alternatives chart, which is the one in blue.
Wait a minute. What are we talking about next? Tell me what it is. I thought we were going to do policies and recommendations. We're going to do that later?
No, we're going to do that later. First, we want to talk about the
All right.
alternatives.
Okay, blue matrix, folks in the audience and members. Blue matrix. And you should have 5 pages to the blue matrix. Okay.
So we've been here before a few times to talk about the alternatives process. I think this is maybe the 4th or 5th time we've actually been before you to talk about CEQA and alternatives. So I'm not going to I'm not intending to bore you with another PowerPoint as to the alternatives background under CEQA. You can't be bored enough by lawyers.
I love it.
So we've given you general principles about how alternatives are supposed to be formulated. Some key words out of the CEQA statute and case law are things like a reasonable range of alternatives, which is what the EIR is supposed to contain. Alternatives are supposed to meet potentially meet basic project objectives, be at least potentially feasible, and some other, and reduce environmental impacts, some general threshold criteria. And we've talked about those before. We were before you at your last meeting with a previous version of this alternatives chart, and you gave us some terrific feedback and input on that, including a couple things. One is clarity on how BDCP actually fits in with the Delta Plan itself and how that's actually treated in the EIR. And I think, as Joe alluded to in his opening remarks, there's an appendix in the Delta Plan, Appendix A, that attempts in 2 or 3 pages to summarize how the BDCP process fits in with the Delta Plan and the Delta Stewardship Council's role under the Delta Reform Act. And that is reflected in footnote 1 of this alternatives chart, which mentions that essentially, because the council in the current staff draft of the Delta Plan is electing to largely defer to BDCP the development of the detail because they're so entrenched in it, to let that process kind of play out, we're going to have treat it accordingly in the EIR. We'll discuss it at a general level of detail as to what that process is and what may come out of it. But it's going to be inherently a general level of detail because it's not the Stewardship Council's process. But we will discuss it in the EIR, and that's reflected again in Appendix A of the Delta Plan. And I think we tried to put it in that 3-page document in as clear a fashion as we could, and I think it gets there. But I will welcome your feedback on it after you've had a chance to look at that Appendix A. You also gave us feedback that you wanted the no project alternative listed in this chart, which it was not last time, and it now is in the second column that you see. So just to look at the chart then briefly and give you a sense of how it's organized. I mean, you just got this, and obviously it's pretty dense. So just to give you some overview about the way it's organized, and it's largely organized the way it was where you saw it last time. Over on the left-hand column where it says Delta Plan policy areas, those are, I think, essentially chapters 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7, sort of the main policy areas that come from the Delta Plan itself. So
8 is included Delta's place with a
right,
recommendation.
8. Yeah. So that's the left-hand column. Then we have the proposed project based on the 4th staff draft, the no project alternative. Then we have 3 basic alternatives with kind of 2 sub-alternatives for 1 and 2. And these are the same basic 3 alternatives that we presented last time. An increased emphasis on use of the Delta for reliable water. Alternative 2 is increased emphasis on Delta ecosystem restoration. And Alternative 3 is increased emphasis on protection and enhancement of the Delta as place, essentially. We have included in Alternatives 1 and 2 Alternatives 1A and 1B and 2A and 2B. Alternative, and Gwen will go into this in a little more detail, Alternative 1A and 2A are largely what we had presented last time in these categories. Based on the input that we've gotten from some stakeholders, we've rounded out a couple of other ones that are, I guess I call them sub-alternatives, to round out our reasonable range of alternatives. And as you can see I think Gwen has done a really nice job in putting this chart together to put a lot of very dense information, but in reasonably accessible context, where she uses the idea of emphasis and how the different alternatives vary in terms of more or less emphasis on certain of these topic areas than the staff draft Delta Plan as it exists today. So I think it's for a very complex topic, it's a good way to quickly get a sense in a snapshot fashion how the alternatives ratchet up or ratchet down emphasis on different policy areas. And obviously, the chart, as I mentioned, is a very, very summary fashion of some very deep, detailed topics. And in the EIR itself, obviously, these alternatives will be rounded out in much more detail. And then lastly, the last reminder, and I've mentioned this before, our intent is to analyze each of these alternatives in a co-equal level of detail so that the council at the end of the day could choose to adopt one of these alternatives rather than the Delta plan as drafted. And we've mentioned that before, so just to reiterate. So unless there are any threshold questions, I'll turn it over to Gwen to go through the chart in a little more detail.
I know you've talked about this before, but the purpose of the environmental alternatives and the environmental impact report is to provide options and alternatives which arguably each meet the requirements of law, meaning the mandate to us, or is this ignore the law we're created by, and any idea by anybody can be studied and you can adopt that? I mean, what's the relationship to the statute that created us and told us to do all these things?
Well, there's as I mentioned before, the development of alternatives is kind of a two-step process. At the outset, and just in terms of formulating them and figuring out what you're going to actually study as your quote reasonable range, those alternatives have to meet some kind of threshold sanity silly test. Have to be at least potentially feasible, and feasible is a term of art in CEQA that includes legally feasible, economically feasible, and the like, but it's at least potentially feasible. Later on in the process, when you actually get down to adopting a version of the Delta plan and rejecting essentially the alternatives, meaning you're not selecting those, we'll do a more refined analysis of what is and what is not feasible. The other criteria has to at least reduce at least one. The alternatives have to reduce at least one environmental impact, because the whole purpose of looking at alternatives under CEQA, to step up for a little bit here to the 30,000-foot level, is before the government in California takes any action that could have an impact on the environment, you're supposed to figure out if there's a way you can still accomplish your basic goals and do it in a way that is less damaging on the environment. So the alternatives, in order for you to even study them, have to, at least at the threshold, reduce at least one or two environmental impacts. So that's another criteria. The third one, as I kind of just alluded to, is the alternatives have to at least be potentially able to meet basic project objectives, which for the council comes at least in large part from the statute itself. So
the co-equal goals and the objectives contained within that goal, right, as necessary to reach it according to the law, are kind of the foundational. So whatever I get. Let me ask a question. Is this a mix and match process? And I should have asked you this before. Oh, gosh, I like this option and this. I mean, it has to be, whatever the final the plan is that's adopted has to have itself the possibility, probability of achieving the mandated results, the outcome, the co-equal goals, the objectives, right?
Right. I mean, the ultimate item that you adopt at the end of the day has to meet those criteria. And the mix and match thing we've talked about before, which is at the end of the day, whatever Delta plan version of the Delta plan the council chooses to adopt has to have had analysis under CEQA of that comprehensive document. Now, depending on if you do elect to mix and match between different alternatives at the end of the day, we'll have to evaluate whether or not that a comprehensive evaluation of that finally assembled mix and matched version has been covered in the EIR, and if not, we'll have to do a quick update, or not quick, we'll have to do an update to the EIR to ensure that comprehensive view of the mixed and matched version is adequately analyzed under CEQA, and we'll just have to cross that bridge when we get there.
Just a quick one. It's an interesting point. We might have to recirculate for 45 days or whatever the requirement is if we chose to do that. Does that suggest, too, that one of our tasks between now and hopefully next week, I'm looking at poor Gwen, is to also think about all these elements that are in all these alternatives and consider whether any of the elements in the alternatives are ones that we would prefer to have in that preferred alternative? Because there are some things that are different in them that aren't necessarily in conflict with others. I mean, I think these are illustrative, and I like the way you all have done this a lot. But I'm thinking we would be again, without saying this is prejudging what the plan is, as we look at these different elements, now that we have other alternatives and we're looking at them displayed this way, and we're going to be looking at the policies and recommendations, the kind of advice you need next week is, well, here was a good idea we hadn't had in the plan that comes up in, say, the aqua approach. Why don't we toss that into the preferred alternative 2? Because you're going to have duplication. They're not all completely different. That took me a long time to say, but I think you know what I mean.
I think that's, I mean, yeah,
I'm just trying to
that's
figure out
right.
what's the task of the next week to focus
No, I
on.
think that's appropriate because, as we'll talk about, these alternatives were developed in many cases from, well, in all cases, from comments that we've received since last summer, and sort of a compilation, trying to make them into a limited number, but, packaging things that we received on the comments. And those comments we've categorized into these alternatives. Those comments are still, as we've submitted them all to the council, those are certainly available to provide input to the fifth staff draft Delta plan.
And if I might add, to answer the CEQA question, whatever the council determines is the project description will be analyzed in the EIR, and then the alternatives still have to be, excuse me, a reasonable range, what Mr. Andrews said, meet those CEQA criteria. But certainly, until the time that the project description is analyzed in the EIR, if it changes, that's what it becomes.
You guys have been hectoring me in the last 10 days with a case whose name, a court case whose name I cannot remember, that is the admonition, Phil, don't fool around with the CEQA alternatives and leave the impression you have prejudged all of this. Go back and explain that to me again, because I want to understand how it fits into what you've just said.
Well, I think I touched on it briefly at the last meeting towards the end, that ultimately, and I don't mean this in a flippant way, I really don't, but it's CEQA's requirements, the requirements of CEQA and case law interpreting it really dictates what the alternatives and reasonable range of alternatives are. And so, because the purpose of CEQA is to be an objective analysis to inform decision makers about the potential impacts of their actions, of their decisions. And it's supposed to be objective, that flows from facts and analysis, and is supposed to then, at the end of the day, then the decision makers get to take that information and make decisions based on it. So it's a little bit of I think what it is a cart before the horse. We want to make sure that the analysis is there and that it's full and objective before decisions are made and based on it, rather than decisions being made up front dictating the way that analysis goes. And I won't bore you with the heavy details of this case, but it was in essence this case where the decision makers decided up front some technical, scientific, analytical detail that really affected the objectivity of the analysis at the end of the day. And the court said, well, that's not the role. It's supposed to be objective analysis first, then decision-making based on that analysis. So I hope that answers your question.
Okay. Randy.
A question on phasing. There are several items that we will be dealing with that we may be targeting 30 years from now, accomplishing thus and so. But in the interim, there are going to be several other steps that may not be exactly what the 30-year ultimate achievement is construction of something. How much do we need to take into account during the CEQA process for something that requires phasing over time?
Well, CEQA requires you to analyze in as much detail as you possibly can the decisions you're making. And the more out in the future, the more uncertain it is the outcome of the actual decisions, the less specific inherently the analysis has to be. And there's a term of art in CEQA called undue speculation. You're not required to unduly speculate about the consequences, and the less tangible your actual regulatory authority is through the Delta plan, and the farther out the potential consequences are, inherently less detailed the analysis can be, because you can't there's other case law that says CEQA does not require a crystal ball. We don't have that. So we do the best we can, and the items that are more short-term inherently lend themselves to a more detailed and less speculative level of analysis, because we can see 5 years down the road a little easier than we can see 30. Does that answer the question?
Okay, Ms. Buchholz, why don't you walk us through this and tell me, what do you think the best way is to approach this? Because it's easy to get lost on page 4, line whatever it is. What's the right way to start?
I'd like to start with how we prepared this. And Jim, he talked about how we all put this together. Let me just make I want to emphasize a couple things. One of the things is that there's a lot more detail in the draft EIR than that's on the sheet. The sheet went from 1 page now to 5. We put every item that we're going to be discussing in the document. We'd have the document. And so I do want to make sure that, especially when we talk about things that we've based them on specific, and I'll get to this specific submittals of comment submittals, we recognize that in those comments there were a lot more details on certain measures and prioritization, or measures and provisions. They may or may not show up in this. They may not show up in this table. That doesn't mean we're not putting them in the draft EIR project or alternatives description. So I just want to say that.
By the way, when will the draft EIR be available?
In July.
July, okay. Roughly at the time of publication, shortly there, I guess.
At the time of publication.
Okay, all right, okay.
Mm-hmm. And we're heading towards a July timeframe.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Mm-hmm.
So that was the first thing I wanted to make sure that we may have items, and saying people were saying, well, something else needs to be here, and they are. There's a lot of tables, there's a lot of details behind things, just like there are in some of the graphic boxes that are now showing up in 4-staff draft Delta Plan. We have a lot of that type of information that's very clear for the reader in the draft EIR. So that's number 1 point. We can put that as part of the header. Number 2 is, let me just talk about where we looked at it. When we put together alternative proposed project column has been modified to be consistent with the 4-staff draft Delta Plan. And if there are changes between 4th and 5th staff draft, that column will also be modified again, as will the description in the draft EIR. In the alternative 1A, that was a compilation of many of the comments. We sort of compiled the comments from people who use Delta water, both in Delta and users of the exported water from the Delta. And that was the emphasis on that process. The emphasis of Alternative 1 is the increased emphasis on the use of Delta water, reliable water supplies, as compared to also, it has less local emphasis on development of local supplies in alternatives 1A and 1B. So versus the proposed project, if you go into, when we get to the policies and recommendations, we'll be discussing that later on today, that there's a lot of emphasis on the development of water conservation, as Mr. Grindstaff said, water recycling, stormwater capture. This has less emphasis on that and more of a continued emphasis on the development of especially of Delta water, use of Delta water in the export areas especially. In Alternative 2, and then 1B, we received on last Friday, a submittal that was a submittal of a joint submittal of it came in under
Ag Urban Coalition.
Ag Urban Coalition, thank you. It came in under the the Association of California Water Agencies signature, and we have we've summarized that and made that into a separate alternative, as was requested in that letter for the purposes of discussion today. Alternative 2, we put together comments that were received from
I'm sorry,
environmental.
Gwen, let me just ask you a question.
Yes,
My experience is that when you do something like this, somebody's going to say, you didn't write my proposal the way I want it written.
Mm-hmm.
How do we and I understand legally we can't have, we're not required to let 38 million Californians each write their own alternative that has to be evaluated. We're doing it within a range that gives us the information needed to make consistent decisions.
Mm-hmm.
How are you going to deal with what will inevitably be, no, you have to change these words, that words? I mean, what's the process?
Well,
I'm unfamiliar with it.
Let me answer that. With respect to this table, we did a summary of those words. And when we move to the alternatives description in the draft EIR, I would anticipate that we would use the words as
It'll
modified.
be more detailed, more specific.
Right.
Yeah,
They may be
okay.
modified so that we have consistent abbreviations, that type of thing. But
Mm-hmm.
we would utilize, if we were going to cite that comment and that submittal as that specific alternative, we would follow that alternative as was submitted.
I want to add that that's an example, that alternative, but also the one from the Environmental Water Caucus, where I think we will still have some questions where we're going to have to flesh out what that alternative really means. So, for example, the Ag-Urban Coalition alternative talks about consistency, and I'm not clear about some of the language that's in there, and we'll have a discussion of that specifically a little bit later on, but I think we're going to have to understand it a little bit better in order to do the environmental review. But I think in order to have a broad range of alternatives, because that coalition alternative is not just different in focus on policy areas, but also in approach. As is the Environmental Water Caucus proposal, their approach would be a more regulatory approach, I think, and certainly has a different emphasis on water supply and how you'd meet the co-equal goals there. So we're going to have to flesh these alternatives out, but I think we want to give the council a broad range of alternatives of actions and approaches to achieving the co-equal goals as best we can based on what information we've got.
If I can just add something to that, I think Joe's exactly right. He said broad range, and CEQA calls it the reasonable range, and I think that's exactly right. And I think the approach we've taken is consistent with the transparent nature of how this has happened, and the number of stakeholders, and just the tremendous input and out there. Is we've been informed by all the comments we've received in development of these alternatives from the beginning, before we received anything on a Friday. So, Gwen's been keeping a close track of all the comments we've received since the beginning of this process, dating back to December when we went out with the notice of preparation, and we've gotten comments about the alternatives that should be evaluated, and that has been tracked well and has informed our formulation of these alternatives. And I think the submission that we received on Friday is no different. It just has rounded out the reasonable range, and that's reflected in the chart.
Also, and I do want to add, on alternative 1B compared to 1A, when we compiled the comments in alternative 1, what turned out to be alternative 1A, there were differences, some of it because of specificity of the submittal that we received on Friday, some of them were actually differences. That was more of a point when we moved to alternative 2, which was an increased emphasis on delta ecosystem restoration, especially as compared to the changes in the resultant land uses that we think that would occur under conditions of the proposed project. This has a much more emphasis on increased delta ecosystem restoration, more than identified in the proposed policies for ecosystem restoration. Looking at the comments we received from environmental resource agencies and stakeholders, there were, as a marked difference in some of those, and the compilation of those comments into an alternative as compared to what we saw both in the third edition of the California Water Solutions Now report, and then we also added the Environmental Water Caucus, which was provided by the Environmental Water Caucus. We also added their 3 comment letters that we received in March, May, and June to this, because the California Water Solutions Now doesn't include all of the Delta Plan policy areas. So by combining those 3 comment letters from Environmental Water Caucus and their report, that's how we developed the alternative 2B. And it was different enough than the alternative 2A compilation of comments that we felt that it was inappropriate to have it as a second alternative, or sub-alternative, but still with the emphasis on Delta ecosystem restoration. In the alternative 3, this was based upon comments from Delta communities and agencies, stakeholders, and again, very focused in this right. When we look at, as we talked about earlier, that the alternative should reduce an adverse impact, a significant adverse impact that may occur, and we haven't done the impact assessment yet, so we're sort of looking ahead, that may occur due to the implementation of the proposed project. Through the proposed policies and recommendations and the potential implementation of that through the year 2100, it is anticipated that we will see a change in existing Delta land uses through the implementation of both ecosystem restoration policies and reduced risk policies. The alternative 3, then, that would be is an example of how we put together an alternative that would reduce those adverse impacts associated with the existing Delta land uses.
Glenn, I have a question on Alternative 1A. It's described as users of Delta water. Mm-hmm. My take on that would be those that hold water rights that reside and operate within the legal Delta.
Oh, then it's primarily the users of water exported from the Delta.
We probably should say that.
We will fix that for you. Mm-hmm.
By the way, on that point, I know you're going to refine this. I wonder whether the caption descriptions of the 3 alternatives, where you've got alternative 1 is increased emphasis on use of the Delta for reliable water supplies. That deals with water reliability, but it does not mention the position on ecosystem or the Delta as an involving place, all of which are within the statutory definition of co-equal goals. Should the titles attempt, I mean, I don't know the right answer to it, but it just occurred to me that it was a strange way of writing it. Ms. Garber.
I think there are each of the 3 bigger categories of alternatives attempts to address one of those.
One of the co-equals.
One of the co-equals, okay. Excuse me, in order to demonstrate that there is a range among the alternatives.
And so...
So if they all emphasized all of them, then we wouldn't have a range. And then to the extent within each of these 3 conceptual boxes, we've, as Gwen described and Jim described, the alternatives take into account what people have said about those emphases. To the extent, and just to address your initial question a little bit more too, to the extent that a commenter says, well, this isn't exactly what I said in my letter in this alternative, that may be because we looked at all the comments on that theme, and the attempt is to look at that, the spirit of that theme, but any single commenter can't really expect to have his or her precise alternative analyzed. There could be a little variation, again, to make sure there's a range of alternatives. If that answers the question.
And then, as we've said before, one of the main purposes of the EIR is to inform the council about the actual nature of the co-equal goals and how co-equal they actually are. And so to predetermine, I think, to piggyback on what Ellen said, to predetermine at this point that only this precise formulation of the Delta Plan actually makes them, quote, co-equal is premature. So the purpose of the EIR is to round that out and to inform that. So, what we've basically done in this chart is you take the proposed Delta plan in the fourth staff draft and kind of imagine the co-equal, tri-equal goals, however you want to put it, is 3 dials, and we've kind of adjusted each of those dials a little bit to turn some of the emphasis areas up and down, still within a reasonable range, so that at the end of the day you'll be informed by that, so you can actually make a decision about what you ultimately think is the right balance of the goals to make them co-equal.
I want to add that the labels, maybe we should just call them alternatives, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, but this is trying to be informative about the thought process, because if you have one alternative where you're trying to achieve the co-equal goals, I'll pick the Environmental Water Caucus alternative. They say we can achieve the co-equal goals, but our way of going about achieving those co-equal goals would be to reduce exports and do more restoration this way and make up for the loss of exports by doing more conservation, more of these other kinds of programs. They believe that their approach achieves the co-equal goals the same as the other approaches might or might not achieve the co-equal goals. They would say it achieves it better. And what we want to do is actually do this reasonable range, as I heard Jim say, to make sure that you're informed for that decision.
Yeah, and I would suggest leaving if I may, just leaving the titles as they are. I think that it says increased emphasis. It doesn't say, pump all the water out of the delta. I mean, it inherently includes a balance of those goals. I mean, we're open to suggestion, obviously, but I can't think of a better way to make it clear enough, actually, what's going on here without getting into an intellectual circle.
There's also another point that Alternative 1 is actually worded specifically for a different reason, too. I just want to make the point, is that in the proposed project, the way the proposed policies and recommendations are prepared is it is a balance of development of local and regional, sub-regional water supplies, as well as water supplies that are exported from the Delta. And it is the co-equal goals is that they would have a more reliable water supply for California. And as Mr. Grander said, there's several ways to make that more reliable supply for California. We're not saying it's not reliable. It's just a different way of achieving that reliability. In the proposed project, in Alternative 2, and even in Alternative 3, that's a balance, more of a combination of the local and regional water supplies, as well as the use of water exported from the Delta. In Alternative 1, this is much more of an emphasis on the use of the water exported from the Delta in the existing areas of use, and less development of local and regional water supplies. Much more akin in some ways to it's not akin to the facilities existing because it's going to be different than no project. One of the things that allows us to do is compare not just potential, and these are all programmatic, but potential construction impacts and operation impacts of facilities, both in the local and regional areas that would be needed to help meet that water supply reliability throughout California, as well as any potential construction operation of facilities that would occur within the Delta region.
Could you repeat that again? The last part, the part about construction and evaluation.
Because it's a programmatic document, we don't know the siting of anything. I mean, we don't know the siting of facilities in the Delta. We don't know the siting of facilities that would be in other areas that would use, in this case, water that's areas that currently use water from the Delta or in the future. And in that process, though, there would be implications that if you're developing, as we say, even in the proposed project, more emphasis on development of local and regional water supplies to reduce reliance. And we'll get into this, I'm sure, in more detail when we talk about the policies and recommendations. But those lead to the development of more water recycling, for instance, which would have to have both construction and operational changes. Whether they're significant adverse impacts, significant benefits, that's a different issue for the EIR. But at a programmatic level, we certainly want to acknowledge that those will occur. And so the difference here between Alternative 1 and proposed project, which is why we defined it that way and not defined it as the way in the co-equal goals. Co-equal goals was that it's a more reliable water supply for California. We're not saying that, so there's two different ways to achieve that more reliable water supply potentially. Once we finish the impact assessment, that will certainly be determined. So Alternative 1 was essentially set up to have less emphasis on local and regional development of new local and regional water supplies, as compared to more emphasis on the use of water exported from the Delta.
Felicia? Microphone, please.
Sorry, just an observation. And that's why there is a possibility, as much as we're trying to avoid it, that when we get to, in order to evaluate them, they need to be different. And we may choose belt suspenders and flying monkeys when we're done. Mm-hmm. You know, as opposed, we might do all of the above in order to have a safer path to the next 90 years. So it's very helpful. I just want to thank you, having been through these processes a lot, for the diligence that you all as lawyers and you as implementers are showing to this, because I think all too often CEQA isn't used properly. People don't take it as the great planning tool it can be, and then it gets a bad rap because people have done it poorly, not because it in and of itself is a challenging device. And so I just want to thank you for the care with which you're trying to construct this. And I think if we can do this right, that also has a good government aspect that has value beyond the substance. So thank you for the diligence and the care. I really feel it's important for us to do this right in a way, not only that you give a reasonable range of options and impacts to the reasonable decision makers, which we are incredibly reasonable, but also to the public, so the public can understand the nature of the decisions made, which is the in tandem goal of CEQA, and is also in line, in parallel, in sync with what we're trying to do. So I do think that good government aspect of it all is really important. I want to thank you for your help on that.
You're going to go through each of the pages on this with us, or what's your pleasure?
Is the pleasure of the council?
What do you recommend?
I'm looking for the times issues today.
I was not intending to do that. What I was hoping to do is provide the information and then allow for some discussion. I want the council to be aware that what we're going to do is ask next week that you direct staff to release the EIR, or to develop an EIR and release the draft EIR in July. And based on these concepts, obviously it will be modified, but it seemed like before we ask you to do that, we ought to have more discussion and allow that discussion to be as in-depth as you'd want. But unless you would like to go through each page.
I was asking. Randy, then Felicia.
I want to expand on Felicia's belt and suspenders comment. If, for example, water supply, we have in one column increased or improved reliability of transfers of water through the Delta. One plan emphasizes that. Another emphasizes development of local projects, belts and suspenders. If we should choose as a council that they're both important and need to be part of the Delta plan, at what point does that come together? And would that constitute, if it comes together after the CEQA process, another 45-day public review period?
It would depend on how the wording that goes. Everything's in the. This is literally one of those devils in the details type thing. With respect to looking at the transfers, we've had a lot of comments about the concern about facilitating transfers, making the system, the methodology easier, the approvals faster. I don't want to dive into the details, which I have a bad habit of doing here, but that type of thing is one issue. What these are really looking at is much more of a higher level than that. And so in all of these, for instance, we are talking about continued exports of water through the Delta. The consideration comes down to is the emphasis of the use of that water, the types of facilities of that water, and how you balance it. So if you're looking at transfers and it's part of the portfolio, and this is really difficult. I'm going to tell you, this is extremely difficult, especially for somebody like me who likes to dive into the details, because we're doing this very programmatically. It's not a numbers game. It's not a modeling game. And so we're trying to say what is the difference in the wording that would actually potentially lead to a change in the environment, in the physical environment. And in that case, so if you're looking at something that would require construction, operation of new facilities, those are the kind of things you'd want to differ, or even operational changes that make a physical change in the environment. That those are the kind of things you'd want to have, if they're discernible, you want to have those in different alternatives or sub-alternatives. But if it's something that says we're moving water through the Delta in a transfer, or we're moving water on a continuation of operations, and you're not seeing at a programmatic level a discernible difference, then those are the types of things that become more policy-oriented but may not discern between EIR alternatives.
And I think there's something important to keep in mind, which is what is the nature of the decision that's actually before the council. If the council doesn't have authority over airports in San Diego, so we don't need to look at that. So it depends. I'm using that as a
Mr. Fiorini, as a pilot, begs to differ.
Okay.
With your conclusion.
So it's the nature of what your actual decision is. The way that we've set it up to date is that the council is the way the draft is set up is with respect to conveyance, for example, new conveyances, that you're deferring to the BDCP process. So you're not actually, if you stick to that approach, the decision before you is not particular pipe sizes and the like, so we won't be looking at that. The decision, the way we've set it up to date with respect to conveyance, and again, this is discussed in detail in that Appendix A of the Delta Plan, is whether or not you're going to remain silent on what you would recommend that DWR and others do with respect to conveyance, which is how the staff draft is largely set up now. It's set up to say we think that BDCP should go forward and continue on with their work, but without actually, and this is the last bullet point on the first page in the left-hand column, no specific recommendations about specific pipe sizes or types of conveyance. The options are, well, to recommend that you think the DWR should look at certain types of conveyance as a sort of priority option, and this is, the last bullet point under Alternative 1A, for example, on the first page. Recommend as a priority option that DWR look at certain types of things. So the question is, we have to analyze the decisions that are actually before you, and we analyze the in detail that matches the actual decision that you're making. So I think it's a long way to answer your question about, well, belt suspenders. It sort of depends on how thick that belt is and what the nature of the buckle is. And I think we'll just have to cross that bridge when we get there. And again, this gets back to the chair's question about the mixing and matching and the recirculation. If at the end of the day, the council, after being informed by public comment on the draft and on the EIR itself, elects to mix and match and do a belt and suspenders that we actually think might result in some impacts, the combination of which we haven't fully looked at in the EIR, then we'll have to do a modification and recirculate it, but we won't know until we get there.
And very briefly, CEQA naturally provides a legal test for, at that time, which route you go, recirculate or not.
Felicia.
Just a comment on the earlier question about how we proceed. I think these are good and illustrative, which is helpful. I would, even if we were going to comment on this document going through all the alternatives. I would rather do it after we do the regulatory and policy thing on the agenda so that we're more comfortable with the staff draft and the preferred alternative. Then it makes more sense to look at the alternatives if we need to. So I don't want to say these guys have to stay all day, as much fun as it would be for you. But that's the way it makes more sense to me logically.
Okay, Gwen.
I also want to make a point that it's important, and why we've packaged these together is because when you do the impact assessments on this, it's an alternative as it goes down the column. And so you may see different activities proposed that, could potentially have certain construction activities. For instance, I'm going to do construction because it's a little easier to think about to me. Activities that have a sort of a symbiotic relationship to some other part that also may have. So we, like in the alternative 3, we have included a through delta conveyance, as has been proposed by many of the Southern Delta water interests and all. Through that process actually has some improvements of levees in the Central and South Delta. And so that would actually have some reduced risk issues, reducing flood potential. And so it has, when you look at the flood management, that's in there, even though that's not really a flood management activity. And so when we look at the impact assessment of everything, we package the combined potential outcomes of all of the pieces of the alternative together. So when you change them later on and mix or match, the new combination might have a different resultant combined impact or benefit.
Okay.
So I think with that, not intending to go through the chart, and I turn it back to Joe to go through the plan itself. And
Okay, so now what we're going to do is look at the white matrix, which is the comparison of the policies and the recommendations compared in the 4th draft to the 3rd draft, right? And Joe, how are we going to do that? What's the...
Well, I'd like Gwen to stay up there, and I'd like then the respective authors of or responsible parties, because the authorship is there have been numerous changes and suggestions and edits by lots of people. So as we get to a different chapter, the principal author should come up and join Gwen, because they may know more than she does about why something is worded the way it is.
They absolutely know more than I do on these things. So with that, should we start with executive summary? And
Let's
Jessica?
go ahead and go to the...
Pearson?
What I wanted to do was actually walk through this white side by side that we have.
Okay, I'm sorry.
And just start going through that. There is a cover sheet that I think everybody has. It has the number of policies and number of recommendations, just kind of showing where they're at. And then what we have here, and everybody should have it, is a sheet showing what the current 4th staff draft is and what the 3rd staff draft was. And for those of you that want a red line strikeout, I actually told staff, don't print that, because I find that on the column. We were going to put that in that column where it says 3rd staff draft and do red line strikeout. I just looked at that and said that's not useful for me. I would rather actually be able to read what the original draft was and read what the new draft is. So blame me if there's problems with that. And they did prepare it, so if in the end somebody wants to actually use that document, see me afterwards and we'll see if we can get that to you. But this is, I thought this was a more useful way for people to be able to see what was in the last draft, what the next draft is, what changed, and we can talk about what's there. So with that, I'll defer to Gwen to start off with the governance policy 1. I mentioned that I'm going to start off on this one. One of the things that I became aware of as I got into this even more is that there may in fact be conflicts, and we attempted to address that in Chapter 3, and and we may need to add more specifics to this policy here. One of the things that I'm concerned about is if, in fact, there is a covered action that is absolutely the right thing to do, but that violates in some way one of the detailed policy areas that the council and certifying agencies have the ability to acknowledge that and say that. And so in Chapter 3 we actually say that, but I think we may need to amend this policy as it appears here in 4 to actually say it explicitly as part of the policy, as part of the regulation, so that it's clear to everybody. Some call this a waiver.
I'm honest to God, I didn't understand anything you said.
I'm sorry.
Can I, and I've heard it before. I look at this and I say, okay, the 4th draft and the 3rd draft both dealt with the information required by the council to review certificates of consistency that are established by statute. The 3rd staff draft was more elaborate. Everybody yelled and screamed we were asking for too much information. The 4th staff draft provides a shorter list of information rewritten. Did I have that right?
Yes.
Okay. Then there is this thing you've just said, which is, what do we do when, Joe, I just didn't understand what you said.
Okay. Jessica, where in this chapter is that specific language? I'm not finding it.
It's under the subtitle, Confusing Legal Thing That None of You Will Understand. That's what the subtitle is.
Joe, are you looking for the language that we spoke about that
Yes.
is the discretion for the council language,
Yes.
I suppose you could call it?
The consistency certifications of consistency appears on page 45 of chapter 3. Starts there anyway.
Okay, we're looking at page 45,
Line
beginning on line
31.
31. And we've discussed on staff whether this language should somehow manifest in the policy, in the regulatory policy itself. But basically, we've had some examples brought to staff where there's thought that a covered action may not be able to meet to the T every single provision in the Delta plan. However, the council may find that it furthers the co-equal goals and that there's not substantial harm caused by the project to the co-equal goals. And so should there be some sort of discretion that's built into a policy recognizing that the co-equal goals drive the council's decision above all? We've struggled with it, and so we don't have the exact language yet, but this is an attempt that you see in this draft.
Well, I understood the language on page 45 better than I did the verbal description, and I note that
My staff is much smarter than I am.
well, I didn't say that. Wouldn't dispute it, but I didn't say that. But if there is to be language that goes into government policy number 1, consistent with what you're talking about, we need to see it, and it's going to have to be pretty clear.
I think we have to bring something, but I want to raise that as we look
Okay.
at GP1, because I think this is where it would belong. And of all the things that are actually in this policy now, that's the thing that's not there that I think should be there. So I actually feel pretty good about the policy the way it's written now, but I felt that was lacking, and so I brought it up in an inarticulate way.
Randy?
I think we're getting to the point where when we have conversations about details like this, examples would be very, very helpful.
And just a point of clarification.
Great.
The
Gloria?
language that we're looking at on the chart is placed in the plan. And so are we deciding whether or not this makes sense as a policy relative to this particular area? So we're going through.
This language in the
comments.
chart comes directly from the plan. It
Right,
is the
it's
language in the plan.
So we're
Yes,
having
it
a
was
discussion about whether or not it makes sense to include this concept language.
Yes.
It may or may not change, okay.
Right, so whether we would include, sorry. You mean whether we would include this concept that you and Jessica just talked about, which seems important to me. I want to talk
Yes.
about a little bit in the chart.
Yes, in the chart and in the actual
Which is actually
plan
the
that we
document.
say is
That-
part of the
that-
pre-PERT
that-
project.
Just see, my suggestion is, don't we want to say, why don't you write the language, the amendment to policy number 1 for chapter 3, and bring it to us next week, so we can look at it, and everybody can look at it, so we can figure out what it is you're suggesting.
Sure. I will
I mean,
do
it
that.
seems to me
I
that's
want to
what-
make sure that you guys, that the council was on board with us
Well-
conceptually.
Well, but,
Your head hurts.
my head hurts. We have language in, we had language in the third draft. I think we actually had language in earlier versions and textual language that a project, a covered action, may not meet all conditions of the Delta plan.
Right.
We've already had that language in there in some places. So I'm a little puzzled as to what's lacking. Maybe it is, but
My concern is just to make sure it's in the
Well,
regulatory part.
I'd be happy to look at some language.
Good.
And maybe the audience people can help suggest
Yeah,
language to help.
but Joe, just remember, we're not voting on this language.
No.
We're not voting today, we're not voting next week on this language. This is what the staff's recommending to us, that they be permitted to circulate with appropriate revisions and so on for environmental purposes. But if you want to have it submitted for environmental purposes, I do recommend that you tag here, you tag the issue. And if you can get the language by next week, or a more clear statement of what you're thinking about, then, we'll look at it and say, maybe okay, maybe not, so get a reaction to it. I'm sure there'll be things like this scattered throughout the policies and recommendations.
So
Okay.
can we explain what we just agreed upon, the directions to Joe? Because
What I just heard was, Joe, bring it back in writing next week.
But no objection to the concept.
No objection to the
I actually
concept.
think this escape hatch, or whatever you want to call it, is really important, because no project can meet every single thing equally. That's just not the way of the world. So we need to be able to have some discretion and be able to decide that something doesn't do violence to the co-equal goals, as opposed to that it has to artificially jump
Yeah.
through a hoop that doesn't make sense for the given project.
The art form will be to avoid writing a loophole
Right.
that permits 90 years of exemptions for one of the co-equal goals without regard to the impact on the entire statutory definition of co-equal goals. That, to me, is that's an important. I don't know how to write it, but I think
Agreed.
you've got to think it through. Okay.
Other items on this chapter? Do you want to do that, or are there other things on this chapter you wanted to put in front of us?
No.
This is a question that may be a belated one, and this is one of those things that's been on my list, but other things have been more pressing first. And maybe I somehow just missed this conversation. When I think of governance, this is about our governance. When I think of governance, it's kind of one of the huge issues out there about water. I mean, this morning, the Delta Vision Foundation is going to be issuing its report card. Some of you may have already seen it if it's out online. They are going to blast the lack of follow-through by various governmental agencies in coordinating with each other or getting their tasks done. So one of the issues that has been a challenge, and I say this knowing full well that no government agency can do everything everyone's asked it to do, so they're always having to make choices, that if we want a more focus and intentionality and progress on reconciling the various interests but also activities on California water, the governance at the state level has got to be more responsive and coordinated. Now, the PPIC report had a whole chapter in how they suggested we do it. I agree with some of it. I disagree with some of it. We're not even addressing it at all. And I just want to put that there as an asterisk or a question or a placeholder, because it just struck me that maybe we should be making recommendations on not just deadlines that we're setting for certain agencies, which certainly helps on some of those ongoing efforts, but also thinking about some other way to bring coherence. I know there are 8 million multi-agency councils that have to meet at a certain time and do reports to the governor, and that's a methodology that works in the federal government and it's worked at the state government, but we're not, that seems to me a big blank. And so I could say more about it, but I won't. My question is, have we somehow considered that and rejected it and I just missed it? And I apologize for not bringing it up, or is that something, even in the short time we have, that we could still consider, because I don't think it has an environmental impact.
Yeah, and I want to play off that. I think the most interesting thing in this is what you deleted from the third draft. You deleted that covered actions have to exhibit managerial and financial capacity. You deleted that covered actions and applicants have to be in compliance with water quality and water rights laws, existing laws, not new laws. And you deleted the language on large-scale ecosystem restoration and water management that in some ways is one of the few statements that prods agencies to be real about their plans. And that ties into what Ms. Marcus said. Why did we delete that? I mean, I understand all the covered action potential parties, state and local agencies, say, well, you're just asking for too much information and it's unfair. But is it really unfair to ask people on covered actions to comply with existing law? I mean, give me a rationale. Because that's out now.
I don't remember the existing law thing being deleted. I think we believe...
Third staff draft number 4, all covered actions must identify and comply with existing relevant law, including water quality regulations and water rights. It's out.
I just don't remember it.
I think we just did it, and I'll talk for staff at this point. I think we were just trying to clean it up under we thought that was self-evident. And
Well, I mean, it's Ms. Marcus's point. The only thing that seems to unify all the diverse interest in the water world is they all complain that we talk endlessly and nothing gets done. But missing from the 4 staff draft are minor step for covered action, saying, guys, are you in compliance with law? State agency, are you in compliance with law? I mean...
Well, it's kind of big.
That seems pretty straightforward. I understand why the agencies, state and local, don't like it. But tell me why we should just give up on it.
it was just strictly trying to, it's that infamous technical editing.
Joe? Okay. Well, I've made my views on that one clear.
So for the, I want to make a sharper
things,
point on this. So in the preferred project, what I'm gathering is that bullet point should come back in. That
well, for me, the preferred project is a project, among other things. This is Ms. Marcus's point.
Actually, it's a different point,
Nothing
but it's
seems
fine.
to happen, and to a large extent, it doesn't happen. You know, the whole question of existing law required people to report their uses of water, and a whole bunch of people didn't until the legislature, after 70 years, finally started to impose some minor fines. I mean, I don't want to claim that's a great example, but how can you? I mean, how can you ignore these things? Could they be written more simply? Yes. Could you incorporate sources of information from existing documents? And we do that in another section, urban water management plan or comparable documents. You've gone out of your way to add language that says, so you don't have to create a new report if existing reports that are done by water districts could satisfy the information. I got that, but it puzzled me to see it disappear.
I have a question.
Gloria.
I heard Gwen say that this was kind of assumed that covered actions would comply with existing law. So is that an assumption? Is that the reason why it was deleted?
Before we proceed, a helpful audience member just pointed out that now in Chapter 4, he reminded me that WRP1 in the fourth staff draft starts out with the preface, water suppliers shall demonstrate compliance with existing state law. So we have that part in there, and I don't know if that gets at your concern or not, but I just wanted to point that out.
Which page?
Thank you. The following page, WRP1 under the fourth staff draft.
On the backside, page 2,
Well-
very top line.
Page 2.
Yes.
Now, that's a little more specific, so we can bring it back into P1 and make it broader. But I just wanted to point that out.
Well, if that's designed to, I guess so.
I think the idea, Mr. Chair, with regard to existing law was that the covered action itself, as described in the project description, should be consistent with existing state law. So it's not when a project proponent comes before the council or files a certificate of consistency that they're necessarily in compliance with all existing laws. The focus is on the covered action, the proposed action, and the idea should be if the action is implemented as it's described, it will be consistent with state law. Now that idea is a good idea, but the idea that, for instance, if DWR came and had to file a certificate of consistency and we made them say that they're in compliance with existing state law, the focus is inappropriately on DWR and other actions that may be unrelated to the covered action.
Right.
So the idea is the covered action, when it's implemented, should be consistent with state law. That, I think, we can all agree on.
That makes more sense to me. Otherwise, it's like a hornet's nest. It's
Well,
just huge.
if you're arguing that Chapter 4, Policy 1, which applies to water supply planning, conservation, and efficiency measures, will cover all elements of all possible covered actions, I'd agree with you. We're covered. Does it cover all elements of all possible covered actions?
I don't think that was the
No.
intent that Jessica was just pointing out. That in
I'm
that
just,
case.
okay, then, I raised my point. We can talk about this next week. Let's just flag, I think it's important to flag it as an issue. It just seems to me it's not well thought out.
Do you mind going back to my point, though, which is a broader point? It's about what do we say about the structure of how we manage water in California between DWR, the Water Board, the regional boards, et cetera? Do we, PPIC had a whole chapter on it. As I said, I don't agree with a lot of it. I agree with some of it, but we haven't even considered that. So I'd like an answer to that. I mean, I'm willing to think about it. I'm also willing to defer on it.
Well, actually, when we first started way back in Draft 1 or Draft 2, I believe we actually had some items, at least internally, where we talked about organizational things. As if you'll recall, we talked about should DWR continue to manage the state project? Should we move the state project out? We had a number of those kinds of things, and we got a lot of feedback that at some point what we were attempting to do was too broad and too much, that we didn't have enough time, and that we ought to focus on these other issues that are core for the Delta and defer on the issue of governance. And that was controversial, and I would love to get into that issue. We touch on it in some ways because we deal with the flood management issue
Right.
in the Delta. We do not deal with, you're right, some of the other core issues with governance and don't make recommendations on that. And that was, in fact, something staff decided a couple of months ago based on a lot of the feedback that we got from individuals and stakeholders who just said it's too much and it muddies all of the other waters and causes us to not be able to do with it. That said, I think it's something that we could easily add. It's not part of something that we need to do for the environmental document, and it's something we can make as a recommendation, much as almost everything in the finance chapter is not something that we're going to need to do environmental review on. Its recommendations to the legislature largely we could incorporate into that chapter those kinds of recommendations.
All right, well, I have a suggestion then. That explains what happened.
Yes.
Between the drafts, so that's helpful. But one of the things I'd just like to do as a placeholder is not even necessarily that we decide we are going to do that between now and November. So there are options. One is, after we get past this, maybe we could consider that. I think it's a heavy lift. I see all of the downside. It's sort of here there be dragons, but it just seemed weird to not have it. So at a minimum, my thinking would be that we should say what we're doing. We should say, hey, we know this is an important issue here, and either we'll get to it later, or we're going to defer it till after we get this phase of the plan out, and we'll do it in phase 2, whatever. But just being silent on it felt like a huge punt, and I'm sort of into punt avoidance on some of this. So it doesn't mean we have to do everything, but just being silent on it makes it seem like, what planet are we on? Are we not paying attention?
I think this fits in the category of missing items. You said in your
Yes.
earlier statement there were some things missing.
Governance is missing.
Randy.
I'll echo that and suggest that it becomes more of a philosophical and policy-related question for the council. With 200 agencies, state, local, federal, that have some degree of authority on some things in the Delta, what's our role? Is it one of coordinating and in encouraging communication between overlapping agencies, or is it one of setting deadlines and threats and regulations?
Gloria.
I just want to echo that also. I do think it's important that we do look at some kind of role, again, coordinating those activities, but certainly acknowledging who would be responsible for whatever action.
Okay. All right.
Are there any other
Joe?
comments on the policy number 1 in this chapter, which is really kind of general requirements for covered actions?
Okay. Chapter 4.
And we'll let Martha come up and Martha, why don't you walk us through the policies? So it's
Turn on your microphone, please. Yep.
Have I got it?
Yep.
Thank you, sir. Starting with page 2, the first box addresses actually the policy recommendations WRP 1, 2, and 3, and it identifying under what conditions they would be either a recommendation or a regulation. And in the text, I believe we have a very clear statement that we believe that WRP 1, P2, and P3 are so foundational to good water management that we believe everybody in the state should be complying with these policies. But the issue that's being addressed in the first box is the language under which we would, as the Delta Stewardship Council, recommend that you consider them as a regulation and under what conditions they would apply. And this is where at the last, I guess it was the May council meeting, we were talking about also how to put this in English so that it was understandable. So one of the questions for you today is whether or not we've hit that mark. But the core drift of this policy is to look at, to use the nexus between water management and at what point does it have a significant, it is a significant driver or a cause for the covered action that is being considered by the Delta Stewardship Council. And so you've got it, it's broken out into two parts. One that where the covered action involves the export of water from the Delta or involves the transfer of water through the Delta, and the need for whatever that covered action would be is significantly caused by the failure of one or more water suppliers to comply with policies 1, 2, or 3, or it separately, B, involves the use of water in the Delta, and then you have that same language about the significant cause. So the issue here that we're trying to make a nexus with is at what point would the failure, for example, to actually put together an urban water management plan and to consider the ability to improve the efficiency with which a water supplier is managing water supplies, or consideration of alternatives to that would involve development of local water supplies, how that would ultimately impact a proposed covered action in the Delta. This is intended to give you as much flexibility as possible in trying to evaluate when you would make a decision that something was significant enough that you would view it as a regulatory requirement and therefore would impact the way in which you're evaluating a covered action that's come before you. The simplest example that I can think of here is, what if there is a proposal for someone who would like to use more state water project water? And the question would be, under those circumstances, if they're going to be using more water than they have in the past, what have they done to better manage their existing water supplies consistent with existing law? I mean, urban water management plans have been a very long-standing requirement for water suppliers. But the question would be, if they have done nothing to improve the management of their water supply, if they've done nothing, I'm using a very extreme example, to try and achieve the 20% by 2020, under those circumstances, would that failure to do those things, would that be enough for you to say, okay, time out, before we put an additional burden on the Delta, should you be doing those things? And so that's what this language is trying to address. I will turn to our attorneys to see if I have misrepresented in any way.
No, I think you've done a fabulous job. The one thing that I would add, as everybody knows, this is the lightning rod about the jurisdiction of the Delta Stewardship Council, at least as proposed by staff to date. These water policies that Martha's going through and their reach, or the reach of this council through covered actions. And I would like to point out that recently Joe Grindstaff, as executive officer, sent a letter to Dr. Jerry Merrill regarding the role of this council and the BDCP and other issues that had to do with covered actions and our proposed water management policy. It's posted on our website and should be prominently posted on our website if it isn't. And I had asked that we perhaps had copies here today. I don't know if that's the case. But I pointed out, because attached to that letter, and by the way, it's under outgoing correspondence on our website, is an appendix that was put together by the legal staff that's entitled, "The Delta Reform Act gives the Delta Stewardship Council the authority and discretion to regulate out-of-Delta water conservation and related actions when those actions have a direct causal relationship to a covered action." And that's what Martha was talking about. It's very short. It's an easy read. It's 3 pages. It actually was kind of, I believe that you asked for something that we could put out and people could react to. But this is staff's attempt to explain what we admittedly see as a complex issue. But as Martha points out, we've identified these as foundational policies for the state of California to allow this council to achieve the co-equal goals through the Delta Plan. So we've put this out as an appendix to the Dr. Jerry Merrill letter that Joe signed. And so I will recommend that you take a look at that And I'm not sure if that did make, no, it didn't make it to this meeting. We'll make sure that we have copies at least next week.
Any questions?
I just have a question. Thank you. This is just really good work and really does what we asked, which is how do we have a more rational way to deal with the state's interest in managing water more effectively for everyone, which is interesting. I'm just trying to make sure I totally understand the mechanism, because you said a key word in this lightning round one, which your example was, and maybe you should put it in all caps, that, for example, we would evaluate a request for more water than had historically been taken out of the Delta, not impose our judgment on everything that exists. So this piece focuses on more water from the Delta as the hook for it being a covered action, or?
That's one example.
Yeah.
The question would be, and this is where it gets tricky, because you've got two parts. What are some of the covered actions that might come along?
Yeah.
And then how do the evaluation of what is this causal relationship? If you haven't done something, is it a significant cause of the need for the covered action? And so it is allowing the Delta Stewardship Council discretion to be able to ask the question of whether or not this relationship exists. We start with the premise that this is something everybody should be doing, and quite frankly, as we walk through the policies, you'll see that they try very hard to build on existing law, existing requirements,
Right.
and then tweaking them to be responsive to the Delta Reform Act in the sense of some of that forward-looking, how do we solve some of the problems, and in particular, the key component of the Act that talks about the reduced reliance on the Delta.
Mm-hmm.
And so the issue here is trying to give enough structure to give you discretion, but at the same time not being unreasonable. So that if somebody hasn't filed their urban water management plan, you may want to encourage them to do it. But if they have a robust program of water conservation, then you're going to take that into account,
Right.
and that's going to be included in your evaluation of the covered action. And so I think it steps up the recognition of the importance of these policies and the enforcement of them and what they contribute meaningfully to the management of the state's water supplies and achieving a more reliable water supply for California without either locking you out from having some discretion to be able to evaluate egregious circumstances, but at the same time for water suppliers to know where they are making those good faith efforts, they are going to be recognized for it and honored for it.
So that we won't be substituting our judgment for taking them to the mat on everything or making choices for them, but this gives us a vehicle to move California towards people doing, I don't want to say what's just good for them anyway, and a lot of them are doing, even if it's not in a formal sense, because there are a lot of good water, any good water manager is looking at these things.
That is the intent.
Interesting.
Gloria?
I just wanted to thank you, Martha, for that explanation, because your concept in terms of recognizing that there are agencies or projects that do conserve water already, and given that discretion to the council, as you indicated, that there are some things going on, even though every agency may not have the urban water management plan, but they are doing some things that do speak to water supply. So thank you for that explanation, because it made me understand exactly what this policy is about. So thank you.
Martha, would this policy perhaps limit water transfers from the water supplier side to only being able to transfer conserved water?
As opposed to paper water.
As opposed to surplus water?
I have to think about how to answer that question. I think the answer should be no. You've got the piece of it that relates to what is happening in the upper watershed. And there, and again, I would defer to our attorneys, but I believe as part of the background that they have provided and the evaluation of the Delta Reform Act, there are constraints on the extent to which there is an opportunity for the Delta Stewardship Council to impose regulations on the upper watershed. And it's one of the reasons why there was such a strong emphasis in the text that everybody should be doing their part. And just because the Delta Stewardship Council is constrained by the Delta Reform Act from imposing regulations evenly across all water users in the state of California, the recommendation and what is common sense and quite frankly has been in many respects the law of California for a very long time is something that we just want to continue to encourage. The reach of the Delta Stewardship Council in terms of having the option of having that regulatory authority relates to the in-Delta and the resources that are being exported from the Delta. And so within the boundaries of that relationship, we're still looking for common sense policies that encourage the right thing. And there are going to be, and I think we've had some of this conversation about transfers internally, recognizing transfers are a really important way of helping to improve the reliability of water supplies for California. There's nothing here that's intended to interfere with that type of water supply moving forward. But we're still going back to some foundational issues about water management and being a part of taking a stand that there are certain things that really are so common sense and make such a difference to California that wherever possible, we really want people to do this. And we do want to look out for those egregious examples of where people are, or water suppliers are not doing what they should be doing. And in those instances, I think there's still quite a discretion for the board or for the council to say, we don't want to interfere with getting a good project done, but come on, let's get with the program on this other side. Any other questions?
Okay, any other questions on this? Can I just make one? I'm sorry, Felicia?
I'm sorry, I'm saying it's really innovative and creative thinking,
Yeah.
which I think is great.
If I might then just hopefully move quickly through the remainder of the policies. WRP1 really builds very foundationally on existing laws and is simply saying that we recognize that compliance with these laws, both for urban water suppliers with the urban water management plans, for agricultural water suppliers on the agricultural water management plans, and the 20% by 2020. The Delta Reform Act has a number of provisions that are also anticipated on being implemented over the next few years and going into the future. So we've simply tried to build that in as a foundational, at the very least, these are the things that we should be doing. WRP2 addresses what we have now called a reliability report. We originally called it sustainability. But again, recognizing, particularly on the urban side, there is already a requirement either in our urban water management plans or have been recognized as enormous value within the integrated regional water management plans, the value of anticipating changes in supply and how we're going to respond to that. So what we've done is built on that requirement, said, whichever plan you've got that works for you, this is where we want to see the requirement fulfilled. But we've tweaked it a little bit. And the three places where we have tweaked it is, number one, planning for the possible interruption of the Delta supply. If you go back and look at the analysis that was provided by the Department of Water Resources in their State Water Project Reliability Update, very specifically, they recognize the probability of, in the next 20 years, 30 years, an earthquake, how many islands would be taken out in the Delta, how long it would take them to repair the system. And even though they think they could bring the water back online within a year, they actually recognize it could take up to 3 years. So what we've built into this is just a scenario planning of what would you do if, and just so that all water suppliers in the state are going through the exercise of thinking through how they would respond to it in these longer time frames. The second relates to just, again, being very clear, not just about what are some ideas that you would include in your urban water management plans or your agricultural water management plans about the alternative water supplies that you could develop, but trying to get more specific and tying back to water agencies' 10-year capital improvement program, so that doesn't say it quite that explicitly, but recognizing that we all have mechanisms by which we forecast into the future the actual investments we plan to make in infrastructure improvements and what that will mean in all of these different categories of water supply, water efficiency development. It ties back to the Department of Water Resources 2009 California Water Plan, where they have a list of 27 different types of resource management activities that they recommend everybody take a look at. Not everyone is going to be the same for every water supplier, but it's trying to get at don't ignore different types of local water supplies that could be developed just because you haven't thought about it. The third component is the evaluation of a regional water balance. This is more challenging, but it's very important. It's a concept that's already included in the California Water Plan, where they are summarizing by region, looking at what is the total demand and what are the total sources of supply, but trying to build into each water supplier's planning more of a sense of that connection with their region and the status of the water supplies. And long term, are we using too much and we're causing long-term water supply reliability problems within the region, or are there ways to adapt and create a water balance, and what investments are necessary for that? And those investments could easily include inter-basin transfers. But the idea is, how do we plan for this and do it in a context that works for protection of the delta and the achievement of the co-equal goals? And the final item is a conservation-oriented water rate structure. And this is where, again, if you listen to conversations that are occurring across California, we have seen, as a result of this last drought and all of the policies that have been implemented by the state of California, that we are seeing water demand levels go down everywhere. And for water suppliers that have not built a rate structure that accommodates this kind of a change, even a tiered rate structure will not provide rate structure reliability without having it address fixed costs. And so the next generation of rate structures that are coming are the ones that really build in coverage of the fixed costs, not leaving all the rate structure on the variable cost, figuring out ways to communicate to the users what they should be using in terms of a water budget. And so ultimately, this is going to be a platform that we can all build upon. What we have done in this part of the policy is say you should be evaluating your rate structure and identifying whether there's a challenge there. But then when you come to WRP4, that's where we're actually making a recommendation/policy that all agencies should, by 2020, which corresponds with the 20% by 2020, that they should have adopted modifications to their rate structures that will protect themselves and their customers so that they have stable rate structures in the face of continued aggressive water conservation. Any questions on those? I'm sorry, WRP3. I'm sorry, we do have one more. I'm getting confused. The remainder of this page focuses on recommendations, so these are not regulatory policies. The first one addresses just the recognition that we do want to coordinate with Department of Water Resources. They've done a fabulous job on the 20 by 20 and urban water management plans, agricultural water management plans, of putting together guidance for water suppliers, so we all are on the same page of what we should be doing, what does it mean to comply. So this is a recommendation that we work with Department of Water Resources to get these kinds of guidelines put together for the water reliability element. So we're all doing the same thing. WR2 relates to the concept of incentives, that for water suppliers that are complying, both agricultural and urban, with all of these policies, how do we connect that back with some sort of sparkle points, or, you know, build it into the ranking for the water, for the funding that is available through the grants and loans and SRF funding from the State Water Resources Control Board. That's a coordination issue with all of the different agencies to get them to update their rankings so they will incorporate that recognition for water agencies that do these things. WR3 relates to simply to be consistent with the Delta plan. If we do have a proposed new point of delivery that results in new or increased demand for diversions from the Delta or the Delta watershed, that there be some demonstration, so that, again, this is a recommendation, it be implemented by other agencies, that the project has evaluated and implemented all feasible water supply alternatives. So this is, again, getting at the issue of trying to reduce the assumption that we are going to always be relying on the Delta, trying to get at how do we diversify the water supplies. WR4 relates to, we're now moving into the storage and conveyance discussion. Here, we wanted to be clear that the work that is being done by the Department of Water Resources in completing the large surface water storage investigation needs to be completed as soon as possible. We need the projects that the state is going to be pursuing identified, and because they are so they're big projects, they're costly, they're going to take a lot of time to implement. This needs to get done as soon as possible. In the meantime, the question remains, what can we do in the next 5 to 10 years to make incremental investments that make the whole system work better? And this is in the Delta, this is in other areas of the state that are reliant on water supplies from the Delta. This is the conjunctive management. This is opportunities for groundwater improvement, opportunities for smaller storage systems to be put into place. This is where we have an opportunity to look at how do we facilitate the transfers. This is the place where you would look at, what was the last one? Conveyance. What are the tweaks that we could make within the existing conveyance system to still make improvements? And the key here is, in the last 5 to 10 years, if you look at the applications that have been coming through Department of Water Resources, State Water Resources Control Board, even the Department of Public Health for the bond funds, there's some fabulous projects that have not necessarily been funded, but they're great concepts, and we should be asking ourselves which of those projects, if they're ready to go, could we move forward? Because for these large-scale projects, conveyance and for storage, it will take time, and we shouldn't just do nothing. We shouldn't wait and do nothing and let the situation get worse. Any questions on that one? Okay. On WR6, and let's see, WR6, 7, and 8 relate to the status of our groundwater basins and the importance of improving information, and it's a combination of working with Department of Water Resources to actually get the data that enables them to evaluate which groundwater basins are in a critical condition of overdraft. This is where, if you go back to DWR's 2003 groundwater update, they're very clear that they did not have sufficient data to be able to update their identification of the groundwater basins in critical overdraft. The data that they were using is 30 years old. And so clearly we need to understand where those critical overdrafted basins are and make that a priority for helping those regions in dealing with long-term plans to bring them out of critical overdraft. Connected with that is, let's see if I'm doing this right, for groundwater for areas, for water suppliers from groundwater basins that really have a majority of their water supplies coming, or a significant source of their water coming from groundwater basins, do they have groundwater management plans in place? What can we do to help make that happen? And this is both in compliance with the required elements of the groundwater plans as well as the recommended, because the recommendations that Department of Water Resource has, and they're included in their DWR 2003 groundwater management plan, really address a lot of the sustainability issues that have also been identified by the Association of California Water Agencies. And then the final one is really getting at what happens if we consistently have areas that are in critical overdraft and nothing's happening. And so this is where we make a recommendation that the State Water Resources Control Board use the authority that's available to it to move into an evaluation of those circumstances and whether or not the management of those groundwater basins is consistent with state law and reasonable use. Yes, sir.
These are the groundwater things are all recommendations. I understand that.
Yes.
Just a suggestion. It's immensely useful to have the policies and recommendations pulled out of the long text to study. But it's hard to understand a multiplicity of recommendations. For example, on the regional reliance section, the water policy thing you mentioned earlier, you used a format where the operative sections are under one caption and one rule, and you've highlighted a plan for possible interruption of delta water, implementation of water conservation. And it seems to me particularly, you have groundwater, there are 3 elements. Isn't there a way to consolidate those under a title that says groundwater so that you don't have duplicates and you can read this format you used on the regional stuff seems to me to be a really nifty way to understand the issue. But there's so many recommendations in here that unless we consolidate them in some form, the impact gets lost. That's a formatting.
Okay.
It's not a direct policy thing.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Moving ahead, then, we have the new WRP4. This is the last actual regulatory policy that we are recommending in this chapter, and it's that future contracts or agreements to export water from the Delta or to move water through the Delta should be developed in a transparent manner consistent with the procedures that the Department of Water Resources adopted in 2003. So this is in the same way that the Bureau of Reclamation has been very transparent and open in their process for doing contract
More
renewals.
transparent.
More transparent.
Yes.
Yes, sir. All right. And then the last 2 recommendations in the Water Resources chapter. The first one relates to just this really important issue of how do we take all the data that's now being generated and get it organized and compiled in such a way that it's actually useful. And this is something that was identified as a priority in the 2009 California Water Plan. I think this is one of the places where there's huge interest across all the agencies in coordinating all their different pieces of information so that we can begin to make this information intelligible to ourselves and how we improve water management for the state, but also make it intelligible to the public so they have some understanding of what's going on with the state's water resources. And then finally, and this is the WR10 is a new one. We did not have it in the original suite of recommendations from last month. Similar to the Bureau of Reclamation contracts, we recommend that the Department of Water Resources include a provision in the State Water Project new contract agreements or transfer agreements that require the implementation of WRP1, P2, and P3 as a condition of water suppliers to receive their deliveries. And so just in the same way that the Bureau has language that requires conservation planning, it requires reasonable use of water, all the things that we all agree are good policies, we would recommend that there be a parallel structure with the contracts for the state water supplies. And I'm happy to take any questions.
Okay. Felicia? No? Okay. All right. Pat? Okay. All right. Let's go to Chapter 5 then.
Thank you.
Thank you. For those of you who missed the occasion, Ms. Hastings was rescuing, I believe it was a nun with 20 school children, all under the age of 7, and injured her arm in the activity. There was some malicious rumor that it might have been inattention to going on while reading a message on her BlackBerry, but
Microphone.
is the truth a bar fight? It was pretty exciting around the office for a while. Okay, Ms. Buchholz, Chapter 5.
I'm going to have Lauren Hastings and Dave Zezelak. Lauren's from the Delta Stewardship Council Science Program. Dave Zezelak is from the Department of Fish and Game. And they've been working with many other people, have been very involved in development of the Chapter 5 policies and recommendations.
Okay, Ms. Hastings.
Okay. In Chapter 5, the ecosystem chapter, we've grouped it into 4 policies and recommendations. Into
You've
4 big
rearranged
categories.
the order. And
Yeah. So
okay.
we start with flow regimes, then go into habitat, then threats and stresses, and then finally BDCP. And so what is currently labeled, I guess it was previously labeled ERP1, but we've made a few changes to ERP1. Previously, the narrative was shown in the water supply chapter, and 2 other chapters referred to it, the ecosystem chapter, Chapter 5, and the water quality chapter, Chapter 6. A change we made between draft 3 and 4 is to put the narrative into the ecosystem chapter, and now the other 2 chapters refer to the narrative here. So that's one change. Another change is that what was a single policy has now been split to a policy and a recommendation. So at least the way have it spread out before me is I've got all the sheets here so I can look at all of them, so to compare to the 3rd draft. So we show the policy first in the narrative, but it refers to the recommendations that follow, so it might be a little bit confusing. So basically, the policy and recommendation combined are recommending that the State Water Resources Control Board update their Bay Delta Water Quality Control Plan and objectives and establish flows as follows. So that's the recommendation. And I don't think the narrative has changed from previous. So there's 2 dates in there, 2 target deadlines. June 2nd, 2014, to adopt and implement updated flow objectives for the Delta that are necessary to achieve the co-equal goals. And by June 2nd, 2018, to develop flow criteria for high-priority tributaries in the Delta watershed that are necessary to achieve the co-equal goals. Those are now recommendations following our format. What is a policy, though, now ERP1, because it involves what the council would do if those dates aren't met. And so here we incorporated, and I actually do not remember who wrote the comment letter, but we have been incorporating recommendations from those providing comments here, and the new wording on ERP1 is that the council will request an update from the state board on June 30th, 2013. So that's about a year prior to the first deadline. So I think the assumption is that a year ahead of the deadline, the state board should be able to know where they are and whether or not they're going to meet that deadline. So the recommendation or the policy is that the council would request an update from the state board on that date for both of the both A and B, both of the target deadlines there. And if the board indicates that those dates cannot be met, then the council will consider and may amend the Delta plan to achieve progress on the co-equal goals in place of having those updated flow objectives.
But all this was in the 3rd staff draft as a policy.
Yes.
You've now broken it up and essentially made it much less forceful, is my conclusion.
Well, I think the difference is that previously in draft 3, in essence, the first two bullets really were recommendations, because again, we are recommending what the state board should do, and I might ask Chris to weigh in here, because I believe this was upon advice of our lawyers that we split this.
But you would never divulge the fact that it was upon advice of your lawyers, right?
Oh.
No, I'm totally joking with you, Lauren. I think you accurately state that it's basically what we had before, and it was just a matter of breaking out what the recommendation was.
Yeah.
We recognize, as many stakeholders have told us, that we don't have the power to direct other state agencies to do things, but in effect, we should show them the correct path in our view, and to make recommendations that they take appropriate steps within their own jurisdiction and regulatory authority.
Right. And then the options, I believe, have been slightly changed in draft 4 relative to draft 3, the options that the council could take.
Because?
I believe primarily based on comments that we received. Although I do...
I'll step in.
Oh, go ahead.
On this one. The first option there that said the council could use the flow criteria identified by the state board in its report seemed to me, and based on legal advice that we got, not something that the council could really do. And that it would be legally upheld, and so we should not include that as an alternative, as an example of something that the council could do, and so we took it out. That's why it got removed. The other two stayed essentially the same, I believe.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So we've actually already covered the first two on the chart. So ERP2, the intent of this stays the same. What we've attempted to do is improve the wording per recommendations from council members and many others, that it was hard to understand this particular
It is much
policy.
better, I think.
I have heard some say it may still be unclear. So I'm going to, and we don't have the maps in front of you. It's important to have the map, which you do not have in front of you. If you have your draft document, the map is now found in the appendix.
Yep.
We are going to include the map, and the map is taken from the Ecosystem Restoration Program Conservation Strategy.
That's Appendix D, right?
Yeah, I don't have my draft in front of me.
D.
Okay. And so that's where we've put the map from that ERP
Appendix D, page
conservation.
35, and you'll see the map.
Yeah. And we are going to include a map in the Delta plan, but we're going to revise it slightly. And I might ask Gwen to comment on that.
We've been working with Department of Fish and Game also, because they're in the middle of, I think I can say, revising and updating on a periodic basis. So one of the things that will be done is just some real technical issues, like we spent a lot of time, as we've talked in previous meetings with the council, getting the correct incorporated area boundaries on it. So some of those things are just getting fixed. Then also, the map that was used in the Ecosystem Restoration Program document was also used for several other items, and so there's some circle areas on here, and to bring focus to those areas for the discussion in the Ecosystem Restoration Program. There are more circle areas than we're providing focus on in the Delta Plan for the first 5 years specifically, and so it became awkward of how to explain that in text, why you shouldn't look at the circle areas. So we're going to fix that. And so those are just the two main differences. Get some technical updates in, and we're sharing that information with Department of Fish and Game so they can have our new incorporated boundaries too.
So, and what we also found in talking, or what I found in talking, I think primarily to staff, council staff, is that it was not clear what the main intent of the map is, and we hope that removing the circles will clarify that. But for those of you that have the map, it is essentially an elevation map, and ranges of elevations have been converted to colors, and those ranges correspond to habitat types as determined by the 3 fish agencies, the 2 Federal Fish and Wildlife Service agency, NOAA Fisheries, and the State Department of Fish and Game. And so based on current elevation, those agencies recommend that certain habitat types only be, if you're going to restore property in one of those areas, that you only restore it to certain types of habitat based on the current elevation. So that's what this policy is all about.
And this is an example Councilmember Fiorini asked about. He said, give us an example where overriding considerations might mean that you should proceed with the project. If you are doing an ecosystem restoration project and some of the area of the project falls outside or in a different zone than is on this map, it seems that it's appropriate for the council to say, well, it's good public policy that people always do ecosystem restoration in the right elevation, but there may be times when you do want to have a grader come in because the larger good is served by modifying those things. So this is an example where that waiver clause might be applied. This is good public policy. I think it's the right thing to do, but there may be times when the council would say there are overriding considerations.
As I've been listening to some of that debate over the last couple of weeks, so one of the examples used is, look, somebody wants to do something with some property and they're going to mitigate the damage, and we'll come in and we'll go down 7 feet so the land, which is currently not really usable for X kind of habitat, will be because we've lowered it. And as I understand the argument, there is a body of scientific opinion which seems to be growing, although that may just be my impression, that the potential benefits from the artificial reconstruction of land may not be as great as the benefits from land currently suitable for a particular habitat. And it doesn't mean you can't do it, but there are complications that come from it. It's not an automatic, if we lower the land by 7 feet, it's really perfect for what you need.
And I can expand on that. What we're talking about, what Phil's referring to, is land that is currently above sea level, but near sea level is being considered for restoration to intertidal habitat, tidal marsh habitat. But at its current elevation, the tide would not, it doesn't overlap with the tide. But if it were excavated some amount, it would today. And Dave can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe the thought is that that land is, considering sea level rise, that land is better suited for sea level rise accommodation, so that today it's not intertidal, but in 50 or 100 years, it probably will be. And so this also, and we'll get to a recommendation later, but I'll point it out now. And one of the issues that we've thought about in the science program is how to then give credit to the folks that are wanting to do good things in terms of ecosystem. And so they're acquiring lands, and according to this policy, it might be best to just keep that land as is for future intertidal habitat, tidal marsh habitat. But the entities purchasing that land might want to get credit for that today. So how do you deal with that? How do you give the incentive for them to not move dirt today? So we've got a recommendation to the Conservancy that they, working with many others, think about how to help with that issue. So that's ERP2, unless there's any other questions. ERP.
No, that's right.
Okay. So ERP2 is
intended to address those folks interested in doing ecosystem habitat restoration. ERP3 is for those doing other covered actions, not ecosystem. And the idea there is to basically say, when you're doing your other covered action, please consider and take into account that that land you may be removing the opportunity to do ecosystem there in the future. And that you should demonstrate that you've avoided or substantially minimized the potential adverse impacts for that opportunity. So again, we have attempted to, you can see how much shorter that one is now, at least, than previous. We've also combined ERP3 and ERP5, basically by adding the clause in parentheses in ERP3, including new or amended local or regional land use plans. That was ERP5. So we've attempted to shorten these and make them clearer. ERP4, oh, sure.
Question, sorry. Just like the other one, your explanation helped me, because the escape clause seemed, I know a lot of people don't like artificially created wetland. I've been involved in both, but your escape clause was important. On this one, what have you done to make sure that we don't just put a freeze on everything and create a massive backlog of local development plans that we're then going to have to go through? So where's the rule of reason or the...
At Gwen, I believe...
Because it's a little vague. If
This
I were
is-
a developer or a local land use entity, I'd think, I like the intent, but it's going to be hard to implement. This goes into my be really specific on regulations and really bold on recommendations. I just worry about the implementation of this one.
This is, and I'll let Gwen add, but this is one of the reasons we want to modify the map that's in the ERP conservation strategy, because apparently the incorporated areas are excluded, and what we want to also add are the spheres of influence.
We want to propose that to the council. This is a couple things that we'd like to talk with the council about. Right now, the map that we just spoke about in D, you'll note that those grayed areas are the incorporated areas. They are not included in the elevation issues for ecosystem restoration opportunities. And so a couple things that the council could look at on this policy, it would be, should we also include the spheres of influence, the existing spheres of influence as of this date or the date of the adoption? That's another option. And I'll have, if you have questions about why the incorporated areas were excluded, I'd rather have Dave talk about his map. But the other thing is on this is to think about how we've had a lot of discussions, and personally I've sort of tried to think ahead on these things, like what would happen if I were the person working with a proponent of a new facility, a new project. And the words there are there that they have avoided, that's pretty obvious, or substantially minimized the adverse impacts to the opportunity. So then the question is this a reversible process? And that I think that's an important issue to discuss about reversibility. Certain things are more easier reversed than others. And it's in other venues, that concept of reversibility has been discussed in many other projects. And that would be how this policy would have to be looked at. Is it a reversible process? Is it a reversible project that would not harm the potential for future ecosystem restoration opportunities? So let's say that there was a structure of some type that could be both demolished in the future, and the lands could be restored without contamination to soils or water, and that the habitat, the vegetation, and the wildlife would not be adversely affected, and that they wouldn't have affected sustainable populations or the possibility of restoring or
When I actually read the text, is it already in there, or is it something you want to add?
We may want to add that as
Maura?
we hear the comments on this. And we're just trying to look ahead. And the reason I'm starting to think about this is because I have to think about it with respect to the impact assessment for the environmental impact report.
And these decisions also tie in closely with risk reduction, floodplains, levee, all of that stuff.
That's why it's so important to think, like when we were talking about the alternatives, you have to talk about it in total to make almost a new map for almost each alternative in that sense. And it could be mitigations through the environmental document, too.
No, it's helpful. Thank you. Both
So-
answers were helpful.
With these two policies, ERP2 and ERP3, we realize there's a lot more there than we had explained previously to council and public, and we want to make sure that everyone is aware of the implications that we believe are there. And have I forgotten anything that we've realized in our discussions? Okay. Okay, ERP4. Again, you can see this one is much shorter. The current ERP4, I believe, is essentially what was the third bullet, and we've removed the other bullets. And again, we listened to comments from council and from public comment, and a lot of this came from the public comment, and we realized it made sense. Also, I believe we had some overlap with either policies or recommendations, I'm not sure which it is, in the flood risk chapter, and we were trying to minimize the duplication and make sure that the ecosystem chapter really focused on ecosystem aspects and not flood risk aspects. So all of that was involved in this revision. I don't know if you have other comments on that. Okay. ERR2. What we did here was expand on this is one that's much longer. We expanded on the previous recommendation, which identified 5 priority habitat restoration areas. So what we did was we added a brief narrative describing very generally habitat types that we think are appropriate for each of those 5 areas. And we brought in, one of the emphases in our chapter is historical ecology, landscape ecology. We attempted to kind of bring those concepts in very briefly into each of these 5. And we also just mentioned where it existed a restoration project that fits within each of these areas, and mentioned a planning habitat restoration planning project in each of the 5 if it's appropriate. We are also planning, there's a note at the very bottom, planning to have a map, it's not in the current draft, but in the next draft, that helps the reader know where these areas are. So essentially it's kind of like the blue circles that were removed from the previous map, but we realized we need to have 2 separate maps. It was too much confusion to try to overlap those concepts into one map. So we'll have a separate map just for this recommendation.
This is really pulling back to the narrative and the organization of the Delta Plan, but these 5 call them target areas, whatever, identified areas for action, is an illustration of what has to be the very near-term action list that's in the Delta Plan, that's pulled out of both policies and recommendations to put together a list, 10, 15, 20 items that serve the co-equal goals and become at least our policies or recommendations, I think it'll be both, for very near-term action. And I'd like to suggest a possibility, this habitat something advanced credit that we say to the Delta Conservancy in a later recommendation you've written that they ought to develop that, and I think that makes particular sense. But there's an illustration of something that might actually prize some project work. And it's essentially nothing, it's like the old advanced mitigation banking concept. And I understand all the tensions and the policies, but the hardest thing to do is on the ecosystem in particular, is watch opportunities sit undeveloped while waiting for the big, deep political deals to be resolved on water supply, and allegedly endless money will be coming. When you know that you could start working, similar to what Cliff told us, 3 meetings ago, threw up his hands and said, well, just pick 3 big areas and start to work. This is an important part of the plan. It deserves to be fully in there, but it also deserves to be extracted as an action page or 2 for the very near term.
Mm-hmm. Just another thing to point out that you'll see when you get to the finance plan chapter, I believe in our bullet, Lower San Joaquin River floodplain, which again, that's a multi-benefit project, flood management and habitat. I believe there's a finance plan recommendation, finance plan chapter recommendation regarding a property in this area.
Well, there's a duplicate recommendation on floodplains in Chapter 7.
That's true.
And there are policies in Chapter 7 that affect floodplain.
Yeah. Right.
And there are recommendations in the financing section about methods to provide assessment funding through the regional flood management district. I think it's district that is being suggested.
There's that. There's also recommendations in the finance plan for funding from Proposition 1E, or from the bond.
To kickstart the local
yes.
flood assessment district process.
But that's a good point. Of these 5, 3 of them are listed in the risk reduction chapter because they involve floodplains: Cosumnes, McCollum, Lower San Joaquin River, and Yolo Bypass.
Randy?
Why don't
Dave.
Let's hear what Dave has to say.
I'm sorry, Dave.
Well, I just wanted to add briefly to what Lauren and Gwen said relative to the map and the elevations and the opportunities, and then the discussion over these 5 locations. Within these 5 locations are existing areas that are restoring themselves. We are fundamental to having the proper location, one that would be exposed to tidal influence, is the opportunity for it to essentially restore itself and become a functioning habitat with little or minimal intervention. You don't have to do a lot of contouring or earth moving or elevation changing to achieve the desired effects. And as Lauren pointed out, that's with sea level at its present location. We are thinking and always looking at those elevations for the future in anticipation of climate change and sea level rise and changing conditions. So it's really all kind of a continuum, especially in those areas where you have floodwaters and floodways that connect essentially the tidal areas to the floodplains and the rivers. And I just wanted to make sure and emphasize too that this reduces the cost. It doesn't involve as much cost.
Randy.
Sorry.
No, that's spot on. My question had to do with the Lower San Joaquin floodplain. And, my thinking was that, okay, that's for flood flows, it's occasional, not every year. But what you just described is altering the landscape to provide water in those areas in support of the habitat year-round. Is that correct? In the Lower San Joaquin. If not, then how does it support, what species does it support if there's not water there all the time?
Well, the thinking, and again, this is all in planning stages as part of ecosystem restoration program and VDCP and others, is that just looking at the elevations, can show you where potential floodplains might be and where reconnection to tidal influence could occur. The problem arises when you start looking at the land use constraints and how it affects feasibility. And that's the hard nut to crack. I don't know that you can always get there.
But what you're suggesting is that in the case of the lower San Joaquin, a floodplain would mean more than just flood flows. It's designed to provide aquatic habitat for a long enough duration to support some aquatic species.
That's correct. And maybe a good example might be Stewart Tract. Had Stewart Tract not been developed into its current state, Stewart Tract Paradise Cut might have been an alternative that would have provided floodplain connectivity and habitat values in the South Delta, but that's now precluded or reduced.
Yeah, there is a proposal. It's mentioned in the lower San Joaquin River floodplain. There's a current proposal that does not include Stewart Tract, but some of the other areas that are still accessible for flood meander.
Okay.
Next.
Recommendation 3 on page
3.
10.
Yeah, this is the Conservancy recommendation that I referred to earlier, and you can see that we've added, and it's longer, we've added a number of bullets. Most of them are the same.
Mm-hmm.
I believe 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's the sixth, if I can just skip down to where the changes
We
are.
move things from different sections also, I think.
Well, these are new.
The Delta Science Program
Yeah,
stuff?
there's the last two excuse me, the last two diamonds are new. So this the sixth diamond, or second to last diamond, is the one I referred to earlier. So we're recommending, or the council would recommend to the Conservancy, that they should, as part of their developing their strategic plan, they should convene an effort to develop a habitat credit program that provides credit for each of these steps. So the emphasis here is that there can be credit for acquisition in preparation for future restoration. So this gets at the point of perhaps that property is best used to preserve it for future sea level rise accommodation. Another example is perhaps it's a relatively small parcel, but it's a key parcel that if some adjacent parcels could be purchased later, now you've got a good project, but it may not make sense to restore that 100-acre parcel now from a landscape perspective. So can they get credit just for acquisition, for preservation of existing habitat, for the management that they have to do, and enhancement of existing habitat, for the restoration, of course, and then also getting credit for monitoring and evaluation. This is what we're emphasizing in our adaptive management chapter that is frequently not done, but we're trying to think of ways to provide incentive for folks to actually do this. So that's what that bullet is about. And then the last one, work closely with the Delta Science Program to do all of these things. And these are also basically trying to bring in the historical ecology and landscape ecology into the process for planning and implementing restoration projects, but understanding that we don't expect all the folks doing restoration now to understand all of that, so that we would work with the Conservancy, the science program, would work with the Conservancy to develop that information, that expertise, the conceptual models that would help guide those restoration projects. So that's what that's about. No questions, I guess. Okay, ERR5. This is a new one. You see there's no corresponding one on the third staff draft. This is about the core levee vegetation policy, and I don't know if I need to explain anything about that, or can assume folks know about it. Okay, so
I
basically,
think we should explain.
Explain a little bit. Okay, Randy can explain.
Do you like a lot of hair, or do you like bald?
On your levee.
Should we?
Basically, the
What's your preference?
I don't have one.
Ah,
that's a good way to look at it, though. Basically, the Corps of Engineers, I believe subsequent to the Mississippi River flooding of a few years back, really emphasized its policy, which is a federal policy of no vegetation on the levees. And the reason being that, well, a few reasons. With vegetation, it's harder to examine the levees for issues, and also on the water side, that in some parts of the country, the trees and other things can affect the quality of the levees and the all of that. So, but many of the folks in California believe that those issues are not pertinent in California, and there's a lot of good habitat with those nice, beautiful riparian trees along the levees on the water side, and that if those were removed, we would be actually removing a lot of key shaded riverine and aquatic habitat. And a lot of people have been working on this. SAFE has been taking the lead. DWR and the Department of Water Resources wrote a joint letter to the Corps opposing their federal policy. We could get you a lot more documentation on this if you needed it, and I know Jessica's worked on this, but I believe this recommendation, and I'm looking at Joe too, is consistent with what the state agencies are supporting, I believe.
It is, and we did have lots of comments about this,
Yeah.
and we thought it was a good suggestion.
Yeah. Okay. ERP.
Could I add a word on this also? We also went in and looked at a number of the documents that are extant, some of the technical documents that were used to develop this policy, and it's pretty clear that from a geotechnical engineering perspective, there is not consensus on this. This is not settled engineering or science, and so we felt this was the appropriate pathway to take.
There is a research effort, ongoing research effort among many of the state universities here in California looking at this issue right now so that we can get a better body of information to inform policies. ERP 5 at the bottom, at least the bottom of my page, yes. I believe this one is the same as what was in draft 3, basically on non-native invasive species.
it's rephrased, but it's it's the same essential idea.
Okay. Hopefully it's better worded, I guess.
Yeah.
But basically, covered actions need to consider and address the potential for introducing new invasive species that fully consider and avoid or minimize. ERR 6. This has the intent has not been changed. Again, we've changed the wording, and basically what this is the Department of Fish and Game. Oh, actually, it's in the same ERP conservation strategy, so it's the three
Previously
fish agencies. Developed a list of potential stage 2 actions for non-native invasive species in that document, and what we're doing to make the Delta Plan self-sufficient, essentially, is we have now pasted in that list. I think the list is actually in the chapter. The text is in an appendix. The text that explains that.
The list is on page 96 of the 4th staff draft.
Right. And this recommendation is basically that the agencies should prioritize and fully implement the list that they recommended to themselves, essentially. ERR 7, this one we've expanded a bit. This is the recommendation that we, the Delta Science Program, work with other relevant agencies and stakeholders to conduct workshops and working with experts, develop recommendations to the council regarding measures that could be taken to reduce impacts of stressors. And that given ourselves a deadline of January 1, 2013 to develop that report. And we did provide an example that we want to make sure that these workshops do consider options for varying salinity, and that, because that's been looked at as a potential measure for reducing impacts of non-native invasive species.
This is good, but I think it still lacks the list that was created by the Independent Science Board that says should include but may not be limited to, and itemize all those.
Are you talking about the table?
Yeah, you've broken down the
Okay.
categories, but the four. But I think we need to spell out the details.
In
of
the
that.
text, I think what you're referring to, Randy, in the text of the chapter doesn't show up in a policy or recommendation. We've included the 4 groupings that our Delta Independent Science Board developed in their memo on multiple stressors.
Right.
But, so it sounds like you're suggesting we refer to the table that's in their memo as well. Okay.
And refresh my memory again, that was in the Chapter 5, or sometimes I can't remember whether it was in 5 or Chapter 2 occasionally.
This is Chapter 5.
94, okay. Got it. Mm-hmm.
Okay. ERR8, if we're ready to move on. This is the BDCP recommendation. And this one has been changed slightly. I think it's, do you want to talk about that?
Well, the language
I
was
thought Gwen wanted to
standardized,
talk about
hopefully, throughout the report. There's BDCP mentioned in at least 3 sections of the 3 chapters, and there's the appendix, which Chris mentioned this morning, the legal team statement on BDCP. Maybe there's another. So I think we tried to make sure that we were using exactly the same words when appropriate.
That's exactly right.
Okay.
And
Yes.
and the changes from the third staff draft was basically the last part of the paragraph stopping at the end of the words ecosystem and conveyance planning. The rest of the references to the first 5-year update of the Delta Plan, we've left it because the reason that we've picked the 2014 date was, one, because of what they're anticipating, BDCP is anticipating completion of their studies, and also that would be adequate time to be included in the first 5-year update. So this basically doesn't state the obvious, but it wasn't a change in the concept here to remove those last line or so of the paragraph.
Every time somebody says they're going to complete a government study on time, there's always a certain amount of skepticism. Randy had to buy dinner last night for me because we had a bet on some study by DWR. But the notion of referencing dates that agencies intend to meet, the Water Board on the their flows, BDCP on, they may be optimistic and all of that stuff, but once you mention it enough, it takes on a life of its own, and it, in fact, is a prod to completion of things. I mean, it really is.
And I do want to be fair, this date is subsequent to the date that BDCP currently has on their website, so it was actually a little more.
2008?
Gave it, no, it was of 2013,
Yeah.
or end of 2012, actually. And
Okay.
so this actually provides that cushion.
Okay. All right. Any other questions on Chapter 5? Cliff, what do you say? We walk through to the Chapter 6 before we break for lunch? All right, we're going to break for lunch.
We have not had a break since after 12.
I get the near unanimous opinion. Okay, can I talk you guys into only taking a 50-minute break for lunch? 1 o'clock. 1 o'clock. 1 o'clock. Meeting in recess.
Say yes to 15.
Please, Delta Stewardship Council's called back to order. All right, we had ended our discussion of the using the side-by-side comparison called Comparison of Policies and Recommendations between Fourth and Third Staff Draft Versions of the Delta Plan. We had ended on page 11, the end of Chapter 5, and I guess we're now starting on Chapter 6. Ms. Buchholz, is that correct?
Yes, and, excuse me, Sam Hereder and Cliff is going to be participating in this section too, to working through the water quality, the Chapter 6 recommendations for improved water quality to protect human health and the environment. So I'd like to have Sam start.
Okay.
Cliff's going to start. Okay.
Okay.
Let me just give a few introductory remarks, and then I'm going to turn it over to Sam to go through the 9 recommendations. There are no policies in this chapter. They're all recommendations. I did want to mention to the council that this is probably the chapter within the draft plan that has gone through the most revision between Draft 3 and Draft 4. Has been a substantive amount of revision, additional writing, rewriting, so that this chapter is attempting to kind of pull together a number of issues related to water quality. We did not try to cover the full gamut, but we did break it up into basically 3 different theme areas. The 3 theme areas that we're discussing in this chapter are salinity issues. Mm-hmm. The second is drinking water quality issues. And the third are environmental water quality issues. And then within the environmental water quality section, we have sections on nutrients, sections on pesticides, sections on mercury, selenium, and emerging pollutants. So because of that substantive rewrite, I just wanted to forewarn you that this one is one we'd like you to look at pretty carefully, because it is substantively modified from Draft 3, and hopefully was a little more comprehensive in covering many of the things that were missing in the
That's
earlier
what you
draft.
promised. I remember.
And I'm going to turn this over now to Sam to lead you through the 9 recommendations.
Okay. As Cliff said, there aren't any policies in here, but there is sort of a phantom policy, and that's the...
Put that up a little closer, yeah.
A little closer?
Yep.
Okay. And I wanted to point out the linkage between ERP1 and water quality, and that showed up in previous drafts of the plan where we called that out explicitly, but the state board's development of flow objectives in the Delta is really critical to water quality, addressing some of the water quality issues in the Delta. So that's in the Cliff mentioned salinity in the section of the plan. The biggest linkage there is to those flow objectives development by the state board. So the next 4 recommendations, the water quality R1, R2, R3, and R4, are all most closely related to drinking water quality. Mm-hmm. So water quality R1 is the recommendation to the Central Valley Regional Water Board to complete development of the Central Valley drinking water policy by July 2013. Water quality R2 is a new recommendation that we added.
Sam, could you explain to the council members who may not know what the drinking water policy is?
I'm not sure I know what it is, but no. No, the drinking water policy is an effort by the Central Valley Board to make the connection between source water quality and delivered drinking water quality. And folks that purvey drinking water are regulated and have to adjust their treatment based on their source water quality, and they're affected by things like organic carbon, by pathogens in their water supply, and bromide, and those constituents haven't been regulated specifically, And the Central Valley Drinking Water Policy is an attempt to make that connection to improve and to prevent further degradation of source water quality for drinking water supplies.
We know from prior hearings and discussions the complex intertie of surface and underground water in the Central Valley and water quality. How is their water policy going to deal, particularly with the urban underserved areas in the Central Valley? Do you have any idea?
Well, that's actually a separate recommendation.
Oh, okay.
I'll get to that a little bit later.
All right.
But the drinking water policy is dealing with surface water sources. Water quality R2 is a recommendation to relocate the intake for the North Bay Aqueduct, and that's in the western part of the delta, quite near a lot of the restoration areas, Liberty Island and other critical habitat in the Cache Slough area. And it also, North Bay Aqueduct also has, as far as organic carbon is concerned, that has the worst water quality of any drinking water supply taken out of the delta. So this recommendation kind of deals with two issues. One is to improve water supply, water quality for drinking water supply, and also to remove a potential stressor for the ecosystem. Okay.
The previous water quality R2, the groundwater used for drinking water does not appear, or it's integrated in other sections, or what?
Well, that was taken out because we had comments on that, and we also recognized that that's really not necessary because the regional boards have a great deal of authority and a number of regulatory programs already that address groundwater quality. So really felt that really wasn't necessary to have that in here.
Well, and this one is also regulated by the Department of Public Health.
That's true, to some extent, yes.
More in the text so that people understand the overall construct of how we protect drinking water quality in the state?
I don't recall.
I would recommend that.
Okay.
This was an issue going back to CalFed where we had to drag the Department of Health Services into doing the drinking water part of it. It always became the stepchild of the issue, and I love that we're highlighting it, but I think part of what we're trying to do is also intelligibility to the public and policymakers about what is.
Mm-hmm.
So that would be my recommendation.
Okay. Okay. Water quality R3 is recommendation to the Department of Public Health to prioritize funding for small and disadvantaged communities. This has been changed slightly from the previous version, where the recommendation was to prioritize funding for disadvantaged communities, and that was based on comments from the council and from others. And the intent here is to address things like you mentioned before, the small communities, particularly in the Central Valley, that have water supplies that are impacted by nitrates and arsenic and other contaminants. And you might be right next to a large conveyance that conveys good quality water right by their communities. So,
question on this.
Don.
Yeah. This is pretty general, and it talks to the Department of Public Health. I mean, there's other entities. One thing for public, I mean, that's obviously how you get to the severity of the issue, but this is a challenge. I can certainly speak to it from a local level in both looking at wastewater, for small systems and small water systems, and the regime of rules that has changed even in the last decade as it relates to arsenic, and even when you have public systems that are in place, the burdens that it puts on the ability of very small communities, one, to have the ability to do the capital improvement, let alone then to do the ongoing monitoring, maintenance, and testing that's required in a lot of cases. And I think, you talked about maybe bringing the surface water, but where there is a reliance on either surface and or groundwater or some conjunctive use of both, it seems to me it's bigger than just the Department of Public Health. I mean, a thought occurred to me as I was reading through this in the last couple of days, that we put a lot of emphasis in clean water bonds that go before the voters and so forth, and even with some of the outstanding monies that are available for some of the things we've talked about within the context of the Delta plan, that prioritize not only the worst first, so to speak, and where you might be able to get some clear improvements, but I think from a funding standpoint, that a lot of money gets directed in different ways. But when it comes to, and I think this is part of the conversation we've had here, to public health, and whether it's a community of 300 or a community of 3,000 or 300,000. Certainly, there are scales to the cost of making those improvements, but it's bigger than just the health issue. People can say, we've got a public health issue. One, how do you pay for the capital improvements to get this better, to bring that piped water in, and then how do you bear those costs? And I guess this just seems very general. And maybe that's in a recommendation, but you kind of say Department of Public Health, make it a priority. I bet you if you had them sitting here today, they say it is a priority for us. So now what do you do now? So what does this help encourage or accomplish, I guess, Sam? And I don't expect you to have an answer to all of that, but I just, as I was thinking this thing through here, I thought I would be willing to bet that it's already a top priority for Department of Public Health, for local public health agencies, certainly for the citizens of those communities, whether they're incorporated or unincorporated. So what do you get? What's the value added here with what we say in this recommendation? You tell them to do it again when they already know that's probably one of their major charges anyway?
I'd offer a thought.
Yeah.
I think this is specifically directed at the way Prop 84 funds are now determined, and I'm not sure that this is the priority currently in place.
So maybe we got to say that Prop 84 monies and any bond monies. Maybe call them out
I'm just
specifically.
suspecting that that's where this came from.
I don't think we thought quite through that much detail,
Okay.
but that's a good.
Can we also just have more detail? Because I know we talked about it. It's in some of the comments people sent. It's sort of important. I agree with you, Don, and I'm glad you raised it. It's just there's a whole host of things that are challenges. We could talk about prioritizing other loan and grant funds. So just if we can have a little more meat on it, then it will be more meaningful.
And if there are Prop 84 monies, and there still are, or some old Prop 50 monies, whatever they might be, that if this is what the council sees as being an imperative, then we ought to say that for monies that we know at least exist now, and there's some segment, and have them either redirected. That means somebody doesn't get them for something else. I understand that, but okay, thanks.
Yeah, I think we were thinking specifically things like the Safe Drinking Water Revolving Fund for this, but you're right, there are other sources of funding. Okay, Water Quality R4. This is the recommendation of the State Board and the Regional Board to increase participation, encourage increased participation in CV Salt's program, and this is to deal with both salt and nitrate issues in the Central Valley primarily. So, okay. Next page.
Maybe you can answer just one question. We talked about it before. This chapter is unique in terms that it's a policy chapter, but it has no regulatory recommendations. And in part, the explanation was that the field has been fully occupied by quasi-judicial regulatory boards with authority. That's still the analysis and the approach?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. I agree. Okay, next page. These are the
R5.
The water quality R5. This is the beginning of the recommendations to address the ecosystem water quality issues, and the water quality R5 is a set of recommendations to the state board and to the regional boards to address various water quality issues. First bullet under there is a recommendation to develop nutrient criteria for the Delta and the Central Valley. And we have changed that slightly and this is based on a comment, to allow either narrative or numeric nutrient criteria, depending on the circumstances.
You took out of the new, you removed from the third draft the mention of organochlorine, if I read this correctly. And just could you explain why?
Which one is that?
Third staff draft, last diamond,
last one.
second line, organochlorine pesticides. And I haven't read the whole area. Maybe it comes up some way where else, but I just noticed that absence.
I think this is one of those areas where we felt that the plan doesn't need to cover all of the issues, and that the efforts by the regional board and the state water board were probably sufficient in this area. They are working on a TMDL to address organic chlorine pesticides in the Central Valley, and it's one of those legacy pollutants.
Yeah, that's what I was going to point out, is it's a legacy pollutant. It's not used very much at all these days. So now we're in, okay, let's clean up the mess that was left behind. So it's different than these other.
Right. There's not a lot you can do to address it. It's somewhat related to sediment runoff from some land uses, but that's about as far as you could go to address it. And like I said, it will be addressed by the TMDL, by the state and regional board, or the Regional Water Quality Control Board. Let's see.
Excuse me, can I just ask, so what would, again, I'm not familiar with that particular chemical compound. What sort of land uses was it utilized?
It's from agriculture primarily.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it was in what sort of products?
Well, organic chlorine pesticides, things like DDT. So,
Okay.
I mean, it was used everywhere. It was used in urban areas, too.
Okay.
So it was basically...
So it was DDT, though. I mean, that's
DDT,
now I understand when you say that. So,
DDT
yeah.
and related compounds.
Okay, I get it. Okay, yeah, thanks.
They're very effective at killing things.
Yes, for generations.
For generations. So, in the dates that you picked, what was the basis for the dates?
For which dates?
All of them.
These were based on our discussions with the regional board and the state board
So
as to what they thought they could do in a reasonable...
Okay. So this is analogous to some of our other dates, which is they say, we were talking about this earlier, they say they can make it, so we're going to pin them down and put it in public so that it's more likely that they will.
We think so.
And since it's a recommendation, we don't have the if they don't clause, but presumably by some of these we'll be at our fifth review and we might want to figure out the if they don't point.
Okay. Yep. The other bullets in here, we're dealing with diazoxide chlorpyrifos, and then the other one is to deal with pyrethroid pesticides. And pyrethroids, I think, is sort of on the radar screen with the regional board, but they're just starting to address that issue. So this will move it along a little faster, we think. Water quality R6, this is a recommendation that seems like the standard one is to develop a water quality monitoring program for the Delta, and the regional board has already started on this effort, but we would like to continue to put emphasis on this so that the information that we need to make adjustments and to determine performance with the Delta plan will be there when we need it.
So we're talking about a specific kind of, because I know for the past umpty years, we have the Estuary Institute and other entities, including TBI and others, have been involved in monitoring in the Delta. How is this different from, how is this taking what's been done to a new level?
Well, the effort, if I understand the monitoring correctly, that the Bay Institute and San Francisco Estuary Project have been really focused on the Bay. And they've had their San Francisco Bay Regional Monitoring Program, and this is really an effort to move that same kind of effort into the Delta.
And so CalFed didn't do any of this with all of those? Because I remember going to a bazillion CalFed meetings with scientists and others about monitoring. Again, this is early years, so I'm Rip Van Winkle here, but...
I don't think we have ever really developed a formal Delta-wide comprehensive monitoring program.
Great.
And so the strategy by the regional boards and other folks involved with the monitoring is to, they have the regional monitoring program for the Bay, develop one for the Delta, and then also develop regional monitoring programs both for the San Joaquin Valley and for the Sacramento Valley. So you'll have, a set of regional monitoring programs to cover the entire area that the council is concerned with.
That's great. But you didn't suggest a date here. Is there a reason?
I guess we're being nice to them. But they
For
have
starters?
They have actually already started this effort. Okay. So if you haven't seen it, they just came out with their first annual report, the Pulse of the Delta report. We can get copies of that for you if you like.
Yeah, please be aware that the Interagency Ecological Program has a very extensive reporting out of some of the biological components that they've measured for a very long time. This is focused in on Chapter 6 on water quality.
I got it.
Okay, water quality R7. I got to read this so I remember which one I'm at now. This is recommendation that folks that are discharging wastewater and are treating it, they should evaluate whether they can recycle a portion of that wastewater and how much of it they can recycle.
Just a question. Again, having had some recent experience at the local level with this, still working our way through it, but and you said portion, Sam, because this becomes, you get multiple directions people telling you to go in, treat it, but keep it in the river. If you want to recycle it all internally, no, we need it in the river. So, again, I'm sure the board looks at this, but if somebody came with a plan upstream or downstream and said, no, we're going to keep it all, out of the watersheds, we'll recycle it, use it, that could present, a big challenge, because people have come to rely on that water, whatever level is treated to be a part of the overall, flow in some of those watersheds, and not that it can't be recycled. And I think, again, I know from experience certainly in Sacramento County that we're looking at that. So is a portion is that a qualifier? Because otherwise you may have some plans to do that, but it'll run contrary to some of the other direction that's being looked at here.
Well, it's a recommendation, and we in the recommendations that it should evaluate whether they can, recycle. But it also, the other issue is that, the purpose is to reduce contaminant loads to Delta, but they can either recycle it or treat it and discharge it. So it's just to really, I think, take do an evaluation of their effluent and whether there are options to do something other than discharge it with minimal treatment into the Delta. Okay, water quality R8 is this is a recommendation to the state board and the regional boards to look at requiring special studies of pollutants, including emerging contaminants, and also sources of toxicity in the Delta. So this is a recommendation to require special studies of dischargers and other folks under their regulatory net. Water quality R9, and this is a recommendation that folks that are bringing forth covered actions need to comply with requirements of the San Francisco Bay Conservation and Development Commission. And that's about it.
Felicia, did you have a question?
No, I'm fine. I'll read the whole chapter and get a little bit more context. I mean, I'm glad we're addressing water quality more than seems to have been addressed in the past. And I just want to make sure that what we talk about raises the level of discussion, and where we need to goose, we goose explicitly to get something done. So I may not that I'm not nice, but I might want to put some dates on things, or else I think we'll just get ignored.
Okay.
All things being equal.
Sam, thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
Appreciate that. Okay, Chapter 7, Reducing Risk. Gwen, Eric?
Eric Nickel was the primary author on Chapter 7, and we're going to have him walk through. We have both policies and recommendations in this section.
Yeah. Members, just a note, I'm sure a couple of others of you caught it. The footnote sections that appear here are a combination of the third draft and the fourth draft, which is why you see a duplication of a couple, and so what'll happen is when you look alone at the fourth draft, for example, the first one says there's a definition, footnote 7, floodways and encroached, but there's a definition 9 that doesn't appear in the fourth draft, but comes from the third draft. So just a note. It took me longer to work that out than I could have, but that's what happens when you compare these documents. So the actual version for next week, if it hasn't happened already, the fourth draft will have sequential footnotes and so on that may or may not exactly parallel these numberings. But the text is the same.
There was a remnant of merging and comparing.
Yep.
Mr. Chair, with footnote 8 on the encroachments, then so it just says encroachment or vegetation. So is there more than in the footnote? Is there another definition of encroachment? Is that everything that's in the basket, or it just says it cites that particular section? I don't know exactly.
Yeah, I think we have a definition of encroachments in the fourth draft. I'll have to double check. We did pound the pavement quite a bit trying to find the most appropriate definition. There's a few different.
Well, your footnote describes it as interim levee design criteria for urban and urbanizing areas in the Sacramento-San Joaquin Valley, and it says encroachments and vegetation.
Yeah.
But my question was about encroachments. I guess I have some idea. I'm sure everybody else in this room does about what encroachments are or may not be. So.
Right, and we had found a variety of multiple references, all back to pointing at each other. So we felt that DWR's interim levee design criteria was probably the most appropriate.
And they have a definition for encroachments in that? Then?
Kind of.
Suggestion for next week, and maybe in advance, send to Supervisor Natoli, but let's have a copy of what you're referencing in that particular footnote so we can all look at it.
Okay. Thanks.
Please.
Okay, just a very brief overview then of Chapter 7. I think it's a bit different perhaps than some of the other chapters. It has not changed that radically since the third draft. I think we're down to 4 policies now. We had, I believe, 5 or 6. Notably, the first policy that was relating to setback levies was moved to the ecosystem restoration chapter, which Lauren Hastings mentioned earlier this morning. So other than that, I think as we step through, you'll see that the 4 policies pretty closely aligned to the third draft. Some of them have been expanded due to some other information that we were able to glean in between the 2 drafts, and I'll go over that with you as well. And then we still have 9 recommendations that I don't believe have substantially altered since the third draft either. So if you're ready, we'll step through it.
Okay.
The first policy regarding floodways and floodplains and encroachments thereof, that has not really changed at all. We will take a peek at the references to make sure we get the distinctions correct, but that policy number 1 has not changed. It is now policy 1. It was policy number 2.
Okay, then page 13, policy number 2.
If you want to use the red line.
Fourth draft. This is the flood comparable language to what we saw in the ecosystem of
Yes.
3 areas, and I believe you use the same definition in each of the chapters. Do you know that, Mr.?
In terms of definition, in terms of the
Of what an
extent-
area is, we refer to the Consumnes River, Moke River confluence, and you reference a DWR document, the
Right.
Lower San Joaquin bypass. You actually define, and I'm just asking, is the Lower San Joaquin River flood bypass in the 4-staff draft the same definition that you will use in the ecosystem section? This is one of the technical questions to ask. If it isn't, we ought to.
No, it
Is
will
it
be
the same?
consistent.
Okay. Can you tell me, there were all kinds of little suggestions for modifications and adjustments and floating around what you guys did?
For the Lower San Joaquin?
Yeah, because that's one where there were the most changes, right?
Yes.
Okay. Explain that, and if you will also explain, because I don't think Pat was here earlier when we talked about the ecosystem. I don't think we were on city limits and spheres of influence.
That
If this is the
our
right...
suggestion was to certainly identify on the areas for ecosystem restoration, but that's a different
It's a
thing.
later recommendation. My apologies. Okay.
Do you want to go over what's changing?
Yeah, I can just briefly, and then Gwen can fill in the cracks. If you look at the third bullet of Policy 2, with respect to the Lower San Joaquin River flood bypass area, that the definition of the area has changed substantially from Draft 3, and I believe the language that we had previously was from Delta Vision, and it had caused some confusion. So based upon some comments we had received from some of the locals, as well as talking with some other folks, we decided to use a description that is based upon a proposal that currently resides with DWR to look at...
This is a joint submission from water and reclamation districts and environmental organizations.
Right.
Yeah.
And so there's, a coalition essentially has come together, put a proposal together to DWR to look into this area for the specific purpose of the Lower San Joaquin River flood bypass area, primarily in the Paradise Cut region.
So the changes are primarily in Paradise Cut between the earlier version?
Yes.
Okay.
Could you, Mr. Chair, just a question. So is there, beyond the broader maps we've seen, kind of a large, are there areas, is there going to be a map that would show each of these areas with some defined boundaries, or?
I don't think we had that.
Yes, that's going to be in Chapter 5.
Oh. Okay, so in 5, the map that this represents, so these areas, at least as we best understand them for the time of the preparation of the plan, will be in Chapter 5. So that would be the map that we would reference if we wanted to see any one of these 3 areas that are talked about being as critical floodplains. And within those areas then, and Joe pointed out to me on the bottom of this page, apparently the definition of encroachments is there under footnote 10. So this covers a pretty vast array of things that might be associated, not necessarily with the planting of vegetation, but irrigation systems, potentially barns, storage granaries. I mean, you're not going to put them right down and get flooded every year, but there are ways to elevate. There are spots of high
it's
ground.
basically encroaching upon the capacity of the floodway too.
Okay, so you're going to require replacement of any displacement? I mean, I don't know how you do that, but...
And again, that's why we were relying upon the policy from Department of Water Resources in their interim levee design criteria. So it would be so if somebody was working in that area, our hope was that they would be working with Department of Water Resources to meet those criteria already.
Okay.
And I know that those are they're not necessarily used throughout the Delta
right.
because they're only used in the areas with the project levees. But that was, in many cases, we felt that would be there, and we'd be working with DWR to look at how those are implemented.
Okay.
We might want to potentially include even more of a reference to that in the appendices, if that would be helpful, more excerpted portions.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. Stepping down to the next line would be recommendation 1. That has not changed whatsoever. That's asking Department of Water Resources and the Central Valley Flood Protection Board to complete their investigation of the Lower San Joaquin River bypass in the Paradise Cut area. And I believe that was that part of SB 5, Glenn?
I believe so.
Okay. Regardless, the recommendation does not change. And then moving on to the next recommendation regarding dredging, looking into dredging, that is essentially the same policy or the same recommendation. We just tried to crisp up the wording just a bit.
I'm sorry, just back into my previous question. So when we talk about in R2 on the areas where no encroachment, so that is a prohibition versus a covered action that could have additional review. So anything that would fall within that category, you just check the box and it's a no-go from the beginning, or is there? I'm trying to get some sense about
Covered action, this plan applies only to covered actions, if
Okay.
that's the question.
Yeah.
So it doesn't matter if it's not a covered action, these policies are recommendations, but not policies.
No, but my question was, but when you read this language, is it a prohibition? Then, I mean, it meant covered action. I mean, you get covered action, you get to that question, but then, so there is no, there's no line here that says, well, this may hit over here, but I think we can, make it work in this floodplain area. So either go to the local jurisdiction, may end up at the council.
That is accurate. You're accurate there. We did talk earlier in the day about putting language at the beginning of the plan that gave the council the ability to have a waiver and say, in the best interests of the co-equal goals, we should go ahead with this, even if something violated a specific provision of the Delta plan. So
There's a potential out, not a very,
Yeah, it's a
easy, not a very
potential-
easy one, but. Yeah,
but it's
yeah.
one that might apply in that example.
Okay, that helps, thanks. Sorry.
Okay, I think the next one is P3. As Gwen moves the paper over, I'm sorry, yeah, P3. So this one, this is what we were calling our levy and land use classification table that primarily defines those land uses appropriate for the levy or the flood protection related to the levy that it's associated with. And Table 7-1 is the meat of this. And so it has changed a bit from the third draft.
And when he looks for that, that's on page 141 of the fourth staff draft.
And so I think overall, this table it looks similar, and I think with respect to recreation and habitat, agricultural, and infrastructure land uses, the levy classifications that are called for have not fundamentally changed since the third draft. I think the distinctive changes that you'll notice is under the residential development and non-urbanized areas column. You'll note that we have now broken those down into areas that are 4 or fewer parcels and then 5 or greater parcels. And so essentially the point of that was if you are in 4 or fewer parcels, you would need to meet, for example, FEMA 100-year standard. If there was some sort of minor land use change, not land use, but perhaps you wanted to put in a in-law shack, for lack of a better term, there might be other ways without having to meet that 100-year
How about in-law quarters? I don't know. People built, they may.
I was
they may
referring
not
to
like
Delta
to
as a
call
place
their
there,
house a
so.
shack, but.
It's a colloquialism. My apologies. So, quarters, of course. So anyhow, that would allow you to perhaps institute floodproofing or something to that extent to lift up the quarters.
Footnote A, defining developments of 4 or more parcels from the government code. Is that the Subdivision Map Act?
I believe so, and I think Gwen's pretty well versed in that, so I defer to her.
The footnote A is for the urbanized and non-urbanized areas definitions, which is out of SB 5.
Subdivision Map, oh, SB 5, that's
SB
right,
5.
that's right, I'm sorry.
So I just wanted to make that point. Footnote C, associated with a minor subdivision,
C,
is in
okay.
the Subdivision Act, Map Act, Subdivision
Okay,
Map
oh,
Act.
I got it, okay. Let's see here.
Okay. So,
And we didn't use,
Pat?
we used the codes instead of the legislation, but we'll.
what is the effective date
Beg your pardon?
for the application of the SB 5 standard?
Currently, what we're seeing is that in most cases, if it's a non-urbanized area, so that means it's an area of less than 10,000 people, that in those areas, it's a FEMA 100 type levy has been adequate to for protection of the new development in order to get FEMA flood insurance. And SB 5 requires a development in the future for anything over in the urbanized area, which is the 10,000 person areas, that they would require 200-year. So in this case, what we've done is that we've looked at, in this proposal that we have in front of you, even in the non-urbanized area of less than 10,000 people, we're suggesting that it needs a 200-year flood protection for those non-urbanized areas. So that's a difference.
Policy says covered actions protected by Class 5 levies must conform by 2025.
And the date in that 2025 is consistent with the date from the SB 5.
So when does the standard apply?
So I understand. I think I understand what you're saying. You're saying we're referencing one part that's only referenced to the urbanized area, and yet we're applying it. So we need to modify, I believe, RRP 3 to make sure that it's consistent.
Well, in other words, would the covered action only have to comply by 2025 with that standard?
If we make it consistent with SB 5, yes. If we wanted to make it different than SB 5, we would like to have input from the council.
Well, otherwise there would be 13 years of a lower standard.
Mm-hmm. Just to note, the Delta Protection Act, which set us up and set up the covered action strategy, has 2 exemptions, so that if a planned program, project, or activity is fully permitted by a local or state agency by September 30, 2009, it is not covered by a covered action. Or a project within the secondary zone defined as of January 1, 2009, for which a notice of approval or determination has been filed before the date on which the Delta plan becomes effective. So the retroactive thing is reasonably clear.
Right.
The question of prospective application is not answered by these charts.
Yeah, and if you would like to implement this requirement sooner than what is implemented in SB 25 or SB 5, then we certainly would like to take that input at this point in time.
The goal is to increase flood protection. The threshold suggested here is the Subdivision Map Act, and it ought to take effect when the Delta Plan takes effect, it seems to me. And if there are exemptions based on previous approvals that are cited in the statute, or if there are other reasons for a different standard to apply in certain communities that already exist, those might be exceptions. But it seems to me, for whatever the provision applies, it ought to apply going forward when the Delta Plan becomes effective.
I would like to point out where there might be issues with that. So take, for example, where we're at here in West Sacramento. Their levees, they're working like crazy to bring them all up to the 100-year standard. And
well, Joe, let me anticipate that, because I'm sure that would apply elsewhere, too. That if you said that the current standard and the law Senator Machado passed currently applies to cities like West Sacramento, that should not preclude us from saying that those areas outside of incorporated cities that are within the Delta, and perhaps consideration, Don, of the 1992 boundaries of the legacy towns, but that beyond that, if you're going to if you're going to suggest a development that meets the Subdivision Map Act criteria, and it is not otherwise exempted by being in a community like West Sacramento, then we ought to apply the newer standard. In other words, this community is safe up to whatever standard, 100 year.
2025.
Yeah, and so it's meeting those goals. But if someone were to suggest building in an area, not just in the primary zone, but in the secondary zone, unattached to the established communities, shouldn't we have a higher standard? The one suggested here.
I take your point. I think that means a more sophisticated change to this chart than I had first understood you were talking about, because most of the areas where this will come into play are places like West Sacramento or Stockton, where they have 100-year levees or they're rapidly building there, and they want to be able to continue development and while they are upgrading to meet the 200-year standard by 2025.
But doesn't the SB5 standard, for instance, in Stockton, where there's entitlements for a lot of new areas that may or may not be built out by 2025, but presuming they are, I would assume they would be compelled to meet the 200-year standard.
I would assume they would too. But if they are
wholly
behind
the Senate's Bill 5 standard.
Senate Bill 5 standard.
And I think that's the way the law is.
For areas that within the current statutory delta that are within the city of Stockton, and an apartment house was going to be built, you wouldn't apply a 200-year standard. You would accept the current standard that applies to the city of Stockton, which is 100-year.
That's correct.
Right.
Until 2025.
Right. But on the other hand, if you were arguably going to go out into an area of San Joaquin County that's unincorporated and attempt to build something for residential use that met the Subdivision Map Act, ought you not be required to meet a higher standard? I mean, that's,
sure.
Isn't that,
and if that's the policy
that's
choice
the
of the
policy
council,
issue.
I think that makes sense to me.
Otherwise, the policy issue is interesting, but without very much effect for the next 13 years.
Okay. So, and that protects against some development being built that would be stranded.
There may
with
not be
100
much, but would it not, in effect, constrain urbanization, even on relatively small scale, but nevertheless urbanization that is not flood safe?
I'm not sure that it would have that impact. It would improve the flood safety of those areas that were built, however.
For next week, I think we need
But
to
I think we
pursue
can
this,
come up
see
with
some
a revised
suggested language.
policy
revised
that,
language.
Yeah, on
that
both the
is-
effective date on the coverage question that Pat mentioned, and then, of course, we've already got the notion that Joe had mentioned earlier in the ecosystem, I think, of this, you called it a waiver, but that's kind of holding, so it's
That's
conceivable.
in Chapter 3.
Yeah,
so
and it relates to
many
Pat's
ones.
point that there may be an exception that could be granted by the council. We don't want to set up but one system of dealing with exceptions, I think, whether they're flood or eco or water supply or anything else. And then I was also interested in the question and the issue of, although you two were teasing each other about something from the Delta Protection Commission days, I bet, legacy towns. The footnote B is better than the last one was, but it still doesn't explain to me what we're doing with legacy towns.
Okay.
Now, we're waiting, of course, for a DPC recommendation, but I don't know, Chris, maybe you can answer this question. What would the status be of legacy towns and property around it if the only thing we have mentioned is footnote B with special? I just don't know.
Nor do I. I think we had
Can you?
I think I can
discussed it, but-
explain what I think
There you
that
go.
status is. Under the chart, a legacy town is required to meet the FEMA 100-year standard. And in 2025, we'll still be able to do small developments if they're less than four or less, if they have a 100-year standard. If in the legacy town you wanted to have a larger development, they would have to go to a 200-year standard.
No, Actually not, I don't think. No.
Well, I think the way the chart's written, at least that's how I understood what this policy says.
But you're likening it to something called an expected annual damage.
And what we're saying...
And the expected annual damage, I believe, is based on Figure 7-1 in the plan on page 135, which is this: annual flood risk equals probability of flooding and financial consequences.
And what the attempt is to put a footnote there and say, in the legacy towns, if you can't get to a 200-year flood damage, the council may agree that you can have the 100-year meet the 100-year standard, because there's no exemption from that. And if you're reducing flood risk as calculated by the expected annual damage, then it may be that the council would allow such a development.
Well, what's the standard now for a legacy town?
It's 100 years, I believe.
Well, it's 100 years, or you could, you can elevate, but the elevate is essentially...
That removes you from the floodplain, right?
Yeah, but essentially, it's in fact, I've got a meeting in Hood this evening because FEMA's issued the drafts of the maps for the upper portion, Sutter Island, Grand Island, Walnut Grove, Hood, Cortland, and we've got elevations that are going to run anywhere from 10 or 16 to 20 feet from grade elevation in those existing towns. Effectively, once that goes into effect, even with a burn down, you couldn't rebuild. I mean, because your first floor would be at 20 feet. And so right now, with the 100-year protection, they can build at grade in those small communities according to zoning and so forth, and there's not a lot of available land. But FEMA's going to change that pretty quickly. And so even if with this standard, the FEMA regulation changing from 100-year now where they no longer meet the 100-year standard, by virtue of the definition, Pat, it's going to make, in the rest of the council, it's going to make it very, very difficult.
I see. Well, actually, that's good information. I wasn't trying to raise the standard to 200-year in the legacy towns. What I was trying to do was suggest that new development that's in the delta at a flood risk and is not in an established community, be it a city like West Sacramento or be it a established legacy town like Hood, that if you were going to go outside of those defined areas, and I suppose we'd have to define them or at least list them or somehow indicate them, then really you're urbanizing, and we ought to move towards a higher level of protection.
And I understand that, and I think we can accommodate that by modifying.
And for that matter, if the city of Stockton, if there's anything left that they can entitle, it's hard to imagine, but if they can, that if they're in the Delta, they should reach that 200-year standard too. But I assume they're already, I don't know if they're doing it or not. But
yeah, I don't know the status of any specific city.
Don, has the Delta Protection Committee decided how to define the boundaries of the identified legacy towns yet? Because only one is incorporated, right? That's
just Ileton. Ileton, yeah. No, I mean there's current zoning, in place of both, for the communities. There's general plan designations. It doesn't provide for much future growth, and there are limitations because of sewer and water systems. I mentioned that earlier in one of the other that are really a limiting factor of those systems if they exist, in which they don't in some cases. For example, in Freeport, we don't have public sewer or water. That it makes it very difficult just from an infrastructure standpoint. And then when
so there's no way to really say here's Ileton, here's Freeport. Ileton, yes, the city limits, but here's Freeport. There's no lines.
Well, their general plan line. I mean, the general plan is probably the strongest. I use the Sacramento County example. I would think it works for other counties as well. Your general plan shows, kind of that small urban section, the legacy town, and I can tell you for certain in Walnut Grove, Hood, Cortland, Ride, those areas, all those communities have a defined area where they might be able to add a few houses, maybe just a little bit of a commercial or industrial in some cases for packing sheds and trucking operations in Walnut Grove, but they're very, very limited. So the commission hasn't taken this up, but there are, it would take a general plan amendment in basically taking areas out of agriculture as defined and taking them into some other category. So there are some boundaries I think that you could find, I think, general agreement about, and there's nobody really pushing those boundaries. So,
well, we're directed to consider legacy towns in the Delta plan. We're waiting for recommendations, and that'll be tied to the economic sustainability study and a whole bunch of things. But the question is, what should we say on this chart to clarify the issue? Either pending changes reflecting the recommendation of the Delta Planning Commission on boundaries, DPC recommendations on legacy towns, is there an approach, Gwen, that...
We've been working through this on staff side, too, and I'm almost to the point where I'm wondering if it shouldn't be another column on here with a definition of the legacy towns associated with the specific plans that Sacramento County has, and then Yolo County's general plan also identifies it for Clarksburg.
So what you're really saying, that jumps past temporarily the notion of trying to define what the boundaries are of unincorporated territories.
Well, I'd use the specific plan boundaries. They have it's not a specific plan, it's a special study area? Or,
there are some special planning areas.
Special planning areas.
Yeah, it allows for some flexibility, the old, live above, commercial, like in Locke and Walnut Grove. And so, but there are some, again, there's general plan that allows for it, and we've had to, define that in Cortland, because there was that level of the map wasn't real clear. We had to make, and the board made a decision a couple of years ago in Cortland, for example, that the line stopped at this parcel because it's an amorphous blob of yellow. People were arguing it should go further to the,
Because we looked at the maps that came from the special planning areas for the Sac County plan that isn't quite adopted yet. I'm not sure.
Right, general plan, we're a ways.
But we have the information that's up on the website that's being used for development. And also we looked at those because those did encourage FEMA 100 for very specifically, and in Clarksburg the same thing. So we could maybe just put a separate column on this and deal with those by name and define that in there.
Well, I defer to Pat and Don on this, but that appeals to me at least to help understand what the chart is. Whatever we put in the boxes is a different issue.
It might be helpful because in your mind might be thinking West Sac and Stockton or legacy towns, and they're so different in scale. Maybe we ought to talk about legacy towns, specifically.
And I do want to make sure, I've always assumed that Isleton is part of the legacy towns, but Rio Vista is not.
Well, Rio Vista wasn't in the primary.
There's a little sliver of land in Rio Vista that is. I don't know how to deal with that.
Well, it's in the primaries. It's that little one that was, but it was the annexed. It was the area that was undergoing annexation at the time that the Delta Planning Commission was being implemented.
Yeah, and I think historically, it would be one of the legacy communities, but it's the city, obviously. So.
Okay, I think there's a kind of a sense that a separate column for legacy towns might be helpful in this discussion next week. And questions to answer about the standards to use and all that we can talk about then.
And I think a lot comes back out of your types of meetings like FEMA's doing now, because right now what we read in the general plan backup information is FEMA 100.
Right. And I would just say that the current general plan in Sacramento County, I would think in Yolo County as well, that you can get those, they're important snapshot of time, but they're 20-year plans, and even our update's not going to change the outline for those communities in the Delta. It doesn't, it will leave those in place as at least currently proposed, and I don't anticipate any changes. So I think you could actually have, exhibits that would show that, and you could show for each of the legacy communities, and it has an urban definition, and I think it may help in what Senator Johnson was talking about, that in trying to get some division between subdivision and.
I know when we do this next week, I just know I'm going to turn to you and say, Ms. Buchholz is a resident of Contra Costa County. How does Bethel Island fit into this mix? Because it's a legacy town by designation, but it's so different than anything else. Don't answer now, but be alert.
I'll be prepared.
Okay, good. By the way, members, if you have not been glued to the news, Governor Brown vetoed the legislative passed budget to a certain amount of complaining. I defer to our Senate appointee for a conclusive description of the legislative opinion.
I understand what the governor did, and I'm sure the state Senate, led by Senator Steinberg, had good reasons for sending him whatever they sent him.
Okay. Randy, would you like to explain what he said? No, thank you. Okay.
Darrell appointed me, is what I said.
I do understand. Oh, really? Really? Yes, I understand. Okay. Eric, let's, we've got notes on that policy number 3 on page 13. Let's zip through the rest, please.
Okay, so then moving on to recommendation 3. This is referring to setback levies, and I think
Right.
we've gone over
consistent
that.
with other provisions we've got in on similar
Right.
stuff. Okay.
So moving on to the last policy in this
Page
chapter.
14.
Page
14, policy 4. Eric, back of the page.
I actually have an older version than what you folks have. So, but I have
Okay.
policy 4 in front of me. So,
All right.
we don't
Talk
have
to us about this one.
Okay, policy 4 has changed a bit. This one, as you know from the statute, requires the council to address state investments in levee operation, maintenance, and rehabilitation. And we had some language, I believe, may have been prompted by Delta Vision, but after doing a little bit of talking amongst ourselves, and also we've met with Department of Water Resources and talked a bit about the efforts they have ongoing to draft a framework that they're working on for investments in Delta levee work. So we realize that there's no sense in reinventing the wheel, and we reference their specific draft framework in this policy now, and essentially are asking that in consultation with the Central Valley Flood Protection Board that DWR complete this framework by January 1st, 2013. And that date primarily came about from our discussions with them. We've reviewed a draft that they've produced to date and realized that based upon some of the other items that we're asking for, that would be an adequate amount of time to have that done. And so essentially, as you step through each of the following 7 bullets, our primary goal in this document is to have them help us define state interests with respects to flood and levee management in the Delta. And those 4 sub-bullets there are the main items of reducing risk of loss of life, water supply protection, water quality and ecosystem protection, and protecting critical infrastructure in the Delta as well.
Well, all 4 of those were reflected in the earlier language, but you've dropped one. Not result in an increase in the number of people at risk.
Yes.
Talk about that.
I'll talk about that.
Mr. Reinstadt.
Yes. One of my real concerns is that we not put ourselves in a position that we can't live with. And if a new person moves into the city of Sacramento or the city of West Sacramento, even moves in behind 300-year levees, we are increasing the number of people at risk. If we use language that broad, I believe anybody moving into the Central Valley, pretty much on the valley floor, is at risk for loss of life. And so I felt the language was too broad, and so we have to find a way to reduce the risk of loss of life, which I think we can do with quantitative measures, but I don't think we can reduce the number of people at risk.
Well, the question is whether you wish to encourage the addition of more people. How does the chart that you have put in on calculating flood risk relate to the recommendation as presently configured?
I will let
7-1,
Eric
I
talk
guess
about
it is.
that.
The figure 7-1 reflects conceptually how we're looking at calculating flood risk. That's not specifically referenced in policy 4. It is discussed in a later recommendation.
Well,
but if you're asking,
look, if what we're saying is that we should have effective risk reduction, but not object when this chart, figure 7-1 on page 135, shows on one side agricultural use with a risk exposure in dollar terms of $200,000 a year, not object if land on the right-hand side of the chart with houses has $1 million. I mean, explain the rationale for that, other than, gosh, it's terrible, we can't tell people they can't develop.
No, I think what we can do, and I think what we were attempting to do with EAD, is that what it's called? The EAD was say, we want to reduce the risk of loss of life and property behind levees, and you can do that even with more people. So if you have a 1 in 100 chance of a levee of a flood event, and you have 100,000 people behind that levee, if you decrease that probability to 1 in 200 years and increase the number of people to 150,000 people, I believe you've reduced the risk of loss of life. And I think it's possible to do calculations and figure out what the risk of property loss is. And if you do it over the long term, you can actually proceed to reduce the risk of loss of property in the same way. And that is what I think our challenge is, not to try and say, no, nobody can move here because you might be flooded, but rather to say, as new people move in to the communities, flood risk for everybody should decrease so that the overall flood risk, including loss of life and property, goes down over the long term. And that's what we're trying to say, maybe not articulately, but that's what we're trying to say here, and what I think Eric's trying to get at with the policies he's developed.
The Delta plan has said for maybe all 4 drafts that the Delta is inherently flood prone, as declared by the legislature in 1992 when it established the Delta Protection Commission. And it is, do I detect it as the staff position, that placing large additional number of people at risk is either okay, acceptable, or there's nothing we should do about it. Because that's what I think I just heard you say.
I think it is Joe Grindstaff's position, I'll speak for myself, that in some areas, the urbanized areas of the Delta, we should reduce risk of loss of life, and we should reduce risk of loss of property by improving flood protection, and that we shouldn't attempt to use the fact that we're at risk. This is a personal political position, sorry. We shouldn't use the risk to limit growth in those areas, but rather should use the growth.
Should the state invest its money in areas which are intensively developed in the flood-prone areas of our jurisdiction? Because this section, this policy recommendation, is state investment and operations for state interest.
Well,
And
I think the language as it is works well enough. The difficulty with that train of thought seems to me is, you'd tear down the Bay Bridge, you wouldn't rebuild it. Putting more people in the Bay Area is an inherent risk. The state's, an enabler of, because of the seismic risk there. So I think saying that reducing the risk of loss of life is a primary purpose accomplishes our goal without being on record that no more people should move to an area, because you could extend that to most of the state.
I remain unconvinced. Okay, let's go to the next one.
Wait, I have a
I'm
question.
sorry, Felicia, excuse me.
No, I actually was just following the discussion because I'm actually still struggling to understand this one and the change in a way, just because I could see its policy. Maybe I'm just missing something. The first one, I can see if you're going to spend state money, it's an action. It needs to do this. I see the challenge that Joe pointed out of how you would put a lot to a dead stop with that second bullet, so you're trying to come up with another way, but that means the action would be a covered action and someone could appeal it to us because of this. This one, it says it should be directed by a framework that's not done yet. So, and it should do all these things that we're saying it should do. So then the actual covered action or thing that would be actionable in a regulatory way would then be the state investment if it didn't comply with the DWR document that we're telling them to do?
Well, I can
I'm not
double
following the
check.
mechanism of this one as opposed to the mechanism of the third step.
My understanding is that in order to be eligible for state expenditures, it does have to be consistent with the Delta plan. So,
And to be consistent with the Delta plan, it would need to be consistent with this framework that we're asking DWR to finish by 2013.
that's my understanding.
And do you feel that meets the intent of what, I don't have my goldenrod copy of the legislation under my pillow and all posted it up the way the chairman does, but do you feel that this fulfills the obligation that the legislation put on us?
Yes.
Because that was a pretty heavy load for us. That was like one of the most important things that they put on us, which is pretty complicated.
Right. So they were directing the council or the Delta plan to attempt to reduce risk to people, property, and state interests by promoting strategic levy
Show
investments.
off. You have it right there.
Yeah.
That's pretty good.
I have the cheap version.
Yeah, that's really good.
So we feel that what DWR is working on is a very good cut, and these following 7 bullets are our attempt to help them define what we feel is necessary components for that specific plan in order to address our statutory requirements.
Okay. So the consequence and the mechanism would be, thank you, that's helpful, Eric, I appreciate it. It would be that someone could come and challenge all of state money going into anything in levies if it didn't meet this. But there's not another frame that, what if they just don't do this? What if they don't spend the money? We still haven't assured that more happens. I'm just trying to find the forcing
I think
mechanism to do the most
the
important
place
things.
where it's not in this policy that we reduce, it's a combination of policies that reduces risk, where we say you can't do development unless you meet these standards.
Yeah.
That helps to reduce risk. Later on, where we talk about reporting and tracking, and in my mind, one of the key things ultimately is to get people to make decisions based on the economic advantage of reducing risk rather than based on the FEMA standard of 100 years or even the SB 5 standard of 200 years. I believe if we actually can transform how we think about flood management, then that's likely to be a much more important step in reducing risk.
Let's make sure we say that as a package piece somewhere. I think
Mr. Chair.
Don.
Yeah. Just, and I appreciate certainly Joe's explanation of some of the back and forth here, and I think that when you, just the title itself, risk reduction, but it's, in my view, that you have to balance, any number of factors, and there's a lot of things at play here. Obviously, this is a Delta plan. It has a lot of Delta-centric activities and direction and actions and actionable items and so forth. But, in the world we live in, there's risk in everything we do. And we can try to address that. In this case, we talk about levees, we talk about development, we talk about any number of how your flood management practices and so forth. And yet, I would just offer the kind of the caution, and I think Patrick's comments helped to focus on this a bit too, is that and Joe as well, that to say in order to save the Delta and eliminate risk, no one else can live here. You don't want to have this as a place to invite people to visit and recreate and enjoy, and because there's risk. Because you can have a levee break in summertime. You don't have to be living there. You can be visiting there. And there are inherent risks in driving on the levee roads. And there are, because they're not very forgiving. And if you end up in a river, tragic things can happen. And so I think it's important to from a lot of perspectives. And again, I appreciate the chair's point about, about investment of public dollars. But we got people who live in wildfire areas. We have people who live in seismically impacted areas. We have people who live close to freeways, that live, all the different things of risk in our daily lives. And I think that's, at least in my mind, part of the balance here. It's not to increase risk or give false enticement to people to come live here and everything's going to be safe, because that's not life to begin with, and you can get a false sense of security. And I think there are good examples of that, certainly in the state, as it relates to flood risk. And I would hope that in trying to not only address the co-equal goals, but preserve and enhance the aspects that are so important about the Delta, that we don't put such a limitation that, and not just what the Delta plan does and doesn't do, but also some of the other factors, that you, over time, you starve out the very thing you're trying to save and preserve and meet the co-equal goals at the same time. So I've said that before in some of the previous sessions, but this is a critical piece. I mean, you're trying to help people, remain safe, to increase safety over time, not to do things that people might consider as being wrong-headed. On the other hand, if you go too far, I think, state investment or not, you may end up with a undesired result, 50 or 100 years when this plan is, somebody looks back and says, well, we really wanted to save it, but what did we do? So, my comments.
Okay, any other questions on this one? All right, let's go to page 15, recommendation 4, the emergency preparedness. Sorry.
I'll look at my old version here. Recommendation 4 relates to emergency preparedness, response, and mitigation. It has been updated a little bit from the third draft. I believe we added an additional bullet. I don't remember which one it is, but I'll figure it out as we go along here. I think the primary one to note is that SB 27 required Cal EMA and others to develop a multi-hazard coordination task force set of recommendations, and those are pending approval by, I believe, the Secretary of Cal EMA. But once those are approved, we are going to have consider those for actions by the Delta plan and such. So I think that's probably the main one. The other ones relate to things such as emergency stockpiles and actions by DWR, Cal EMA, and local agencies should be considering Delta-wide emergency response plans and other things of that nature. And I think the one that we did add that was not included in the third draft, or perhaps it was, but I would like to highlight it, is that state and local agencies, as well as regulated utilities that own and operate infrastructure, should prepare coordinated emergency response plans. And I think that is something that we've received comments on, and we've had a lot of internal discussions regarding that and felt that that was fairly important, so we wanted to highlight that.
Mr. Nickel, you've heard me complain about it before, but I went out and spent a day on the Golden Guardian exercise, and admittedly this may not be representative, but they were planning for something that included a break on the American River in Rancho Cordova that would flood 35,000 houses. And I asked them whether Highway 50 would be flooded, and at least the folks that were escorting us around didn't know the answer to the question. I asked them how fast the flood would affect the property owners, and they didn't know that either. It's because, of course, the one thing we don't do on emergency response is conduct evacuation exercises for people. We conduct evacuation exercises for first responders and planners. And I got the argument that it's really tough to get Californians to understand why they should actually practice how to get out of where they live in the event of a disaster. But to me, that's the most important thing. It's kind of the starting point. And I have never found in all the hearings Randy and I did, I didn't detect that any agency anywhere, anytime is doing a serious evacuation exercise involving real people as opposed to government employees acting the role of. And you've heard me do what you want on the thing, but it is truly bizarre.
Okay. Yeah, I'll take another look at. We can take a look at the second bullet on recommendation 4 and see if that can be updated to reflect that.
Did you know they flooded 35,000?
Is there a reason why you didn't put any dates in this recommendation? Because that they should do it. They know they should do a lot of, well, they don't know to do a lot of these things, but they don't, I don't know what force this has other than a Hallmark card if it doesn't have some dates on it, like right away. I mean, I was sort of alarmed by the meetings we've had. I know you all have been at even more of them, and it's sort of along the same lines as some of the chairman's concerns, although I do think trying to evacuate real people at that level is a pretty big exercise. But I just think what we're trying to do is shine a much brighter spotlight on this, as well as looking at multiple, that you have multiple hazards, multiple things happening at the same time, that whole distinction between what the Kalima people were talking about with this Golden Guardian exercise and what we were talking about if you had a much bigger combination of catastrophic events. And so I just think it should be amped up and heightened in some way. I'll think about it in the next week, too. But.
Okay. So your thought, though, is have a completion date for each and every one of these, or where applicable?
Yeah, I mean, I'm even more focused on the emergency response and management and planning than on the protection side, where I defer to my colleagues who know it better. But I'm alarmed at the lack of preparedness in a holistic way. And you know, it's easy. I'm sure the Kalima people would like twice as many resources as they have, so I'm not blaming them. They're probably doing what they can with what they have. But you can't prepare enough. And now that and we're charged with doing something about it, I want us to go to the mat on it and go as far as we reasonably can, because this is really important.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm just emphasizing the importance of what you're working on.
Okay. Randy.
Just a minor item. I think that the public preparedness and education component should be broken out as a separate bullet. It's not very well emphasized, and that's a big deal.
Is that the buy a boat thing that Hank wants?
Whatever the emergency procedures that will be employed in the event of an emergency, there's a lot of emphasis on agency training, but not much emphasis on public education. And I think it should be separated out, and we would want to encourage that, whatever form it looks like.
So I lived in the same house for 32 years, and last week I opened my Stockton record, and the emergency planning director, Steve Baldwin, who testified before us, had given the record some information about potential for flooding and how to escape. And I'm looking at a map, and it says where my house is, water will go from 5 to 10 feet high if the levee breaks. And this is how you can get out of there. And in all these years, I'd never thought about what 5 to 10 feet would mean if it flooded. So at least in San Joaquin County, they're doing a good job of mapping that and trying to educate all of us as to what that would mean.
Yeah.
I went out and bought a boat.
Did you really? Did you really?
No, but I think I should.
You sold that old pickup and got rid of it?
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
I think we did make note in the narrative of the good work San Joaquin County's done with respect to their flood contingency maps, and we've spoken with Ron Baldwin a number of times about that.
Yeah.
And also, just one last comment on Mr. Fiorini's note, that I think it's recommendation 7, we do make note of notifying residents of emergency preparedness and notification issues and such. So we'll get to that in just a moment. But we can certainly expand that out or also add that to recommendation 4 as necessary.
Okay.
Moving on to the next couple of recommendations, recommendation 5 and 6, they have not changed essentially from the third draft. Recommendation 5 is a recommendation to the legislature to provide immunity for flood-related activities.
I think you added footnote 13 explaining what the existing law is for fire services, although I must confess the existing law says governments who don't provide fire service are immune and can't be sued for not providing it, and governments that do provide fire service can't be sued and are immune for not providing fire service that prevented the disaster. Is that what? Do I understand that correctly?
I think I would like to
Mr. Stevens,
defer
did you
to
write
Chris
that
Stevens.
law?
I'll defer to the legislators among us, or the past ones.
Mm-hmm.
All we did was copied out of the statute.
Okay.
Okay, so that's 5 and 6. Recommendation 7 has not changed much from the third draft as well, but I think it's an interesting one to spend a few moments on since it just came up. This one relates to the creation or the recommendation of the creation of a Delta Flood Risk Management Assessment District with fee assessment authority. And I think the main things that this district would be authorized to do is primarily collect funding to implement or develop and implement a regional plan of flood control, as well as conduct levee elevation surveys and inspections and have a data reporting element to the Department of Water Resources. And then one of the things that I believe we've expanded out is this concept of expected annual damage, or EAD, that has been discussed a little bit earlier. And so we're feeling that the data that is being collected by this local agency can be used for EAD calculations potentially. And furthermore, also, with respect to what Mr. Fiorini had just mentioned, that this district might also perform the duty of notifying those in the Delta of the flood risk and emergency preparedness and response procedures and activities. And perhaps we'd listed here on an annual basis, so this might be something where there's an ongoing annual reporting, and perhaps we can even add language with respect to specific activities, evacuation exercises, or what have you, if appropriate. Oh, go ahead.
I just want to make a. We've discussed this in some other meetings too. What recommendation R7 does is it also, in essence, mandates that participation in those programs. The programs currently are happening with the counties and flood agencies, and participation is differential based upon available funding. It's not that they don't want to participate more, but many of them have limited funds. And so it's almost a voluntary cooperation at that part, or cooperation of a limited level baseline cooperation that can be afforded, so with existing funding. So this would make a uniform Delta-wide type participation.
One thing you'll notice that was removed from the third draft was an element that was relating to funding, and that was essentially moved back to Chapter 9, which is the financing framework section. So that's primarily it for that. Recommendation 8 has not essentially changed much. That is stating that state agencies that own land should consider or should not enter or renew leases that for activities in the Delta if they're not perhaps participating in efforts that don't contribute to subsidence. And recommendation 9, I believe, is primarily the same, and it relates to reservoir reoperation and coordination amongst the appropriate authorities. So I believe that is it for Chapter 7.
Okay, good. Mr. Nickel, thank you very much. All right, let's get to Chapter 8, members. No, there are no regulations in this chapter. They're all recommendations. Delta as a unique place. Ms. Buckles.
Yes. There are 9 recommendations in this chapter, and many of the changes, let's see if I can destroy the table. Many of these changes were to, we had two types of changes. One was just to facilitate understanding a little bit better, and then we actually added some information from a report that we received that I'll speak to. So initially, Recommendation 1 and Recommendation 2 are premised upon looking forward to the Economic Sustainability Plan being prepared by the Delta Protection Commission. It's our understanding that the first draft should be available soon. We have recommended some items for inclusion into that Economic Sustainability Plan or into subsequent updates for that. It could be subsequent updates for that plan if the Council so chooses. These may be a little more detailed than our understanding of where they are currently.
Mr. Chairman, I just help out. The Delta Protection Commission actually next Thursday, while we're in session, is going to come into session at 1 o'clock next Thursday for the purpose of to hear the full overview of what's been the work to date on the economic sustainability
This is the
plan.
consultants.
Consultants, yeah. So they'll be going through chapter by chapter, and I trust I'll probably be able to get there towards the tail end of it. But they're going to go through with the consultant the various teams that have worked on the various elements of that. And I know there's certainly been some conversation with commission staff and in our consultant, certainly with the council staff as well. So we hope to, probably not in time for any consideration even next Friday, although there might be some information report out. But by the time we next convene, and a little later in the summer, that we'll have a public review draft that'll then be circulated. We have some hearings this summer, so the work continues to progress. And again, as to how these elements are emphasized, some of them I know are, others I don't know when. But we'll certainly have a better idea. And then the commission is going to weigh in chapter by chapter, just as we did with the land use resource management plan, take public comment, and then not unlike some of the effort here to have a draft for public review throughout the summer. So.
And if I may ask the council a question, do you know if there will be planned updates on that plan?
I would trust that there would be at some point in time. I mean, again, the effort, obviously, the funding was in place to allow us to take this on, but that would always be a consideration. But I would think there would be a need to visit back to see if, in fact, in concert, obviously, with the Delta plan. But again, I would hope that much of that would be incorporated in the Delta plan once we get to a point of determination here. But and I don't know whether the legislation calls for any regular updates of the economic sustainability plan or not, but I think it's vital to the ongoing role of what the Commission is going to be doing, and certainly to this Council in trying to monitor whether that really, is it working after 3 years or 5 years? Is there a need to revisit some of these things? So I would say, just my take on that would be yes, there'd have to be at least a revisiting of that at some point in time. So.
And I ask that question because as we move to recommendation 2, which is a recommendation to the legislature for appropriate funding for the implementation of this economic sustainability plan, would it be helpful or not at the council's desire to include in there updates which aren't not specified right now in the legislation?
I can take that back to the Commission. I think that'd be a good. I mean, yeah, I kind of an initial reaction to that, but I think that if you're going to begin implementation, you need to see where you are at junctures, and do you need to tweak the plan or redirect certain efforts and so forth. But yeah, I'll present that to make sure that question gets presented to the Commission so we get some feedback on that as well.
That's a question. Why did you word it the way you did? The legislature should consider appropriate funding. There are a lot of caveat words there. Why not just say the legislature should give appropriate funding or designate appropriate funding? Because you still have appropriate in there.
This was, I'll be quite honest, these were words that we started to try to make a consistent process for when we recommended things to.
Do we have consider in a lot of other places too? I don't know why it seems weak here to me for some reason.
Sorry, we'll take comments on this. I'm not sure if there's a legal reason.
It's like, legislature should ponder.
Ponder.
Well, that's what consider means to me. It's like ponder it. And I just think, wow, that's not that directive. So,
well, let us look at that, and we'll look at it consistently.
More of an action word
it
consistently.
Okay.
Yeah.
There are other places where we say the legislature should allocate, so we do.
Yeah, something like that.
So we could do something like that.
Gwen, is it likely that as the finance chapter develops more fully, that things like this might fall into that chapter in a little more comprehensive manner?
We might be able to move that through, and we're going to speak to finance chapter right after this, so we can maybe carry this one forward, just like we have in some of the other chapters. We actually took our funding recommendations and put them in the finance chapters. So we could do that here and make that a little more consistent, too. In recommendation 3, this is also a concept that we believe is maybe addressed in the economic sustainability plan, but we're not sure, and that is the payment in lieu of taxes. The issues that we've spoken to here before is that many times when land moves from private ownership into public ownership, that many of the agencies cannot provide payment in lieu of taxes or other services, and sometimes they can, but they're not funded to do so. And so this recommendation would be for the legislature to consider reasonable payments from the state agencies in lieu of taxes to replace the lost local government revenues for everything from the schools to the fire services and other times that property taxes being funded.
Anybody know what we've done in the past on these kind of issues? Not specifically in the Delta or
We've cut deals differently all over the state. City of Sacramento, for example, still has the residue of a deal, first administratively granted and then legislatively directed to get in lieu property payment in the downtown areas for state office buildings. You know, there being a ton
Does
of
it get them now? Really?
Yeah, a little bit.
Did you make that deal when you were mayor?
No, it was around long before I got there, and we liked it. And the state agencies hated it.
And so it still goes on. The state
I believe
pays
so, unless
City of Sacramento.
Unless somebody's found
And
it
some
and
state
eliminated it.
agencies aren't allowed to do payment in lieu of taxes, either legislative.
So there's no
Yeah, you have to do a
pattern?
legislative. You have
Really,
to.
it's kind of an ad hoc determinations over a long period of time, or
I'm trying to remember when it started, but there were some deals allegedly in the 1930s that somebody once told me about. But
I mean, I'll bet the city of West Sacramento didn't offer to pay the schools for taking this property off the tax rolls to build a community center.
See, I didn't even raise this issue.
No, but I mean, all governments do it. So, you know, when and where were you going to pay for lost tax revenue? So,
Mr. Antoli.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think part of the concern emanates here, though, that in just referencing the BDCP process where you had potentially tens of thousands of additional acres coming off of, of the tax rolls into, potentially into public ownership of one form or another, that where you have an economic driver now, agriculture in large part, again, if you had a conversion of those lands to something that didn't certainly produce that particular element of economic contribution, but then didn't also pay the property taxes, even though they might be more minimal, then, they're certainly not of the urban and suburban type. That's not going to be appropriate. But you're talking about, about 1/5, maybe 1/6 of the lands under some of those proposals at 110 or 120,000 acres. Some of that already being in public ownership. I think the concern is that not just with local and state held lands, you have federally held lands too, and that you still, and this, that you have requirements for sheriff services. You've got roads that lead in and out of there. You've got emergency services if there are areas where people visit. That it's not just counties or cities that may derive that. You have fire districts and reclamation districts in some cases, and others who rely on that. And you're right. I mean, Phil was chuckling. He said, "Well, you want to put sure that Sacramento County pays in lieu taxes on the lands that it holds." And I said I wasn't going to introduce that amendment, but I do think this is a critical piece of the equation, and relative to particularly with the co-equal goals and trying to do the restoration of habitat lands.
So it might be the scale. If it's a big enough effect, then it might
and to have
better justify a payment.
Yes, and I think and I think that's a good point, and having a dependable source, because I've seen charts on certain payments, and it runs like this, and again, it's depending upon whether a legislative body, not just the legislature, or if Congress appropriates to certain departments that they can pay for their in lieu in any given year, and you may get a percentage of that, and or you may not, and so it's tough, I think, for local entities, even the smaller ones that are smaller in counties, to know if they're going to get that increment or not, and then I think it gets blended. That's the other thing. I've heard a complaint from some of the folks recently that how do you get it deciphered? Then once it does come to if the county is a receiving entity, how does that fire district know they get a little piece of that in the way that all the financing is broken out? So again, I don't know whether this will ever get solved, but I think it's a good point for this council if we so choose to at least push on a little bit.
Now, we can also move this to Chapter 9, the finance, too, if it would be a better place for it, a more appropriate place. I see some head nods.
Okay. All right. Let's move. I'd like to move through this more rapidly if we could, please, since these are all not policies, they are recommendations.
Recommendation 4 is to develop again, this was very, very minor word changes for clarification in Recommendation 4. This was to provide for recommendation to Department of Fish and Game and U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service to participate in safe harbor agreements.
Is this somehow related to the habitat credit recommendation we made for the Conservancy to
It's
study?
not
I know it's a different thing.
It's a different thing.
But it's the same generic subject area.
It's so that
I suppose.
adjacent landowners, and
Yeah.
we could also include, if you'd like, the good neighbor policies too. This is safe harbors for participating landowners. Good neighbors are for adjacent landowners
you know,
to habitat.
Just for me, I'd prefer to try to consolidate recommendations of a like nature, if we could, so we don't have separate recommendations. We've got 2 bullet points on one subject area or
We could
something.
move this into the
That might work,
ecosystem.
might not.
Okay. And then the grouping, then recommendation 5 also,
That was moved to other chapters.
recommendation 5 was moved to, the old recommendation 5 was moved
Yeah,
to other chapters.
right.
The new recommendation 5, which was recommendation 6, was again mostly a word change, so that recommendation to the Delta Protection Commission to pursue with the federal government for the designation of the Delta and Sassoon Marsh as a National Heritage Area, and that's also pending their reports. So it's because they are completing those studies. Recommendations 6 through 9 have been added this time round, and they were added based upon we were in receipt of a report that was submitted to the Delta Protection Commission as part of their economic sustainability plan preparation by the Department of Parks and Recreation. It was submitted in May, early May, and they had some recommendations that we felt should come forward into this document, and they're associated with development of gateways, connectivity between the recreation areas and the communities that could be used as base camps, development of some specific recreational facilities that they recommended, sort of initial focus, and also because they felt that there would be a lot more people participating in water recreation, that they should improve the marine patrol strategy and funding. So those came directly from the recommendations of that, and I don't know how the Economic Sustainability Plan will incorporate those, but we chose to propose those to the council at this time.
Okay. All right, next. Pat, did you have a, okay. All right, recommendation 7.
Oh, I'm sorry, I sort of combined 6 through 9 because you told
okay.
me to hurry.
Okay. All right. Zoom, okay. Zoom.
And they all
Okay.
came from the same report.
I understand. Well, then let's do a zoom to the last chapter, which is the finance chapter, which
Okay.
is also recommendations only.
And I'm going to have Alan High Street join me here.
Yep. Alan?
Well, from looking at this chapter compared to the previous draft, there were efforts made to make Chapter 9 much more concise. The first part of doing that was taking the last half of that chapter, funding sources, and moving that into the appendices.
Which ought to be called potential funding sources as opposed to funding sources, but that's minor.
The other thing we did, because we had focused a lot of our cost section on there, talking about BDCP and what they were doing. There's still a lot of other things that should be covered. We put that in a text box just to kind of pull that out and then to keep that as a flow. We reorganized the recommendations to group things together. And then we also had a new recommendation 8 that came over from one of the other chapters. This sounds by the 5th draft, we'll have probably a few more, it sounds like. So if we look at the red line of the policies and recommendations.
The side-by-side comparison.
The
is what we got.
side-by-side?
Yeah.
When we go through that, kind of our first heading there was flood-related. So you can see in the first one there, looked in terms of providing protection for assets that were already in the Delta. That stayed relatively unchanged. The next recommendation in terms of the Regional Flood Management Agency, that's one that kind of moved out of Chapter 7 and was consolidated here with just a little bit of text changing there, and then also to give a little flexibility in terms of what percent you might put in for the matching funds. The recommendation 3 that talks about the $50 million from 1E funds to DWR to begin the acquisition of lands, again, that's relatively unchanged. The next recommendation, the long-term stable funding for the subventions program and special projects, again, very little change.
That one, and maybe when I read the chapter, it should be found. Shouldn't we say, for example, like what? Options?
We certainly could.
We cover some of those later on in other recommendations, but yeah, cross-referencing.
Okay. The next recommendation, in terms of kind of describing what the DWR might do, that particular one obviously got to have a large rewrite. The rewrite on that one is really trying to pull together the information so we can get an idea of, one, what are the total needs across the state, and also to provide information for those that really want a more regional look. So the recommendation here to look for information in the urban water management plans and the ag water management plans that describe some of the local projects and what those are. This would essentially just start highlighting that so we could start having those in one place. And so,
Suspect I've seen subgroups of this from different agencies that while DWR might not have it, different associations of water agencies probably have it already too. So different kinds of associations. So I assume the wastewater agencies do, and they update it all the time.
So then on the next page where we talk a little bit about user fees, again, this is where we ask to get authority to develop fees for beneficial uses and also for stressors pay. So we had the only changes there were really just to try to make that a little more direct and concise. Some people were concerned that we were talking about a one-time amount of dollars, so we added annual in there where it was appropriate. In some of the second bullet, for example, when we talk about repayment on that advance from DWR, we just added, for example, with interest. And also, if we develop a revenue source sooner than later, you didn't have to wait 10 years before you began repayment.
Is there a place that we define stressors?
Actually, we could refer back to the list that we're going to detail more in Chapter 5.
Yeah, right.
Yes, we have the shorthand.
That's one
version, but-
Randy mentioned
Yeah.
in the ecosystem discussion earlier.
It's not there yet.
Yeah, and just the wording about how we look at stressors, the separate. I can't look at this without thinking. Can we also put a fee on people who stress the council?
I don't have a lot of money.
I have no one in mind.
Yeah, Joe doesn't have a lot of money, he said. Did you hear that? Well,
Pat?
Well, so how do we tackle that, or when do we do that?
The stressors thing.
Well, I mean, as it applies to, in other words, if we're going to ask for our budget to be paid over time or advanced and then paid back from a fee on stressors, we ought to say whatever it is we mean as best we can, right? Because the alternative is people will make assumptions, and maybe they're valid and maybe they're not. Or they'll just keep asking, am I a stressor or am I not?
Stressors you can't put a fee on, like invasive species, really, unless you want to put it on tanker with bad ballast tanks. I mean, at a certain point it becomes difficult to figure out.
But you might put a fee on bass fishing, as we used to do,
Right, that would do it.
and use that. I don't know. But so there are things we can do, and I agree this chapter needs, we need to work through this a lot more.
So, for instance, if we were going to, after January 1st, take this recommendation and go to the legislature and ask somebody to introduce a bill to do this, they would ask these questions, right? And so if we think that there ought to be a stamp on striped bass fishing, in part to pay for this, we ought to say it and engender all the discussion that it's likely to, rather than have the legislature see it for the first time.
Absolutely. My expectation is the next 6 months we need to enhance this chapter significantly. We haven't focused as much on this chapter because it's not subject to this environmental review.
Great. So we can do it later. I'm not.
No, but we need to get on it.
But yeah. Okay. Thanks.
Okay, and then the last bullet in that recommendation was asking for the revenue bond authority. So if we come up with the revenue stream, then you would like to have the ability to issue revenue bonds with that revenue stream to generate some capital. So
maybe we could just be a redevelopment agency.
They have temporary new life with the veto, I assume.
Alan, this is looking ahead beyond the CEQA process and so on, but at some point, we need to develop a budget that lists the anticipated expenses by category. Not necessarily, you've included some numbers for some things, but I think to the degree that we can, we need to create an exhaustive list of what the budgeted expenses items are anticipated, so that when the time comes and we have an opportunity to talk about revenues, that we already have an idea of what we're going to spend the money for and where it's going, so that we know how much we need.
I agree. Okay, the next recommendation, when you talk about, that one's just clarifying assessment authority for local water agencies. Just some minor editing there. But again, just really gives them, local agencies, another avenue for fees there also. The next recommendation was one, again, that was moved over. I can't recall what chapter this came from, but this is for the Habitat Credit Agreement, just that the state and federal agencies.
Yeah, and that relates, there's language in the ecosystem about the Conservancy developing the same thing, so there probably ought to be a cross-reference at least at some point.
And then recommendation number 9, then this deals with the Delta Conservancy, and no less than $50 million should be allocated from existing bond funds or any new funds authorized by the voters to the Conservancy. And so that would help them with their capabilities to administer and monitor their projects, as well as getting some of their early start programs. The next recommendation in terms of investigating carbon offsets is unchanged from before. And then the last two on there are in the kind of the longer term. Up until now, the recommendations we talked about were things we wanted to really accomplish in the next 5 years. And then the last two really go to try to get done by 2025. And recommendation 11 essentially is talking about establishing a public good charge for water. And again, just some editing there to include additional things we might put in there for that, such as science programs. And then just clarifying that there's a lot of work that would have to be done on that. You know, similar to a stressors fee, on a lot of, like a public good charge, there's going to have to be a lot of information that's developed in terms of what would be funded, how would that be recovered or allocated, and that information's not there yet.
All right, if I ran into one of the legislative analysts for the state at a water conference I was at this week, and he sent me a report they just put out, or some suggestions on how to do this just in the last 2 weeks. Have you guys had a chance to look at that?
I haven't seen that, but there's been a couple reports. Most of those have been with the out of Berkeley. And the first one had to do with some of the public's good charge. It was a correlation with the energy charge to the water charge. And then they updated that, I think, a few months later.
Yeah, it would be good before, I know we'll be working on this in the months to come, but it'd be good to look at what our LAO's office has put out, and I know the CPUC water folks have been working on a public.
Yeah.
It would be nice to sort of corral the ideas that are out there, since other people are looking at it, and then we can go to the next
no question.
level.
And, yeah, we do have that, and it's referenced in here.
Randy?
And I'm not sure that the example of the public benefits charge for electricity applies, at least in terms of the intent of this recommendation, because if I'm not mistaken, local utilities collect 2.85% of the bill, and then they spend it in the local area.
Right.
And this is more of a statewide program that you're promoting, so the example may not fit.
They
No.
actually do also fund some things at a state level. So at the Energy Commission, some of the funding goes to fund their science.
Those are investor-owned utilities.
Yes.
But the public utilities, which is most of the water
True.
community, is local.
That's true.
And then the last recommendation really just comes down to creating the new, the Regional Flood Management Agency, and then looking at how we'd prioritize state investments for operations. So that's relatively unchanged from what we have before. So that's, we didn't have a lot of changes in the recommendations. Like I say, most of the changes, we're making it concise. We know there's a lot of work to be done to get this closer to even examples to what a particular charge might be on a per acre or per unit basis. And a lot of that will depend on what charges we're trying to collect, and we need to do that as well.
Thanks.
And I want to add, we put these on the table so you could have the discussion. I am not sure that anybody here is ready to commit to anything, but at least it's on the table. And as I said before, I expect we will have lots of in-depth discussion, and we'll spend entire days working on this chapter in particular, because it is, in the end, very important.
Okay, Ms. Buchholz, anything else that you need right now?
No, we
Okay.
made our presentation.
Thank you for putting together
Appreciate your comments.
very difficult package of things, and doing this side by side, I think, was quite helpful. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's just go out and get some public comment on this. I've got a bunch of people who submitted material. Mr. Zuckerman is number 1. Mr. Moran is number 2. Mr. Quinn is number 3. Mr. Zuckerman. Yeah, if you could. Yeah, it's on now, Tom.
Okay. Well, I think we're all playing a little catch-up on this thing without a lot of time to review current materials, but I want to go back to the blue sheets.
Blue sheet. Okay, members, grab your blue sheet. This is the EIR Alternatives Preliminary Draft.
Yeah, and I was a little confused over the way you've separated the columns. And it looked to me, just looking at the conveyance part of it going across, that the preferred plan is basically to defer to the BDCP and assume that they will do a broad examination of alternatives. At least that's the way it reads.
I think that's accurate.
So it's kind of a deferral on that subject until somebody else has gone through this whole process. But then the no action alternative was the same thing, which didn't make a lot of sense to me, because I don't understand how you can rely upon something that's going to happen in the future as being your no action alternative. It's the same thing as your proposal. And then you go into a series of examinations of different alternatives, which presumably is what you've deferred to the BDCP to do. So I didn't get it. It seemed to me, if you're serious about deferring this issue until, and insisting, as you should in your appellate authority and so forth, that the BDCP does a thorough analysis of alternatives, that kind of takes that portion of the plan off the table. So then I was thinking to myself, well, how do you make sense out of this then? And to me, the way to make sense out of it, you have a certain number of recommendations in here that are short-term recommendations that are within the next 5-10 years. And then you have other issues that you've designated or allocated to longer-term things, which you're really not making decisions on today. You're leaving those up in the air. So I was wondering if it might not be helpful to separate your environmental impact report statement consideration here between things that you're recommending happen in the near term, with the idea that once you get to the point where you're going to start making long-term decisions, you would do a supplemental EIR or something in order to simplify this process. Because otherwise, I don't think you're going to have a very meaningful discussion about a lot of things you haven't decided yet. I mean, do more of this, less of that, and so forth. But without having specific projects in front of you, it's pretty hard to analyze them. And then if you do try to concentrate on the things that you think you can get done within the next 5 to 10 years, you could add more detail to your plan on those things and do a little bit more thorough job of doing the environmental analysis. Just a suggestion. It's confusing.
Tell me, Tom, do you want us to wait for BDCP to complete before talking about facilities? Or
I think you made that decision. That's what it says here.
Well, okay, but you don't agree with that. You want us to do something else?
No, I think the best thing that it says in this report that I've been able to glean so far is the idea that you really think that somebody ought to come to grips with what flows are necessary in the Delta before you go into a extensive discussion of what's the best way to export the water that's still going to be available from the Delta. I think that is the right approach. So the first two things that I would like to see happen would be some resolution of the flow requirements in the Delta, which another way of saying the safe yield of the Delta on a year-by-year type of basis, and the other is the designation of the design flood and the floodways and the necessary floodplains. Because I think everything else is going to spring off those two decisions.
Are you proposing that we adopt our own flow standards for the Delta rather than waiting for the Water Board?
No, but I don't. I think that's part of the thing that you expect to happen in the next 5 to 10 years, to get that done.
Yeah.
And to get the designation of the floodways and the floodplains and all that stuff done.
All right.
And then you can wrestle with the land use issues beyond that point. You can wrestle with the conveyance issues. You can wrestle with the storage issues and all that stuff. But without having those basic decisions done, I think you're kind of floating on clouds.
Do you think that complies with our statutory direction? I mean, I understand you may think it's an unwise direction, but, we're ordered to develop, adopt, and commence implementing January 1st next year.
Yeah, I think it does.
You think what does?
I think what I've suggested to you does. I think your direction is to develop a plan for 100 years. And I think it's going to take you some period of time on a staged basis, to be able to come to grips with all these issues. That's my judgment.
Right.
And I think you should do that. You should decide which things are important first, try to get them done, decide what things you can go ahead and get started on now without them becoming, what do you call them, stranded investments, and designate them and get going on it and start trying to resolve these critical issues with the fishery and other things that could be done in the Delta. I mean, to use an example, I spent quite a bit of time discussing this in my last submittal to you. I think until we come to grips with the issue of dredging in the Delta.
That's a June 1.
The last
letter.
one, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think a lot of these other things are going to, it's not going to be possible to do them. So
Well,
get started on trying to figure out how to get dredging permits
Well,
in the Delta.
dredging information is explicitly in alternative number 3 of this process. I'm sure you'd like, and there's even a mention, I think, in the proposed project. But what you're really saying is pick out these elements, move only on those elements, delay everything else.
Not delay everything else. Recognize that certain things you can get started on. Other things you're relying upon externalities to advise you on, like the BDCP. And separate it between those things that you can get your arms around and get started on and the other things that are going to take a while. Otherwise, you're going to end up with nothing. And putting the dredging in a third alternative doesn't make it part of your preferred plan.
But Tom,
So
we
means-
mentioned dredging in the preferred plan.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, Gwen, take a look.
Oh,
Take a look,
okay.
please.
We
You
added
did.
it.
But
In the fourth draft.
it's kind of a tagline on the one that deals with the deep water channels, right?
No, we added it both for the deep water shipping channels and throughout the Delta.
But isn't it a tagline in that same?
It's combined.
It's on the
It's a
same
combined
recommendation.
recommendation, but it's specific and would be analyzed.
Okay.
And actually was informed by yours and several other letters.
But I read the 240 pages that you sent me indirectly
Overnight.
on the web, and I still only found one sentence
Okay.
devoted to it. Okay.
Yes.
So it didn't leap off the page. It did for me, but I don't know whether it would
Well,
for
but
anybody else.
Tom,
And I
our
appreciate your mentioning it.
look, we've laid out 7 alternatives. We tried to cover as wide a range of choices as possible. But as you know, we're not approving the proposed Delta plan. That's not what we're doing. We're simply moving toward agreeing to circulate, comment, get the EIR, do the evaluation, and decide all that. And if we don't do that, then, well, okay.
Well, I think we're missing each other in this discussion. And as I say, that's a little preliminary on my part. It just occurs to me that this might be a way to get your spade in the ground here and get moving on this thing without.
I think we're largely doing
what.
what you're asking us to do.
Okay. Okay, well, that's enough of that. I did want to just point out a couple of things that came up in the discussion today that on the white sheet of paper now. On page 14, you were talking a lot in your comments about protection of property, but the text under RRP4 really ignores the protection of property. It talks about life, water supply, and so forth, but it doesn't really get down to the issues of protecting property. And of course, the state law that sets up the Delta Protection Commission requires it, or suggests to it, or recommends to it, that the 3 things that they want the Delta Protection Commission to protect in the Delta are agriculture, recreation, and environmental uses. And you have ignored those in your description of what the statewide interest is in the Delta, and I think that's a serious oversight. On emergency planning, I thought your discussion was interesting. I wanted to just sort of by way of amusement to give you an anecdote about emergency planning in the Delta. Years ago, I was an attorney representing the Reclamation District on McDonald Island, a very large public utility that distributes electricity and gas.
Who shall remain unnamed.
Who shall remain unidentified, was a major, had a major interest in a gas storage field on McDonald Island. And the trustees were really badgering them or hectoring them, to use your terminology, about doing an emergency planning effort. They said, why? And what if you had a gas well blow out? You know, you're building this facility near one of our levees. Well, I said, well, that'll never happen. This is really well engineered. You know, it's just not going to happen. It's not worth worrying about. So, of course, it happened.
Called the San Bruno illustration.
No, it happened on McDonald Island.
Right.
Red Adair had to come in and, you know, put it out. It took forever to get it done. So at the next reclamation district, we asked the representatives of this large public utility district, now what do you want to do about it? I said, well, now we really don't need to worry about it. It was so unlikely that it would happen in the first place that it's impossible
never happen
that it would
again.
ever happen again. So that's my anecdote on emergency planning. The other thing I wanted to ask was a bit of a question, and it'd probably be addressed to Supervisor Natoli, but on page 16, the broad coalition of reclamation districts and water agencies in the Delta submitted a letter recently recommending that the Delta Protection Commission be considered the agency that would take over these issues that you've been talking about for a new assessment district and so forth. And I understand at a meeting of the district that was not a very popular idea, and I wasn't able to attend it, and I was sort of curious as to what the reasoning was.
Yes, very briefly, it was presented in a discussion paper to the Commission at its May meeting, and there were some pretty strong concerns and serious reservations by several representatives of the Commission. And at that point in time, it was pretty clear there was not a lot of interest, at least by those who had spoken from the Commission side of it that evening. And we were getting pretty long in the evening when we got to this, and there was also discussion about some land use authorities, and that was kind of bundled into the discussion paper. So between the two, there was quite a bit of interaction amongst commissioners, but pretty strong concerns about having that come to not just the Commission, but a way concerns were expressed that some saw this as being the state, moving it down to the local level and having liability rest with somebody else, and there were a number of things, Tom. But there was no endorsement of some of the concepts that were being put forth in the discussion paper by the executive director, and so at this point in time, there was no action taken on it. It was for discussion purposes, although it was suggested that the Commission could act, and that became a bit of a point of contest as well as related to the agenda that evening. So I didn't get. My sense is one member of the Commission, but as the chair, that there may have been some interest by folks who didn't talk, but by those who did speak up on the Commission, several of them, they were different levels of concern and or opposition to the idea. And again, for a combination of reasons, I cited some of them. But so at this point in time, the Commission, at least in that discussion, was not accepting the idea that the Commission ought to be that. I'm not sure they were accepting the idea that some of this ought to be distributed, beyond those who are currently responsible for those activities.
Well, I understand it did get wrapped up in the land use discussion as well, but I would hope that that isn't the last word from the Commission on it. If we're going to have Delta-wide assessment district. The Protection Commission is, from a governance point of view, is something that Delta is comfortable with. I think they're not comfortable with creating a new district of the same jurisdiction out of whole cloth and having to deal with that. So I hope you won't give up on that concept.
Yeah, I think certainly a fuller discussion could occur. Again, it was wrapped up. There was the first item that I mentioned, the land use, took a lot of attention, and that had some very strong reaction to that particular discussion paper and the elements thereof. But the focus will shift for this meeting next Thursday is to the economic sustainability plan. That's the only agenda item. It may be later in the summer that certainly acknowledging the correspondence from some of the other folks who, reclamation districts and others who are water agencies, an interest in the commission, at least taking that under consideration because there was no formal action taken. It was more in the form of commentary. So again, I think the commission could entertain a much more focused discussion on that particular item, and I know it's embodied here in some of the recommendations that are being suggested for the council as well. So,
okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Tom. Mr. Moran, then Mr. Quinn, and then Ms. Martin. Mr. Moran, Delta Wetlands.
Thank you. First of all, I do have to say that I continue to be impressed by the process that you've established. It is unfortunately, a rare public process where you know that when your comments are submitted that they will be read, that they will be thought about, that you can enter into a serious discussion about them, and often they're accepted. And that's a refreshing thing to be part of, and I appreciate your setting that up. One of the things that we have talked about leading up to this meeting and that you have talked about at the meeting is what you've talked about is the waiver provisions that have been added. And I think you've made a step in the right direction, but I don't think that the language that's in there gives you the kind of waiver latitude that you've been talking about. What it says is that you don't have to do something if it's not possible to do it. But if it is possible, you have to do it. And I think that's not really the way you've been talking. You've been talking more about discretionary circumstances where you'll decide that it's okay if in this circumstance we don't do it. And I would suggest that rather than, I think it's a pretty easy solution if instead of talking about possible, if you talk about feasible. You have built in there a pretty robust process for holding a proponent's feet to the fire. They can't just allege that it's not, I'll say, feasible. They have to demonstrate it. They have to consider what the requirement is. They have to apply it to their project. They have to show why it isn't feasible and present that information to you for your judgment. I think that's highly appropriate. So I would recommend that you take the structure that you've come up with and by modifying it from a possible standard to a feasible standard, that you will have gotten where you really want to go. Second comment is in the area of adaptive management. I continue to have problems with the notion of applying adaptive management in its full force to specific projects. The examples that are presented are pretty large-scale examples. And within those examples, the way adaptive management would typically work is that you decide to do a project. You have pretty fixed specifications for that. Depending on how it works, you may not do another project like that, or you may do a subsequent project. But you don't necessarily ask the project proponent to keep their checkbook open so that you can do that project and whatever else you decide to do after that. And there really is a very severe financial impact by having that open checkbook provision, which is currently in there.
Well, I don't know if it's exactly an open checkbook. That's what we were talking about that earlier. That was asking applicants to come in to indicate that the representations they are making that require financing, in fact, they have the ability to do, and over time to maintain their representations. If an applicant came in and said, well, we can start up, but that's all we can do, and somebody else has to pay for it after year one, you probably would argue that they would not be in compliance with the co-equal goals. I mean, I would think, you know.
We've had
And
discussion
what
before
do you-
about the financial guarantees and that kind of thing, and I thought actually that language had been removed, and I see that it's back in there within the context of adaptive management. There needs to be some flexibility. Clearly, at the project level, there are elements of a project that are amenable to adaptive management. And I think certainly in any large project, you're going to have adaptive elements to that project. But there needs to be some way of limiting that so that it doesn't become an open checkbook. You do have language in there that I appreciate that said that it's not the intent that this create a big bureaucratic, rigid process. And I think that's a start in the right direction. It's then hard to see, however, how that intent flows through the rest of the language, that the actual policy says that you have to have a plan. That's reasonable enough, and then you have to show the management and financing wherewithal to deliver on that. That's sometimes, and in some particulars, appropriate. Sometimes you're just going to get somebody that can do a thing for you, and you should let that happen. So as an example, if somebody was willing to either donate land or fund a wildlife conservancy, basically that would be land that goes to Department of Fish and Game, you should say thank you and take that. You shouldn't say, oh, but before we take that, we need assurances that whatever we follow-on actions we plan for that land, you'll be on the hook to do. So I think you need that kind of flexibility. I will be thinking about specific language changes that might accommodate that.
If you would, please.
I will. And I think you're headed in the right direction on that, but I think sometimes you need to just let a cigar be a cigar, and take what somebody offers if it's beneficial overall, that you should be able to accept that. Last comment, and this isn't explicitly a part of the document, but we've had a lot of discussion over the past couple of meetings about whether the consistency determination process is linear or circular. And my understanding is, or the way it's been explained, is that the legislation is fairly ambiguous in that respect, but that your own procedures are quite specific. And that specificity is that if an item is appealed, if it is determined to be inconsistent and returned to the proponent, it comes back to you for another round. If you still find it inconsistent, it goes back, and you can get into a circular process. I don't know that that's what the legislation intended, and frankly, if that is, and there's been discussion at your level as to what it really is anyway. So if there's any confusion about that, or if...
Well, Mr. Moran, look, one of the problems is if we have no power to return an application for insufficient information, for example, then that has to lead us to be quite detailed, precise, expansive, mandatory and requirements up front, which you don't like. You want us to have fairly limited information up front. Okay, how can you...
Actually, that's not true. No, I'm very happy giving you all the information that we have and that you want. I would like a process that once we've provided that, that decision is made, and if we or anybody else has an issue with that, then you have recourse in the courts. But that it not just sit here in an endless do-loop. That was my impression as to, that's the way it was described several times, as my impression as to what the legislation anticipated. If that is a function of your rules, then you have the authority to change those rules to make it the way you want it. So I wanted to raise that as an issue that I think is deserving of attention. I think there's still considerable confusion about that, frankly, as to what the process is.
Okay. Mr. Moran, thank you very much.
Mr. Just on that point, we had a discussion about that some months ago, and
last year when the rules were up.
And as we get into the Delta plan, I guess not for the purposes right now, we're taking public testimony, but I guess I'd like to know how one could get out of the circular limbo if in fact there was a bounce back all the time over a course of whatever it is, that they actually could get to some adjudicated, determination at some point. But if you always get, like Mr. Stevens came,
Yeah, I think I would characterize the process a little differently, rather than a circular limbo. I think that the idea is
that wasn't a legal term, Chris.
No, but I think that I'm glad that you said it that way, or the never-ending do loop. First of all, the idea here is that there aren't going to be surprises to the extent that we can work ahead of time through early consultation, that people will know where they stand. But assuming that a certificate of consistency is filed, there's an appeal, it comes before this body, and you decide, it isn't consistent with the Delta plan, with this, it doesn't comply with one or more of the policies, even talking about this so-called waiver language, maybe it isn't good for the co-equal goals. It's inconsistent with the co-equal goals or one of the state flood control programs, what have you. So you remand it back to the agency if they decide it, and you're going to remand it back with detailed findings as to why you think it isn't consistent. You remand it back to the state agency or local agency. If they decide they want to go forward with the project nevertheless, there's an opportunity, and I see it as an opportunity rather than a penalty and putting the agency on a never-ending do loop, that they get a second chance to address the issues that you've raised and that you've hopefully raised through your staff at an early consultation level. So there's a chance to make it right. Then they come back, and pursuant to the appeals procedures that the gentleman alluded to, that you actually adopted back in September and now have the force of law, if they come back with a second certificate of consistency and there is no appeal within 30 days, they can go ahead with their project. So, but conceitedly, admittedly, there is a chance for you to weigh in again and say, you know what, you didn't rectify, you're not consistent with the Delta plan again. There is that chance. But again, the flip side, I think the better way to look at it is you get a second chance. You should have detailed findings from the first go-round as to where you didn't measure up. And so, admittedly, the appeals procedures can be amended. There was an exemption, as you recall, in the Delta Reform Act from having to go through the Administrative Procedures Act. But this issue was debated and raised in public forum at least 3 or 4 times, and I think that there was good public discussion and transparency, and the full board voted to adopt those appeals procedures. So they're in effect now. We've attached them just so everybody's aware of them again as an appendix to the draft Delta plan. There was some confusion with some of the commenters, a bit off subject, but including the Department of Fish and Game that weighed in on the appeals procedures, incorrectly referring to them as proposed procedures, and that was probably because they're attached to our proposed staff draft plan. But again, they were already adopted. They were debated 3, 4, or 5 times, and the issue is what the issue is. So, and one thing that we did commit to with some of the local agencies that had engaged, which was of great benefit to us, as you know, when we were preparing the proposed procedures, was that as we get closer to adoption of the Delta plan, that we would revisit particular examples. I think Senator Johnston, you pointed out that it's always good to run through some real-world examples. And so we'll take a look at the procedures, we'll take a look at the near final Delta plan, and we'll figure out if it works. And again, if it doesn't work, you have the option to go back in and amend those procedures. So.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Mr. Quinn, Ms. Martin, and Mr. Minton. Mr. Quinn, Aqua.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the council. I'm Tim Quinn, Executive Director of the Association of California Water Agencies. I'm here appearing as a representative today of the so-called Ag Urban Coalition. We're searching for a better name, haven't found one yet. That is a very large coalition, as indicated by the signature blocks and all the letters that we've sent you. I think it's worth noting that our April 8th and May 6th letters were letters of criticism, basically. This letter, I hope you will recognize, it was a positive statement of what that very broad, diverse coalition is prepared to support, in this case in the form of an alternative to be put into your EIR. And we want to express our appreciation that you have decided to do that. We think that it looks like you have what's certainly approaching or is there as an appropriate range of policy options to choose from as you move through the process. And we pledge to the document we submitted on Friday was the result of thousands and thousands of hours of dedicated work by a pretty large group of people. We're taking this very seriously. We may not always agree, but we certainly are pledged to be open-minded and try to work our differences out. My main comment for you today is I've sat here for over 2 hours, and let me state it in the positive, watch you have the courage to dive in the details. A level of detail, I've worked for large boards my entire career at a level of detail I never expected my boards to work at, and that's your choice. But in addition to those details, some would suggest maybe down in the weeds, I've handed out to you, and they're available for the copy. These are key questions that we think you have to be addressing. And
these are the same questions that were in the document.
They are word for word. I'm just trying to make it accessible for you and the audience. I had to go to 10 font to get it on one page. That is the only change. And I'm not going to. I don't believe that you have time to be drugged through these questions today. There are basic questions I would want my board of directors to focus on. How comprehensive? What is your strategy for implementation, incentive-based or regulatory-based? What is your strategy for financing? You go to the legislature and get 50% plus one, or build a broad base of support around the people you're asking to pay for. Subtleties about the BDCP, water supply philosophy. Does it need to go down, or can it go up as part of a comprehensive program? So now, to make it simpler, just sort of how I would set the stage for my board of directors, in the last 20 plus years of my experience in this business, there's kind of two schools of thought on how you approach these questions. One school of thought asks the question, how can you even think about increasing water supply from this beleaguered ecosystem? Exclamation point, exclamation point. Well, that's one school of thought. I can see how people can think it. Another school of thought, to which the Ag Urban Coalition adheres, is how can you think about accomplishing co-equal goals without being able to invest in a diversified, integrated, comprehensive set of management tools for both ecosystem restoration and water supply reliability. Our proposal is built around the need to have a comprehensive solution out there on the table. If you go back into School 1, the School of Reduced Supply, you are starting to answer these questions in ways that we believe will set you back and not forward on a quest for co-equal goals. BDCP becomes highly unlikely. Conveyance solutions become highly unlikely. Storage is most likely off the table. You are moving down a path of much more restricted management tools by adopting that implicit choice in answering these questions. Whether you agree with that or not, we would urge you to take these questions up and at your next meeting, devote enough time to talk them through as a policy body. To get yourself out of the weeds long enough to talk about where do you want to go as a matter of policy. I think that's the most important discussion you need to have right now. Last, a request. You've labeled us the increased supply, parentheses, kind of bad guys, water only think about one thing. We'd prefer the label more comprehensive or more co-equal goals, because that's what we think you'll get if you follow the path of Alternative 1B. Be glad to listen to any comments or answer any questions.
Tim?
Patrick.
So on page 3 of your I guess page 3 of the draft alternative plan.
Is that the policy letter, Pat? Or
that's what I was trying to figure out, what I'm looking at here. Draft alternative plan, chapter 1, Delta plan.
It's the plan itself.
Yeah, I think it is. You say Delta plan shall include measures to promote a more reliable water supply that addresses all the following. And so it's reasonable and beneficial uses, and then sustaining the economic vitality of the state, improving water quality to protect human health and the environment.
That's the law.
That's directly quoting from the law.
Right. So when
we support it, my gosh.
When you do that, how do you recommend the issue of flows be balanced with the concerns about other stressors?
Well, I'll try and be responsive to the question. Well, let me start with, we don't think it's productive to have a flows for flow's sake debate. We've been doing that for 20 years. We don't think it's taken us anywhere. We believe that you need to consider flows in the context of a broader portfolio of management tools. Especially important, we'd like to talk about flows as you bring on habitat. If you're going to bring on X thousand acres of marshland habitat, what kind of flow regime do you need to make that productive and to make your flows productive? If you don't put the two of them together, you're likely to wind up wasting money on both. And another strong feature of the alternative we put on the plan is we think you should be the clarion call for why aren't we doing more things to protect and save these fish. Why on earth isn't there a marked select fishery program so the fishermen can fish and we're not killing any more endangered fish than is necessary? Why isn't there a predation control program that's effective out there? There should have been years ago. We think you should be a clarion call for those sorts of things happening. And if you do that, we believe that there's plenty of room for enough reliable water supply that my member agencies are prepared to finance and make successful things like the Bay Delta Conservation Plan, conveyance solutions, storage solutions, etc. I'm not sure if I was responsive. I tried to be.
I sensed in a variety of communications and conversations with your coalition that you felt that the drafts have focused disproportionately on flows and insufficiently on other stressors to the delta. And so you sort of confirm that, but I'm not asking actually for the argument as to whether, looking at our draft, you would recommend changes as to how it's structured to make that more clear as to what the combination of forces are that affect fisheries.
I think the short answer to your question is yes. And it's perception at this point. When we looked at the first three drafts, and based on that in conversations that we were having with various people involved, it did appear to us that there was this excessive focus on flows as the solution. I've been in this business for 25 years, and it has been plagued by that for a period of 25 years, and we're hoping we can break out of that today, and we didn't think we were when we read the draft, so it was hard to tell for sure what was in the draft. Something that is a concern in your current draft, and I haven't had time to go over it in any detail, like everybody else here, but this notion that co-equal goals means, I'll use the word optimizing flows for fish. Ask the state board to optimize the flows for fish, and then water supply gets the residual. We do not believe that's the way to accomplish co-equal goals. We think you have to look at both outcomes together at the same time in the same decision-making process. You can't decide on one and the other goes to the residual. Believe me, we have plenty of people in the coalition that would like to decide what we need first, and then what's left over could go for the fish. We think you have to look at both of them at the same time.
How do you feel about the term safe yield of the delta?
I don't know what safe yield of the delta means. I mean, how much habitat is there in the delta? Where are the intakes in the delta? Are the delta, all the delta diversions screened? Things like that. I don't know for sure what safe yield of the delta means. I suspect it means let's do this flow for flow's sake thing because we seem to have been riding that horse successfully for 20 years, and we don't think it's taken you very far. So I would prefer you change the metrics. I mean,
if the consideration or the strategies to address fisheries, in your judgment, focused adequately on the range of stressors as well as flows, should we exercise regulatory power in order to achieve that end?
there are places where our alternative recognizes you have we'd probably best to get an attorney up here to answer the question in detail. But one of the things I found interesting as I was learning through this process of putting alternative together, there are places where you have what looks like regulatory authority. We call it you have the power to direct. There are places where you have the power to recommend, and there are places where you have the ability to influence incentivizing. And in some of those places where you have a covered action in the Delta, yes, you have authority to crack the whip, if you will, and ask somebody to do what you'd like them to do. In other places, you want to structure or be part of structuring an incentive-based approach that will be no less effective than if you were exerting regulatory authority over that action. It is quite possible to structure incentives within a regulatory and legal framework that accomplish whatever policy objective you'd like to accomplish. And Hank Nordoff, who's not here, threw down the gauntlet to us, 6 weeks ago and saying, how do we do that? Well, we haven't figured it out entirely. I think if you read our draft, our thinking has improved, and we would like to work with you to improve it more.
Yeah, I would say that's one of the main tasks we have throughout the rest of the year, is trying, because it is a hard thing to figure out where the right touch point is on each of these. It's clearly not that we don't have regulatory power, but our choice is how to exercise it and where, I think. Can I just,
sure.
I'm interrupting your thought. One of the things I just want to say that you said that I agree with, which is people have come at this issue through their favorite lens or whatever. For some it's all about dams, for all it's about flows to fish, for some it's all about conveyance, for some it's all about, and the task I think we're grappling with and getting better each time is how to do that comprehensive, pull it together, figure out how you would integrate the tools approach. We're not done yet, but I think our intent, and this as a vehicle, is the best place to be doing exactly what you suggest. One of the things that I found frustrating in this process is that the initial flow recommendations that the State Board made was put in the statute precisely to have a notion of what the fish would need, because we know what the water supply agencies would need, so it's a bookend. And the task of this group has always been to figure out how to integrate things, and the task of the State Water Board in setting their flow standards is also to integrate things. So people seem to be obsessed with that exercise because it actually happened. But it's good that it actually happened, because otherwise the whole it's a balancing and an input. It's not determinative. So I find that some of the people who are running off, assuming that we wanted to implement those flows, weren't listening to any of the conversations we had here, where particularly Cliff couldn't have been clearer, and the guy from the Water Board couldn't have been clearer about what it was we were doing. So I would just appreciate from all of the parties if they would let go of the hobby horse they fear and focus exactly where you're saying we should focus, which is how do you have a comprehensive array of tools to apply to a very complex system to maximize the benefits for everything.
I don't think I could summarize the challenge better than you just did, Felicia. The place where it's been done best, not perfectly, and the members of the coalition I'm here representing have got some concerns about it, but the Delta Vision Blue Ribbon Task Force, their strategic plan, which the chairman was instrumental in, is one of the best places where that integration is happening. And as I said, some have specific concerns about it, but that's not a bad model to keep in the back of your mind. I mean, it was the breakthrough in terms of saying you've got, I frequently in public speaking say, that report basically said you have to check the box next to all of the above. And that is what you have to do. So don't make decisions that put you on a track where most of those boxes can't get checked.
Delta Vision recommended the setting of flow standards. It also recommended a whole bunch of other things, including facilities. It didn't say don't act until until everybody's happy with their favorite element. It was a comprehensive plan. We did the best we could.
Agreed.
We are.
Now let's get about doing that stuff.
Yeah, well, this is still the statute we're operating under, informed by Delta Vision to be sure, but not controlled by it.
And probably also not possible without it. And the consensus that it helped create.
Okay.
Let's hold on to that consensus.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Quinn.
Thank you.
Oh, yes.
Observation. I mean, we don't have a long line of speakers, so people seem to understand. I mean, this is an interim meeting that we're having. We are going to talk about the plan again and all of that next week. So this was more for information, so we're not quite done. I sense that some people are worrying they have to make their comments on it now, but the comments are for next time as well.
Okay.
Which what you just said was perfect, but just
okay.
to make that point to everyone.
Thank you, Mr. Quinn. Ms. Martin from CCWD, Mr. Minton, Mr. Pizzetta. Ms. Martin.
Good afternoon, Chairman and council members. Maureen Martin from Contra Costa Water District, and I actually just wanted to say how much we appreciated how much the draft has improved since the last draft, particularly the water quality chapter. I know that I got all grumpy about it not being discussed last time, and I think that your staff did a really great job improving it, so we appreciate that. And
you're in a room of people who make you looking like grumpy, as if you're being the nicest person in the world.
We will be submitting some more comments, though, on the chapter. And actually, I missed the alternative discussion this morning because I was actually at the Delta Vision Foundation. And looking at the water quality, I just wanted to clarify that the Delta plan is the only alternative that has any strengthening of drinking water quality protection. Is that correct? And all other alternatives do not do any. So, and I interpret it by strengthening, you mean having deadlines is what I heard is kind of the impetus
Primarily
over
deadlines.
processes that are already continuing.
Dr. Don?
Is that true?
Yeah.
I think Sam Harrer, who I believe is departed, would be the best person to answer that question, but I think it's mostly deadlines and dates.
Okay.
And I think that characterization, I think, is wrong, but it may be an artifact of how our chart shows.
Right.
things.
I'm actually just going off the chart.
So I think the intent is that most of the alternatives would incorporate most of our water quality. No? Is that not true?
Right now, the way we have the alternatives, because we were doing it based upon comments,
Oh, okay.
and a compilation
Surely,
of comments.
we must have commented on.
And a compilation of comments. And right now, what we basically have is the Delta plan and the alternatives 2A and 2B, which were much more are being the same. And then we have alternatives 1A, 1B, and alternative 3 being the same as no project for drinking water quality. And they are associated with aggressive schedule or not so aggressive schedule, and the completion of, and a fair amount of things too about the voluntary or mandatory participation in CV salts.
Okay, so we'll probably have more detailed comments on that
I'm sure.
to follow. And I just wanted to also say that we support the inclusion of both the Environmental Water Caucus alternative and the Aqua alternative in your EIR analysis.
Okay.
So,
thank you very much. Mr. Minton, then Mr. Pizzetta, then Mr. Wallace. Mr. Minton, Planning Conservation League.
Good afternoon. One comment on the process and two substantive comments. I think it's now starting to get interesting, in part because you're getting some ideas for what to do, not just criticisms. We were very pleased that Aqua put forth a paper, a fairly comprehensive paper. We don't agree with everything in there, and I think Tim Quinn pointed out that it's kind of hard when you have to say what you want to do and get everybody to agree. We encountered that same phenomenon when the Water Caucus put together our recommendations. But now where it gets interesting is not just to look at the differences, but to look at where there's some potential overlaps. And this gets to your subsequent substantive process, not just the EIR, where you have to say, well, what happens if you take one from here, one from here, one from there, which I assume you're going to do. You're most likely going to come up with some hybrid. There are things in the Aqua paper that I thought were kind of interesting. There was one in there that, if I read it correctly, a suggestion that if the Bay Delta conservation process, for whatever reason, bogs down, that it kicks over to you all. And I think that's an interesting concept. I'm not saying we're prepared to sign off on it, but I think it's fairly interesting. The important thing, though, is now we have something we can talk about. We can talk about with you, we can talk about with our colleagues. On to the substantive issues. One policy that I think you've unintentionally overlooked. I've heard it discussed, but I haven't heard it articulated. And I would suggest this as a policy. This is wording, one sentence. For those large-scale programs that cannot be financed or implemented at one time, phasing should be implemented in ways that will achieve incremental progress, learn along the way, and avoid stranded assets. Again, you've talked about phasing where you can't get there, but I can't find that anywhere in your document to date.
Well, okay. Interesting point. Let us think about that one. Yeah. Okay.
You've discussed it, but I don't read it. The second is on ERP1, and this is on flows. And I will say that our caucus, Mr. Johnson asked me to think a little bit more about this, and I was reflecting on our caucus's involvement with other stressors other than flow. And I know that there are many of my colleagues in the environmental community who have spent most of their careers literally thousands of days before regional water quality control boards and the State Water Resource Control Board seeking water quality protections, enforcement actions, and so forth. So that is not a new issue to us. It's a major stressor. We understand it. And frankly, we're welcoming water agencies becoming more interested in these issues, be they wastewater discharges, ag discharges, and so forth. How we get there. So that's a plus. But at the same time, we recognize that flows are key to both of those objectives. And if there's one, and there's not just one, but if I was going to put one at the top, it's how do we get past this flow question for both the water supply reliability, because no one can plan a facility really until you know how much water you can have. Similarly for ecosystem restoration, I again agree with Mr. Quinn. How do you plan an ecosystem habitat if you don't know how much water is going to be running through that area? So for that reason, I offer this following amendment for your consideration to ERP1. Instead of saying, well, you hope the state board gets around to doing what they say they're going to do, but if they don't do it, we'll think about doing things in the future, and some of the things we might think about include. That doesn't send much of a message to folks. I would shorten it significantly. Before the council can determine consistency of any covered action to increase the capacity to store, divert, move, export water from or through the Delta. So before the council can determine consistency of a new conveyance or other project, the SWRCB must establish Delta flow standards. If you want to provide an incentive to get that work done so that we can do the heavy lifting on both of the co-equal objectives, say it. That way you can inform processes like the Bay Delta Conservation Plan and others and put more incentive to the state board saying, hey, this makes a difference. It isn't as though we're going to wait 2 or 3 years and ask how you're doing and then think about what's going to happen. So those are my 2 specific suggestions for your consideration.
Okay. Good. Mr. Minton, just anybody else with specific language, if you have a chance, when you go back to the office, to jot it down
I'm going to type it.
and email
To whom
it.
should I email it?
I do it to Joe or Chris Stevens.
Okay.
We just
get
need
that
to
to you
make
today.
sure that we get it
I'll get to you
the way you
tonight.
want it. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Bezzetta, then Mr. Wallace from EBMUD, then Mr. Guy, NACWA.
Mr. Wallace had to leave.
Oh, did he leave?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Bezzetta.
Ryan Becerra from Berkowitz, Cronic, and Shanahan, representing a number of agencies in the Delta watershed. First, I want to second Mr. Quinn's thoughts and thank you for the way you seem to be headed on alternatives. I think that's the way to go. It allows you later on this year to mix and match, figure out what it is that you really want to do, get everybody's best ideas. So I think that's a good way to go. It's been interesting to me to watch this meeting today because when Ms. Marcus and Ms. Gray first proposed this meeting, which is a special one, it was intended to be a high-level discussion of what the concepts of what you think you want the Delta plan to be. And it hasn't quite turned out that way, I think largely because of the press of time and, you've got deadlines coming up and all of that. But with the approach you're taking on alternatives, I think you can and should have that kind of discussion shortly after you decide what's going to go on the draft EIR next week. And the reason I say that is you have to be very careful about, in particular, things you say outside of the Delta, about things outside of the Delta, because it's very problematic for agencies to have their reach exceed their grasp. If you make a lot of statements about these are all the things that should happen in the world, but we don't have any ability to make them happen. One, you make people mad on two sides. One side is all the people who don't like what you've said get mad, and then all the people who do like what you've said get mad at you because you can't enforce it. And in a lot of ways, Chapter 4, I think, is headed that direction, and I'll give you one example. The discussion I heard this morning was, well, Chapter 4 expresses how we think water agencies all over the state should behave, but maybe we can't really enforce it because covered actions are much more narrow. But if you have a recommendation that goes well beyond what you can enforce, it's a problem. And I think the one that really jumped out at me is the revised version of WRR3, where to be consistent with the Delta plan, a proponent for a new point of delivery that results in a new or increased demand for diversions from the Delta or the Delta watershed should demonstrate that the project proponents have evaluated and implemented all other feasible water supply alternatives. Coming from the watershed perspective, the way that reads to me is before you divert anything else from the watershed, you have to have done absolutely everything you can think of, which runs, I think, 180 degrees from what the area of origin laws say. And in particular, the piece of the Delta Reform Act, 85031A, that says the Delta Reform Act doesn't affect area of origin laws. So, to me, you have to...
Sarah, let me ask you a question. So the area of origin, the Northern California, your clients in Superior California, have no obligation to conserve water, to use water efficiently. They have no obligation to deal with groundwater problems, conjunctive use programs, water transfers, water recycling. You have that's not part of your world?
That's not what the recommendation says. It says have evaluated and implemented all other feasible water
Yes, and
supply
those are
alternatives.
the elements of one of the components that this draft asks. And if you say, and I can't, I'm a little surprised you've said it the way you've said it, because it sounds as if we don't have to conserve, we don't have to save, we don't have to use water beneficially, we don't have to use it reasonably, we can waste water.
I don't think
now,
I said
maybe that's
that.
wrong.
I don't think I said that.
Okay.
All of my urban clients understand that they have the obligations they now have under SB 7. But the way this reads is something like you have to have done recycled water, even though the wastewater discharge plant, the treatment plant, may be 500 feet downhill from your district. You have to have done something about recycled water because that's feasible. You have to be very careful about going beyond the Delta because you start to set up problems with causing conflicts that you can't resolve and that will just make people angry and, most importantly for you, will make people want to avoid anything having to do with the Delta because they're afraid these things will be enforced against them. You don't want to drive people away from the Delta, which is what you'll end up doing with these kinds of recommendations. So I really hope that you have shortly after your next meeting a concept level discussion of what you want this Delta plan to be and to do, because when you get down to, the wordsmithing of these kind of recommendations, you sort of miss that visioning process.
Yeah, I did a couple of things. I mean, we did want to do that. I think at some level it actually has been helpful to get to go over the document before next week's meeting, because it gives us a chance to think about what it is the staff actually was recommending, gives them a chance to noodle it. But we do need to have those conversations, and hopefully we'll have some of it even next week, because we've taken a lot of the go-over time here. The other thing I would suggest is, I think it is completely logical, and it's the kind of read-through we should do, to do a defensive reading of any document. I do it, especially when I was a lawyer, but I do it anyway, which is, look at everything in the wording to think about how your worst fear could be realized. That's what happened with a lot of the flow language. It happens on all sides of it. But that was part of where my conversation with Martha earlier today was, that the goal of that section would be not to say, if you haven't done absolutely everything and to an unreasonable level, we would say no, but to say, if you haven't done anything, or you're just being profligate, then we have a right to say no. And we may need to noodle the language to get that right, but the concept was much more reasonable than the fears that people had about it. And when you think about it, there is a state interest in that. And so I would just encourage you also to think about not just expressing the fear, which is fair for you to express and highlight for us, especially now, but to think about how you would change the language to obviate the fear without, per bad metaphor, throwing the baby out with the bathwater. Because the concept there has merit if you're thinking from the perspective that we need to take, which is of a regular person in the state, not just the parties who are the combatants over time, many of whom are wonderful and who have a legitimate right to be engaged. But our charge is to think on behalf of the citizens of the state more broadly.
And I think that idea of everybody looking at things both ways, most favorable, most positive, or most negative, is a good thing. I mean, my least favorite teacher in law school just, was a horrible person to deal with, I thought. But she said, look, I'm being the hostile reader, and you need to think about these things as the hostile reader would too. And so even though I didn't like that teacher very much, that stuck with me. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Wallace from EBMUD is not here. Is there anybody else from EBMUD who wants to take the spot? Okay. Mr. Guy from Northern California Water Association, and then Ms. Terry, and then Ms. Luddy. Mr. Guy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. David Guy, Northern California Water Association. Now, let me just first thank you again, as others, and associate myself with some of the comments that were submitted earlier from Tim Quinn and others on the alternative. You have challenged us, I think, since the beginning of this process to come forward with some ideas, and hopefully those are at least a good starting point. We know they're not the end of the inquiry, but at least they're a good starting point to have that conversation. Like a lot of other people here, I can't say that I've read the whole Delta plan. I did print it, so that's half success. But I do have a couple of things that I guess, I was tempted to kind of jump into commenting, but I think it's probably a little premature to do that based on some of the conversation here. But I guess I would suggest there's a couple of questions that I would think about as we head towards next week and what is going to be the more robust discussion. I think this question of water supply reliability versus the ecosystem improvements is an interesting one, and needs to be, obviously, that's where the ultimate art of making some sort of a successful Delta plan is going to lie. Right now, I guess I would pose the question of, is there a water supply reliability component in this plan that will lead to what the statute calls providing more reliable water supplies for the regions? And you heard the discussion earlier about that. I guess as an upstream water user, I guess I would pose the question to you, does this plan help provide more reliable water supplies for upstream water users? And again, when you think about that upstream component, may I also suggest that if you look at Table 4.3 in the plan, which I think is very good depiction of what is going on. That's the DWR chart on the water balance. That water supply reliability is for all of the various purposes. And that's for salmon, that's for the Pacific Flyway, that's for the farms, that's for the municipalities, and it's for recreation. It's for all of those things. And I guess I would just pose the question as you look at this plan, is the water supply reliability component there, and particularly is it there for upstream water users? I'll be honest, I'm not seeing it, but I'm going to be looking very hard. And as you know, there's a lot of work going on in the upstream areas for regional sustainability, but we're not seeing it in the plan at this particular point. So please work with us over the next week in helping us understand that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Guy. Ms. Terry? From North Delta and the Central Valley Flood, folks.
Yes, thank you. Melinda Terry, North Delta Water Agency and California Central Valley Flood Control Association. I didn't even know where to begin, so Ms. Marcus might have helped a little bit by saying we don't have to talk about everything today, but I'm going to ask questions based on that then. So is next week, are we going to go through, are you going to go through chapter by chapter, though, so that we have an opportunity to not only discuss some of the actions and policies that you have, but the narrative as well, and go by chapter, because if not, then
I'm happy to do that. We've talked about it. We haven't decided. I just tell you, the focus will overwhelmingly, I believe, be on policies and recommendations and the EIR alternatives, because the action that the staff is proposing to us is to approve for circulation and public comment those documents. The editing of text, the arguments about what's the right tone, what's the wrong tone, what's in, what's out, are ones that by and large will go on, I suspect, in the public comment period too. We won't I don't know whether we'll be able to talk about all the things that you want to talk about, Ms. Terry. I don't know what they are, but we will devote, as we have done many times before, 2 full days to the discussion.
okay. We, both organizations, we just submitted comments on the 3rd draft. We won't be able to do it for the 4th. It just is not possible
Right.
staff-wise for us.
Right.
But we tried to be as comprehensive as possible and to do a lot of what you had asked, Mr. Chair, because it's legitimate to ask it of us. If not this, then what do you want to see? And so for each chapter, for both organizations, tried to really bring forward a lot of ideas to do. And like earlier today, you had a discussion on flood and FEMA and that, and I spent some time talking with Kathy Schaefer from FEMA and asking some questions about the Delta and what it's rated as and all that stuff and what's applying. And so I then, based on that conversation, tried to come up with some ideas, because once I read the NFIP program, I have to admit I was not that familiar with it because I already pay the insurance because I'm smart, but I learned that there's actually a lot of money available there, and the counties right now are the ones that are in charge of the NFIP program. But there's really a great opportunity, and you might be able to help do some of that. So that's an just one example. But a lot of my comments for both, I would describe my North Delta Water Agency comments as more as focusing on Delta as a place. And that's where the narrative, it really was disappointing to us that the Delta itself is not accurately described. I understand that you're waiting for an economic sustainability report from the Delta Protection Commission, but there are already other statistics out there, and granted, I used old ones to put in there, but at least it describes it as a thriving economy. When I read every chapter narrative, frankly, it just sounded like the Delta was on life support. The ecosystem clearly needs some help, but as an economy and a place to live, West Sacramento here is a good example of how it's really improving. You know, Stockton's had some good things too, so it just felt really wrong, if you will, because I thought to myself, how can you as a council protect Delta as a place if you can't even accurately describe it? So I feel like there's still a lot of opportunity there, if you will, in the narrative parts to improve that. again, we tried to offer some suggestions as well, and even gave a bunch of the old statistics, because at least it's a place to start to describe our manufacturing that we have in West Sacramento and Stockton. I'm assuming that's where most of the manufacturing part. I was surprised that it was higher than the ag. I mean, ag is our primary land use, but manufacturing dollar-wise was still really big. So I hope we can still have that conversation. But I guess chapter by chapter, like one of my board members yesterday said, well, I get confused when I watch their meetings. They tend to watch on the computer. They said it just seems like a lot of folks, they've read a lot of the comments that people have submitted in the letters, and they said, I never really hear them bring them up. Like when the staff comes up to present, it's not like there's a big discussion of, I like the start of today because we've got the blue sheet now with alternatives, but that doesn't really represent all the recommendations and suggestions that you've had, and whether there's some good ones there that are still missing. So again, I just hope we get to still have that conversation. I will say the other big thing that narrative-wise that I think is kind of missing, that I'll just bring up now because I'm still not clear whether next week we're going to deal with it or not, so I'm just going to take my time now, is it still feels like you're relying on the statute of what I call them 3 co-equal goals, 33 1/3 for each of them, in my opinion. But you never bother to really describe what those really mean. And just saying water supply reliability or ecosystem restoration or even Delta as a place has a different meaning to every stakeholder. And unless we really can define what that means, it's hard to say, to give somebody the directions and the objectives and the measures and the actions to get you there, let alone figuring out how all those actions really interweave together. And we experienced this on the BDCP steering committee. You can have a bunch of conservation measures, but some were good for some fish and some were bad for that fish. So at some point you have to weave them together, and I think that still needs to be done here as well. But again, I use the GPS analogy, so if you read my comments, you have to give a specific location. And it was funny, I was on a trip, and the reason it came to me is my car's Bluetooth. So I was on the phone, my GPS could not give me the turn-by-turn directions while I was on the phone. So while I was on the phone, I missed a turn. Well, luckily, your GPS automatically recalculates that route for you, and because it still knows where it's headed. I still, in all honesty, for each of these 3 co-equal goals, don't really know where you want to end up. It's so vague and so subjective and frankly left to everyone's interpretations. I'm worried we'll still be arguing about it versus if we kind of pick a destination and then, my GPS analogy is the great thing is for the science is, first of all, it chooses 3 routes and you kind of could choose. And as I said, those could be your alternatives or they could actually be the 3 co-equal goals. They'll still all end up the same place, but they're all going to take different streets to get there. Some are going to be more scenic than others. That was the beautiful thing about missing my streets. I ended up on a more scenic route back home. But when you hit a roadblock or something like that in your GPS, or if you miss a turn as I did, again, it automatically recalculates itself. And to me, that's the adaptive management. There's such a high level of uncertainty with even these projects that you've proposed in here as being important to expedite. With all due respect, there's a really huge high level of uncertainty here, but the good thing is adaptive management, hopefully we can get around that. And I'm still confused on this programmatic EIR versus the other EIRs because we've got serious issues going on with some of these. I think that we can get around, but the Prospect Island, as we all know, there was serious flooding for Ryer Island last time around when that island had water on it. And the Fremont Weir is not a near-term project, just so you know. I mean, obviously, if you're altering part of the state plan of flood control, you need permits from the Army Corps of Engineers. So that could take a while. If it's a 408 permit, you got to have 60% design before you can even kind of move it forward to headquarters. So anyway, I hope we can still have those discussions on those bigger, broader. Maybe that's what was supposed to happen today. I'm not quite sure. I'll end with just a comment on the discussion that happened earlier on the in lieu taxes, and it kind of, as it went on, it kind of ended up as, so it's based on, because there's so many acres going on, and that's the concern. That's not the concern. Part of the concern is, but that is part of it. Okay, how many acres? For North Delta, it's huge because we have all of the facilities as well as the majority of the habitat acres that will occur. Those are all being done to benefit other areas of the state. They will get permits out of those that give them ESA take to operate their facilities, and the extra acres are what gives them the extra assurances on NHCP and CCP. None of those ESA take stays in the Delta. None of the mitigation acres stays with us. We don't get any of the benefit. It's benefiting someone else outside. So that's part of the concern. So there's a lot of other issues besides the in lieu taxes, including the third-party impacts. But part of the reason is we, as local agencies, have the experience where Department of Fish and Game in particular does not pay its local assessments. And whether you're a reclamation district or your North Delta Water Agency, the rest of, literally the Constitution doesn't allow it. The rest of the assessment payers are not allowed under Prop 218 to subsidize that, if you will. But we've had to sue the department. So there's concerns that just normally when you do habitat projects, you have these really securitized funding mechanisms up front to make sure that management is going to occur on the property as well as these in lieu taxes. But I just wanted to clarify that it's more than just the amount of acres. And there's other issues, like I said, the third-party impacts. The San Joaquin River farmers from the San Joaquin River Restoration are suing the federal government right now because they are experiencing seepage and quite a bit of damage. I forget how many acres was a lot, though. So those issues as well will need to be addressed. But next week, I'm just, I'm going to plan on trying to go through some of my things chapter by chapter to bring ideas. But
look, we'll spend the time we need to at the next meeting. But anything you can do, particularly on stylistic suggestions or information components of the narrative in particular, if you can give us anything in advance
I did.
and anything in writing.
64 pages altogether.
Yeah.
No, she did. What I was thinking on this that would be useful is because of the timing, a number of players have gotten their comments in on the third draft while people were drafting the fourth draft.
Yeah.
And so I just encourage the staff to not make them start all over again on the fourth draft. So to look at them by reference between the fourth and fifth, and giving some of the highlights.
Yeah,
the comments
I'll
you've
have to
raised
reference
today
the
are
third.
good. So, but I think, and that you've highlighted a lot of the things we really do need to do to make it more coherent. I don't know that we can do all of them, but there are certainly some of them. But I would think one of the things, of your 30 pages, it would be helpful to highlight which things you think are the most important and draw our attention to it, because they're not going to be able to fix every narrative thing in time for the deadline, which doesn't mean we won't get to it. So if people can highlight those things they think are most important between now and the preferred alternative that goes out, if they have to, that will help us focus next week.
I can do that.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Terry. Ms. Luddy, American Rivers, then Mr. Bobker. Hi.
Hi, Jessica Ludi with American Rivers. I'm jumping the gun a little bit because next week we have to brief the Flood Protection Board, and I may not be able to comment then. So thanks for the opportunity. And I just want to first say thanks to Ms. Buchholz and Mr. Nichols for taking the time to speak with John Kane and I last week to address some of our concerns. And I think that they've done a really great job improving the risk reduction chapter. So thanks for that so far. I also want to say that as you're developing alternatives to staff and to the council, to really consider taking a proactive approach for the types of management actions that you're considering to reduce risk in the Delta. And I bring this up because having been recently to some of the Central Valley Flood Protection Plan briefings, not convinced that the 2012 plan will, in fact, significantly reduce risk in the Delta. And you can probably talk to some DWR staff about it. They're working really hard. They have a lot on their plate. I definitely understand their constraints, but to any effect that the Delta Council could help assist in reducing risk, that would be great. The building codes are supposed to be updated as well as part of SB 5, but from speaking with staff on that, it's a little bit of a standstill as well. And so there are a range of actions that American Rivers has submitted in previous comments that could assist in reducing risk, and we strongly suggest revisiting some of those. In particular, also including some potential areas for floodways and bypass areas that were not included in this fourth draft. That would have significant risk reduction and ecosystem benefits on a system-wide basis. Sort of Lastly, I'd like to echo Chairman Eisenberg earlier when with his concern about putting more people at risk. And I've heard, I respect what Supervisor Natoli said about there's risk everywhere. We do have fire risk and we have seismic risk. But what's sort of different about that is that you have to seismically retrofit your house. And I used to work on trail crews. There are people living in wildland urban interface areas and fire zones that have to clear a swath of trees from their building, and they have to build with some fire-resistant materials. And when you're building behind a levee, you don't have to do anything. You can build slab on grade. Central Valley DWR is now requiring at least that we notify people living behind levees that they are behind levees, but how much does that necessarily do? And they're already behind the levee, so are they going to move? So we really need to consider that when we're talking about new development behind levees. And I understand it's challenging, but something to think about. And then lastly, there was a mention of the economic annual damage tool that the Corps uses and the DWR is considering using. And it is a tool, and we do need metrics to figure out how we're going to prioritize some of our management actions. But something to think about when we're looking at annual damages is that these are giving us sort of an average over time, and they're not capturing the extreme events. I often wonder, what would Katrina have looked like under an average annual basis? And what we're interested in is not the average. We want to know, what is a 500-year flood going to do to the Delta region? So, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Bobker.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the council. We haven't had a chance to thoroughly review the fourth draft yet. We're in the process of doing that. We'll offer you both written comments, and we'll talk in greater detail about our recommendations for moving forward with revisions and improvements for the fifth draft. I will give you just a couple of heads up, or sort of flagging some issues. The first thing, though, I should say is that I think the draft is greatly improved. The level of specificity. There's been a lot of progress in identifying and fleshing out the thoughts that were much more in a germinal form in the third draft. So I think you're making progress. I think and I congratulate the staff on their hard work on that, given the amount of time that they have to work on it. In terms of some of the things that we're likely to focus on, the first one will come as a great shock to you, I'm sure, and that is that defining the outcomes for achieving the co-equal goals in terms of defined objectives, the performance metrics, et cetera, is something we think you still haven't fully wrestled with. Adequately wrestled with. We've offered you some pretty specific ideas about how to move with it. We'll continue to work with you on that. I'll just leave you with this thought, and that is that metrics that just say show the trend, and in which there's no difference between making progress by a 1% improvement and 100% improvement are not very useful in driving policy and driving change. So giving some idea of the scale of desired change is important. The second deals with the issue of near-term risk to ecosystem values, and not because they're more important, but they're the ones I'm most familiar with and that my organization focuses on. I think Jonas Minton earlier talked about some of the language in terms of near-term risk. I'm concerned that in the time period that we have between now and when the State Water Board adopts flow objectives, or between when there is a much more fleshed out plan of implementation for the Delta Conservancy and other entities, that the potential for impacts from new or continuing operations that affect flows or loss of habitat, et cetera, aren't adequately dealt with. And I'd like to see some more protective language, and we'll try to give you some specific language for that. Third, just a sort of a general comment that we're wrestling with a little bit, and that is that there are a lot of different pieces here, and it's a complex system under great assault. they're all important. So it's not like you can not do any of the parts, but they're not all at the same level of risk. They're not at all the same priority in terms of time. How do we distinguish between the different priorities, different levels of risk in order to prioritize? Because there's a lot in here, and you need to kind of figure out how to prioritize, both in terms of what you do in your plan, but also the guidance you give to agencies, because you're telling agencies to do a lot of things, most of which I think are good things, but they're going to have to then make decisions about sort of, well, what do we do first? And, we come back to you and say, look, we can do A, B, and C. And then how do you deal with that when they say, look, we can do one but not the other, et cetera? Some attention to that sort of relative risk, I think, is important. We'll try to offer some thoughts on how you might deal with that. So that's my sneak preview of the comments that we'll give you next week. I also wanted to make some comments on the ag-urban alternative, just since they've always commented on the environmental alternatives, so I think we'll take a little fair play. I think there's, as not surprisingly, it's a mixed bag. There's some good things and some alarming things in there. Let me start with what I think was helpful in the alternative that was in the Aqua submission. The first is, and I think they're mostly sort of focused on process. I was surprised and pleased to see that they echoed the approach that we've often emphasized to you, and that is to focus on outcomes, to really sort of define where you want to go and act as an oversight body to see if progress is being made, and to drill down on defining the metrics of success. And I think they also had some very useful suggestions. Excuse me. They had some very useful suggestions about how to improve the process for coordinating between different parties, utilizing expert input. I think it's actually things that the chairman is familiar with, because that's what the Delta Vision Task Force did. And in the rush to meet your statutory deadline, and it's actually, I have...
He's always conserving water. He'd never accept a drink during his presentation.
Yeah. I actually somehow have damaged my vocal cords, and so this is unfortunately not a temporary thing. Apparently that primal scream therapy wasn't a good idea or something, I don't know. But actually, kidding aside, it's typically an injury associated with cheerleaders and opera singers. I seem to have developed about a month ago, and we don't know why.
You could sing the rest of your statement.
Yes. I think probably mime would be more healthy, but unfortunately the digits involved might not be very well received. Although in this venue, actually, that would not be the case. In terms of, there are things that Delta Vision did that you guys just haven't had the time. You got to prepare the Delta plan, you got to get the EIS out. You haven't done some of the expert groups that you relied on a Delta Vision task force. I think, even just going forward from the Delta, once you adopt a Delta plan, you might want to have some things where you rely on that and you try to sponsor some groups that accomplish some of the things that the Ag-Urban letter or alternative. I think there's some useful suggestions there for how to improve communication, how to improve the use of various analytical tools, et cetera. I may not agree with the particulars of any particular tool, but I think it's useful. I was really disappointed about the whole perpetuation about the mythology of flows. I've heard this so many times that that flow is the only tool that regulators and the government ever uses, that flow is poorly understood and it's not a good basis for management, and we've tried flow and it doesn't work. I think you guys and other agencies have documented the basis for why flows are important. I think that the manipulation of flows in the system has been fairly minor compared to the alteration of the hydrograph. But most importantly, all of us are advocating for a comprehensive approach. The Bay Institute has, in the last year, just to give it a time frame, we have advocated for greater flows, for expanded wetland and floodplain habitat, for significant changes in the regulation and management of contaminants. We have advocated for improvements to conveyance. We have advocated for improvements and changes to demand management. We want all of these things to occur. It seems to be part of your plan. It's part of the thinking that everybody has. The translation I hear is that when the ag-urban folks say you have to have a comprehensive plan that doesn't just rely on flows, means you have to have a comprehensive plan that does everything but do something about flows. And that's simply not acceptable. And I think that that's sort of, everyone who's dealing with the management of the system knows that that's true. And the reason I'm saying this now is actually, I think you guys know that. I'm disappointed from my colleagues in the ag-urban community that they continue to do that. I think we need to do better than that. So, as I say, more detailed comments on all of this next week. Thanks for your indulgence.
Thank you, Mr. Bobger. Okay, Ms. Rogers shook her head no, which means we have no more blue slips of paper. Anybody else want to say anything? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, members, thank you very much. We are, I believe, I'm sorry, Don.
Just before you adjourn, I wanted to give a 30-second announcement of 2 activities in the Delta this weekend. There's the Isleton Cajun Festival, begins tomorrow, runs through this Sunday. And
that's a rock concert at the Old Mill?
No.
2,000 people?
No, and then next week, the Sacramento River Delta Grown Agritourism Association is going to have their first farm trail sampler at Steamboat Acres. I got flyers for the council members here, and it's, again, highlighting Delta agriculture, so I'm going to pass that on. Thanks.
Great. Thank you, Don. We're back across the street, I believe, Mr. Grindstaff, next week. Okay, so we're back in City Hall next week. Members, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much.